Chapter 1 Hero Summoning. Maltese Melromark lounged elegantly on a cushioned chaise in the sunlit parlor, savoring the delicate pastries served by her loyal servants. Each bite of the flaky, golden layers filled her mouth with buttery richness, accented by the sweetness of fresh jam. She dabbed the corners of her lips with a silk napkin, feeling utterly satisfied as she glanced at her polished nails. Once finished, she rose, her red hair cascading down her back like a fiery crown. The upcoming hero summoning filled her heart with glee. Tomorrow, the shield hero would arrive, and she would have the perfect opportunity to enact her plans. Framing him would be easy. She'd ensure he bore the brunt of her cunning machinations. Her lips curled into a smirk as she strolled down the grand marble hallway, her heeled shoes clicking against the polished floor. As she passed the grand dining hall, a familiar voice caught her attention. She paused, curiosity piqued, and peeked around the corner. There, sitting among his closest advisors and lackeys, was the Pope of the Three Heroes Church. They were drinking fine wine from ornate goblets, laughing boisterously. Their voices carried over the clinking of their glasses, every word dripping with unfiltered arrogance. The Pope raised his cup. To our plan. Soon, the shield hero will be nothing but a disgrace to the kingdom, and that red-haired brat will get exactly what she deserves. Malty froze, her stomach twisting. Her smirk vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. That red-haired slut really thinks we're going to make her queen, another man jeered. His words met with roaring laughter. Malty's hands clenched into fists. Her nails dug into her palms as rage bubbled beneath her composed exterior. She fought the urge to storm in and blast them to ashes with a fireball, her magic crackling faintly at her fingertips. But she stopped herself, biting the inside of her cheek to maintain control. Attacking the Pope and his inner circle would be outright treason, and she wasn't foolish enough to invite punishment upon herself. Instead, her lips curved into a twisted smile. "Oh, you think you've won, you pompous old fool? You dare to mock me? To undermine me? I will be queen, no matter what it takes." Turning on her heel, Malty retreated to her quarters, her mind racing with thoughts of vengeance. The grand halls felt stifling as she walked briskly, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She had always known the church to be a nest of vipers, but this betrayal stung deeper than any insult. They had promised her the crown, had assured her she would ascend to power. Now they plotted to discard her like a broken pawn. Entering her chambers, Malty slammed the door shut and paced across the room. Her crimson eyes burned with determination as she muttered under her breath. "Fine. If they won't hand me the throne, I'll take it myself. Let them think they've won. I'll destroy their little plans piece by piece." Her gaze fell on the intricate bell on her bedside table. She grabbed it and rang sharply, summoning one of her servants. A young maid entered, her head bowed low. "Bring me one of my slaves," Malty commanded coldly, her voice dripping with malice. "Now." The servant hesitated for a moment before nodding quickly and scurrying away. Moments later, she returned, dragging a small, trembling demi-human girl into the room. The girl had wide, terrified eyes, her petite frame quivering as she looked up at Malty. Malty's gaze swept over the girl with disdain. "Pathetic little thing," she sneered, stepping closer. She reached for the ornate whip mounted on the wall, its handle encrusted with gemstones that glinted in the dim light. Testing its strength, she snapped it through the air, the sound echoing sharply in the room. "Let's see if this helps me blow off some steam," Malty muttered, a cruel smile spreading across her face. The girl whimpered, tears streaming down her face as Malty lashed out. The whip cracked against her delicate skin, leaving angry red welts that quickly began to bleed. Each scream from the girl was music to Malty's ears. Her laughter filled the room, each whip strike feeding her twisted satisfaction. "Stop crying," Malty snapped, her voice venomous. "You're staining my floors with your filth. Useless, wretched thing." The girl collapsed to the ground, her small body convulsing with sobs. Malty rolled her eyes, tossing the whip aside as if it were nothing more than a toy. "Clean this mess up," she barked at the servant, "and take that thing out of my sight." The maid hurried to obey, dragging the broken girl out of the room. Malty flopped onto her silk-covered bed, a smug expression on her face. "Much better," she murmured, feeling the rage in her chest subside. She stared up at the ornate ceiling, her mind already concocting her next move. They think they can use me and cast me aside? No, I'll show them. I'll tear apart their precious church if I have to. I will be queen. Malty sat up abruptly, a glint of inspiration lighting her crimson eyes. She tapped a manicured nail against her lips, a cunning smile spreading across her face as a new plan began to take shape. If the church wanted to undermine her, she would undermine them right back, but not through brute force. No, she would strike them with subtlety, using the tools at her disposal. Her thoughts turned to the shield hero, the perfect scapegoat. They've already set him up for failure. Treated as the weakest, the most despised, he'll find no allies in this kingdom. No one, except me. She grinned at her reflection in the gilded mirror across the room, her face glowing with malicious delight. "Yes," she murmured, leaning closer to the mirror. Her reflection seemed to echo her deviousness, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows on her sharp features. "I'll be the only one who shows him kindness, the only one who lends him a hand when the world spits on him. He'll be desperate for someone to trust. Anyone." She giggled, covering her mouth with her hand, as if savoring the delicious irony. "And when he does, I'll use him, mold him. He'll be nothing more than a tool for me to reach the throne." She sat back, her mind racing with the possibilities. They want to crown me the fool? Fine, I'll play their fool. I'll request funds from father and the church, pretending to be the dutiful pawn in their little game. I'll use those coins to help the shield hero, build his trust, make him rely on me. Her smile widened as she whispered to herself, "He'll never see it coming." Turning to the small desk by her bedside, Malty retrieved a quill and parchment, dipping the quill into a bottle of ink with deliberate precision. She began to write, the scratching of the quill against the parchment filling the room. "Dearest father," she murmured aloud as she wrote, "I require additional funds to fulfill my responsibilities during the hero summoning. It is, of course, in the kingdom's best interest that the summoned heroes are properly supported. I humbly request an increase in my stipend for these noble duties." She finished the letter with a flourish, sealing it with her personal crest. Moving on to the next parchment, she drafted a similar letter to the church, masking her true intentions behind flowery language. "To the esteemed leaders of the Three Heroes Church," she read aloud, mocking the reverence with which she addressed them. "Your wisdom and guidance are unparalleled. As a loyal servant of the church, I seek your blessing in my efforts to assist the summoned heroes. A small contribution to their success would greatly honor your noble institution." Sealing the second letter, she sat back with a triumphant smile. Such fools. They'll believe anything if it comes wrapped in flattery and false piety. Her thoughts wandered again to the Pope, and her grin faltered, replaced by a look of pure venom. She imagined him standing on a scaffold, his head forced into the groove of a guillotine. The blade hovered above, glinting in the sunlight, and her heart raced with anticipation. "Oh, how I'd love to watch you squirm," she muttered, her voice dripping with malice. Her fingers traced idle patterns on the desk as the scene unfolded in her mind. She imagined the Pope's cries for mercy, his face pale and drenched with sweat, the congregation looking on in silent judgment. And then, she giggled, her eyes alight with unholy glee. The blade falls. She pictured the sharp edge slicing cleanly through flesh and bone, the dull thud as his head landed in a basket below. The image filled her with euphoric satisfaction, and she couldn't stop the laughter that bubbled up from her throat. "Your pompous sermons," she sneered at the imagined corpse. "Your smug, self-righteous face, reduced to nothing but a bloody stump, fitting for a man who thought himself untouchable." The laughter subsided, but the smile lingered. Malty rose from her chair, standing before the mirror once more. Her reflection stared back, radiating confidence and malice in equal measure. She tilted her head, smoothing a stray lock of fiery hair. "They think they can cross me, that they can't steal what's mine." She leaned closer, her eyes gleaming like a predator's. "But I'll show them all. I'm going to be queen." Her voice rose with conviction as she stepped back, spinning dramatically before collapsing onto her bed with a satisfied sigh. The shield hero, the church, the kingdom, they'll all fall into place. And when they do, she closed her eyes, a contented smile spreading across her face. The throne will be mine. The servants outside her door, hearing her laughter and murmurs, exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing. They knew better than to question her. Currently in an American college campus, Izuku Midoriya, now 18 years old, sat in the corner of the university library, his green eyes scanning the pages of a worn fantasy novel. The smell of old paper and leather bindings surrounded him, creating a sense of comfort he hadn't felt in years. It wasn't the life he had once dreamed of, not even close, but it was a life he was learning to accept. The dream of becoming a hero was far behind him now. He had truly tried, to follow that path. He had trained relentlessly, studied hero tactics, and even risked his life during the entrance exam for US Hero course. But his efforts had ended in near disaster. Quirkless and inexperienced, he had barely survived the trial, narrowly avoiding a fatal accident. The humiliation and pain that followed had been the final nail in the coffin for his aspirations. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be, he whispered to himself, turning another page. America was supposed to be a fresh start. After Japan's fall, caused by the death of its number one hero and the societal collapse that followed, his father, Hisashi, had managed to secure a way out for their family. The chaos that overtook Japan made it clear they needed to leave. Heroes still operated in America, though not with the same idolized status they once held. Inko, his mother, had agreed immediately, though her heart ached to leave behind everything they'd ever known. Izuku sighed, his thoughts drifting to the past. His old life in Japan felt like a distant memory. Kaken, his childhood bully, was gone now, a victim of the chaos that swept through their homeland. Though their relationship had been complicated at best, Izuku felt a hollow ache at the thought of his death. He couldn't help but wonder if things could have been different. Shaking his head, he pushed the thoughts aside. Focus on the present, he told himself. He had a new path now. He was studying to become a doctor, hoping to make a difference in the world in a way that didn't require superpowers or flashy costumes. His mother had been his unwavering support throughout it all. Inko had worked tirelessly to help them settle into their new life in the United States. They lived in a modest apartment near the campus, and though their lives were far from glamorous, they were safe. That was more than he could have asked for after the chaos they'd escaped. Izuku's lips quirked into a small smile as he read another paragraph. He'd always loved fantasy novels. The idea of ordinary people rising to greatness in worlds filled with magic and danger spoke to him on a deeply personal level. Though he no longer aspired to be a hero, the story still stirred something within him, a longing for purpose and meaning. As he turned another page, the library's quiet hum was interrupted by the distant sound of laughter. A group of students passed by, their voices lively and carefree. Izuku glanced up briefly, a pang of envy flickering in his chest. He'd always struggled with social interactions, and his introverted nature had only deepened after the events in Japan. Still, he wasn't completely alone. He had made a few acquaintances in his pre-med classes, students who admired his diligence and often came to him for help. It was enough to keep him grounded. "Hey, Midoriya!" a familiar voice called softly, breaking his train of thought. Izuku looked up to see Julia, one of his classmates, peeking around a bookshelf. Her blonde hair was pulled into a loose ponytail, and she carried a stack of textbooks in her arms. "Oh, hi, Julia," he replied, offering her a polite smile. "You've been in here all day, haven't you?" she teased, raising an eyebrow. "You know, it's okay to take a break sometimes. Maybe grab a coffee or something." Izuku chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. "I guess I just got caught up in this book. It's really good." She smirked. "Fantasy again? You and those epic quests. Well, don't get lost in another world for too long, okay? We've got that anatomy test coming up." "I won't," he promised. "Good luck with your studying." As she walked away, Izuku's smile lingered. Maybe America wasn't so bad after all. There were still shadows of the past that haunted him, his failure, the fall of hero society, and the chaos in Japan, He felt like he had a chance to carve out a new life. He closed the book and stood, stretching his legs. The library was peaceful, but the world outside was still waiting. And though he wasn't a hero in the way he once dreamed, maybe, just maybe, he could still find a way to make a difference. Izuku pulled his phone from his pocket as it buzzed, glancing at the message from Julia. Julia. Hey, nerd. Study groups on in the library cafe. Don't make me come find you. Winky face. Izuku chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth tugging into a smile. Julia had a knack for pulling him into things, and despite his initial awkwardness, he'd started appreciating her efforts to include him. Sliding his phone back into his pocket, he adjusted his backpack and started walking toward the cafe. On his way, a faint thud drew his attention. He glanced down to see a book lying on the floor near one of the shelves. It was old, the leather cover cracked and worn, with faint, gold-embossed letters barely visible. The record of the 4 holy weapons. He bent down to pick it up, his fingers brushing the dusty surface. "Ha!" he murmured, running his thumb over the faded title. The book felt strange in his hands, heavier than it looked. Intrigued, he flipped it open, expecting to find a library sticker or barcode, but the inside cover was blank. No sticker. This must be someone's personal book, he muttered, flipping through the pages. The contents caught his eye immediately. It wasn't an ordinary book, at least not by his standards. Detailed illustrations of fantastical weapons adorned the pages, each accompanied by descriptions of a world filled with heroes, kingdoms, and monstrous creatures. It read like one of the fantasy novels he loved, but something about it felt different. He snapped the book shut, glancing around to see if anyone nearby seemed to be looking for it. The aisle was empty. Maybe someone left it here a long time ago, he reasoned, tucking the book into his backpack. Better check with the front desk, just in case. At the library counter, he approached the librarian, a kind older woman with half-moon glasses perched on her nose. "Excuse me," he said, holding up the book. "Has anyone reported a missing book? I found this on the floor." She inspected it briefly, shaking her head. "No one's mentioned it, dear. That's not one of our books, though it doesn't have any library markings. You can leave it here if you'd like, but if no one claims it, it might just get tossed." Izuku hesitated. The idea of this old, fascinating book being discarded didn't sit well with him. "If it's okay, I'll hold on to it for now. If someone comes looking for it, you can let me know." The librarian nodded, smiling. "That's fine. Just be careful with it. It looks like an antique." He slipped the book back into his bag, resolving to read it more thoroughly later. For now, he had to focus on Julia's study session. The library cafe buzzed with quiet energy as students huddled over notes and laptops. Izuku spotted Julia easily. She was seated at a table near the corner, her usual confident grin in place as she waved him over. "About time, Midoriya," she teased as he approached. "Thought you were gonna bail on me." "Sorry," he replied sheepishly, setting his bag down. I got caught up with something." Julia raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. "All right, let's get to it. Anatomy quiz is tomorrow, and I'm not letting you slack off." For the next hour, they pored over textbooks and flashcards. Julia had a knack for breaking down complicated topics, and Izuku found himself absorbing the material more easily than he expected. She peppered him with questions, laughing when his face turned bright red under the pressure. "Relax, Midoriya," she said, smirking as she leaned back in her chair. "You're doing fine. Better than most of the guys in class, actually." He fumbled for words, his face growing hotter. Thanks. I study a lot, that's all." Julia chuckled, her blue eyes sparkling with amusement. "You're too easy to fluster, you know that? One of these days, I'm gonna toughen you up." Despite his embarrassment, Izuku couldn't help but smile. Julia's teasing was always good-natured, and he appreciated how she made an effort to include him. It was something he wasn't used to but found himself enjoying more and more. As the session wound down, Julia nudged his arm. "You're doing great, but don't burn yourself out, okay? Take a break now and then." "Yeah," he said, nodding. "Thanks, Julia, for, helping me out." Anytime, nerd, she replied with a wink. See you in class tomorrow. Izuku packed up his things and headed back to his dorm, his mind drifting to the mysterious book in his bag. As soon as he was alone, he planned to dive into its pages and uncover the secrets it held. Something about it felt significant, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Izuku stepped off the bus and made his way home, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows on the quiet streets. As he approached the small apartment building he shared with his mother, he felt a familiar mix of relief and melancholy. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the warm scent of home-cooked food and the sight of his mother, Inko, bustling around in the kitchen. She turned and smiled brightly when she saw him. Izuku, welcome home, she said, her voice full of warmth. How was your day? He returned the smile, rubbing the back of his neck. It was good, Mom. She raised an eyebrow, her smile turning sly. Did you spend time with that Julia girl again? Izuku's face immediately turned red, and he stammered, wait, she's great, really great. Inko chuckled, clearly enjoying his reaction. I'm so happy you're making friends, Izuku. It's been so long since I've seen you smile like this. He nodded, trying to hide his embarrassment. Thanks, Mom. I think I'm gonna head to my room now. Okay, sweetheart. Dinner will be ready soon, she called after him as he disappeared down the hallway. Izuku closed the door to his room, leaning against it for a moment as he let out a sigh. His gaze swept over the familiar space, still adorned with posters and merchandise from his childhood. All Might's smiling face stared down at him from a dozen different angles, each one a painful reminder of what had been lost. The once proud collection now felt like a shrine to failure. His eyes moved to the corner of the room where a small makeshift altar stood. On it were a candle, a photo of All Might in his prime, and a folded piece of paper with hastily scrawled words. Thank you for everything. Next to it, a small picture of Katsuki Bakugo, Kaken, sat framed, a bittersweet token of their complicated past. Izuku stared at the altar, his heart heavy. All Might's death had shattered Japan's hero society, and the villain who had ended his life now ruled the nation like a shadowy tyrant. Pro-heroes had tried to stand against him, but every effort ended in failure, and worse, death. The villain's power was unmatched, his influence spreading like a plague. Rumors swirled that he had gone underground, possibly planning attacks on other nations to weaken hero societies worldwide. Izuku sat on his bed, pulling out his phone. He found an old photo of himself and Kaken, taken when they were kids. They were smiling, arms slung around each other. His vision blurred as tears welled up, and he whispered, I'm sorry, Kaken. I should have been stronger. I should have done something. His voice broke, and the tears came freely. He clutched the phone to his chest, the weight of the past crushing him. You didn't deserve what happened. None of you did. If only I'd been a real hero. The memory of his question to All Might resurfaced, haunting him as it always did. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? The answer had always been unclear, and now it felt like it didn't matter. Everything had gone wrong. He wiped his eyes, taking a deep, shaky breath to calm himself. His gaze fell on his backpack, where the strange book lay hidden. Grateful for the distraction, he pulled it out and flipped it open, immersing himself in its mysterious contents. The record of the 4 holy weapons described a world unlike anything Izuku had ever read about. Kings, heroes, monsters, and legendary weapons. The book wove a tapestry of adventure and danger. He read about the bow hero, the spear hero, and the sword hero, each wielding incredible power to protect the land. But when he reached the section about the shield hero, the page was blank. Huh? That's weird, he muttered, flipping back and forth. The blank page seemed deliberate, as if waiting for something to fill it. Before he could ponder further, the book began to glow faintly. What the? Izuku exclaimed, dropping it onto his bed. The glow intensified, and he felt a strange pull, like invisible hands tugging at his very being. His vision blurred, the world around him spinning. What's happening? He shouted, but there was no one to answer. Izuku blinked, his head still spinning as he took in the sight before him. He wasn't alone in the summoning circle. 3 other individuals were sprawled around him, each looking as confused as he felt, at least initially. One of them, a tall, muscular man with spiky black hair, stood up first, brushing off his pants and glaring around the room. A sword rested in his hand, gleaming faintly under the flickering torchlight. "All right, what the hell is going on here?" the man demanded, his tone sharp and impatient. Another figure, this one carrying a long, ornate spear, rose next. He had sandy blonde hair and a cocky smirk that matched his confident posture. "Yeah, what gives? Who dragged us here?" he asked, twirling the spear effortlessly as if it weighed nothing. The third, a slender man with sharp features and a bow slung over his shoulder, adjusted his glasses and scanned the room critically. "I hope there's a good reason for this nonsense," he said, his tone cold and dismissive. "You don't just summon people without explaining yourselves." Izuku remained sitting, his back against the cold stone floor. Unlike the others, he didn't demand answers. He stared at the shield on his arm, ornate and shining, trying to process what had just happened. Shield hero? Save the world? What does that even mean? His heart pounded as he tried to make sense of the situation. The robed mages surrounding them exchanged uneasy glances before one stepped forward, staff in hand. The hooded figure's voice resonated through the chamber. "You 4 have been summoned here as the chosen heroes of the legendary weapons. You are the sword hero, spear hero, bow hero, and shield hero." "Chosen heroes?" the man with the sword scoffed. "No thanks. I don't remember signing up for this." The man with the spear smirked, leaning on his weapon. "Let me guess, there's a catch. What do you want us to fight?" The mage hesitated, then continued. "You have been summoned to repel the waves of catastrophe, which threaten to destroy our world." "Waves of catastrophe?" the bow-wielding man echoed, frowning. "What does that even mean?" "You will face monsters of unimaginable power, ones that appear when the waves descend upon our lands," the mage explained. "Your task is to protect our world from this threat. In return, you will be richly compensated. Treasures, fame, glory, anything you desire will be yours upon completing your mission. Once the waves have been repelled, you will also be able to return to your respective worlds." At the mention of treasure and compensation, the sword, spear, and bow heroes' attitudes shifted. The man with the sword cracked a grin. "So, we save your world and we get to go home rich? All right, sounds fair." The spear-wielding man nodded, his smirk widening. "I could get used to being a hero if it comes with a payday like that." The bow-wielder adjusted his glasses, his expression calculating. "Fine, but I expect a detailed explanation of what we're dealing with." Izuku, meanwhile, remained silent. His mind was still racing, and he didn't share the arrogance or eagerness of the others. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't even close to being one. How could he possibly help anyone, let alone save a world? He stared at the mages, his mouth opening to ask a question. But before he could speak, the other 3 were already moving forward. "All right, let's get this over with," the sword wielder said impatiently. The mages nodded and gestured for them to follow. They were led down a spiraling stone staircase, the air growing warmer as they descended deeper into the tower. The torchlight cast long shadows on the walls, adding an eerie atmosphere to their journey. Eventually, they were brought to a grand chamber with a round table at its center. The room was adorned with banners depicting the 4 legendary weapons, and servants quickly brought food and drink for the summoned heroes. Once everyone was seated, the sword hero leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "Well, I guess we should introduce ourselves," he said, his tone casual. "I'm Rinamaki. I'm 21, from Japan, and I'm a college student. I'm guessing we're all from Earth." The spear hero smirked and pointed to himself. "I'm Motoyasu Kitamura, 22, also from Japan. I'm the life of the party, so don't worry, I'll keep things interesting." The bow hero adjusted his glasses, speaking in a cool, detached voice. "Itsuki Kawasumi, 17. And yes, I'm from Japan as well. I was a high school student." They all turned to Izuku, who shifted nervously in his seat, the shield on his arm feeling heavier than before. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm 18 and, yeah, I'm from Japan too. I was a pre-med student. The room fell quiet for a moment as the others took in his introduction. Rin raised an eyebrow. Well, don't worry. Just stick behind the rest of us, and you'll be fine. Motoyasu grinned, leaning closer. Yeah, shield hero. You're the support class, right? Guess that makes sense. Izuku felt the weight of their words but said nothing. He glanced at the shield on his arm, wondering if he was truly prepared for whatever lay ahead. How did I end up here? And how am I supposed to save a world when I couldn't even save my own? Izuku shifted in his seat, glancing between the three other summoned heroes as curiosity gnawed at him. Their confident attitudes were intimidating, but he couldn't ignore the chance to learn more about their experiences. The moment felt right, so he hesitantly broke the silence. Can I ask you something? He began, his voice soft but steady. The others looked at him, their expressions curious but impatient. How has Japan been, since everything fell apart? I mean, after the fall of Hero Society, the fight between All Might and All for One, the death of the number one hero, Overhaul creating quirk erasing bullets, and Lemillion. His voice cracked as he spoke faster, his memories rushing back with painful clarity. He died trying to protect someone. The chaos that followed, the villains rising to power, Hero Society was destroyed. The room fell silent. Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki exchanged confused glances. Ren was the first to speak, his voice sharp and skeptical. What are you talking about? Japan isn't destroyed. Izuku blinked, caught off guard. What do you mean? It is. I lived through it. The fires, the battles. All Might, he died saving us. It was everywhere in the news. There's no way you haven't heard about it. Motoyasu frowned, leaning back in his chair. Dude, that never happened. You sure you're okay? You sound like you've been playing way too many games or something. No. Izuku's voice rose in desperation. It's not a game. It really happened. Look, I have proof. He quickly pulled out his phone, his hands trembling as he scrolled through saved articles and images. He thrust the phone toward them, the screen displaying headlines of All Might's final battle, the devastation of Japan, and the rise of villainy. Ren and Motoyasu leaned in, their expressions shifting from confusion to disbelief. I've never seen any of this before, Ren muttered, his brow furrowed. What the heck? Motoyasu frowned, tilting his head. It looks real, but it's not my Japan. Itsuki, who had been quiet until now, adjusted his glasses and spoke in a measured tone. Are you talking about espers? Because in my world, we don't call them heroes. And I've never heard of an esper named All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped. Esper? No, I mean heroes. Like actual pro-heroes who protect people. Wait, Itsuki said, holding up a hand. If your Japan is so different from ours, what if we're all from alternate versions of the same world? The room went quiet again as the weight of his words sank in. Ren nodded slowly. That could make sense. My Japan didn't have any of this All Might or quirk erasing bullet stuff either. Motoyasu scratched his head. Okay, so we're all from different Japans? That explains why things don't add up. What about you, Shield Hero? Where were you living when you got summoned? I was in America, Izuku admitted. My mom and I moved there after Japan fell apart. It was safer. The group exchanged glances, the pieces starting to fit together. Well, that's one mystery down, Itsuki said, leaning back. But it still doesn't explain why we were summoned. Motoyasu smirked. Maybe because we're awesome. Izuku shook his head. I don't think it's just that. What about this world? You all seem to know something about it. Ren nodded. Yeah, it's a game I played once. It's called The Four Legendary Heroes Chronicles. But for me, it was a VR game. Motoyasu chimed in. For me, it was a computer game. I played it with some friends. We all competed to see who could finish it first. Itsuki adjusted his glasses again. It was a console game in my world. The mechanics were different, but the story was mostly the same. Izuku frowned. I've never heard of that game before. I only know about it because of this book I found, The Record of the Four Holy Weapons. Rin looked at him, intrigued. Wait, you had a book? Where is it? Izuku's face fell. Oh no, I think I dropped it when we were summoned. Crap. Motoyasu chuckled. Nice going, shield hero. Izuku flushed, but Itsuki waved it off. No use worrying about it now. So, you don't know anything about the mechanics? Izuku shook his head, his voice tinged with frustration and embarrassment. No, I don't. I don't have a quirk. The three other heroes looked at him in confusion. A quirk? What's that? Motoyasu asked, leaning forward. It's what gives people powers in my world, Izuku explained, fidgeting slightly. Like superpowers. Most people are born with one. Itsuki adjusted his glasses, his interest piqued. Ha, that's strange. In my world, we call them espers. I'm one, I have accuracy enhancement. It makes me almost impossible to miss with my bow. Rin frowned slightly. That sounds useful, especially if it works with your weapon. Motoyasu groaned, throwing his hands up. Seriously? That's so unfair. Why didn't I get something like that? Izuku felt a pang of jealousy but pushed it aside. He pulled a notebook from his backpack, flipping it open to a blank page. Can you tell me how you all level up your weapons in this world? I'm trying to figure out how everything works. The three heroes began to explain, each describing different mechanics for enhancing their weapons. One talked about forging, another about crafting materials, and the last about absorbing items. But as they spoke, the discussion quickly spiraled into an argument. That's not how it works, Rin snapped, pointing at Motoyasu. You can't just throw materials at your weapon and expect it to level up. Shows what you know, sword hero? Motoyasu shot back, crossing his arms. I've been doing it that way since the start, and it works perfectly. Itsuki rolled his eyes. Both of you are wrong. Absorbing ores is the only method that makes sense. It's efficient and effective. Their voices rose as they argued, cutting each other off and refusing to listen. Izuku felt a headache coming on but tried to focus. As he listened, something strange happened. His shield began to glow faintly, and symbols appeared in his vision, representing each of the methods they were describing. Without realizing it, he had subconsciously activated the shield's leveling ability and unlocked all three methods. Guys, stop! Izuku finally shouted, silencing the room. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. Can't we just figure this out together? The three stared at him for a moment, then reluctantly backed down, though their expressions made it clear they still didn't agree with one another. Fine, Rin muttered, but I'm sticking to what I know. Same here, Motoyasu added, his tone defensive. Itsuki simply shrugged, his face unreadable. Whatever works. Izuku sighed, sensing the tension between them. All right, so, what about this world? Can you tell me anything about it? The three heroes exchanged glances, then began speaking in vague terms. They mentioned the different lands, regions where monsters could be fought for experience, and places to gather resources. But their knowledge was surface level at best, focused more on practical gameplay mechanics than the actual history or lore of the world. It's not like that stuff matters, Motoyasu said with a grin. What's important is finding the best grind spots and getting stronger. Izuku frowned but said nothing. How am I supposed to understand this place if no one even knows its history? Still, he jotted down notes in his notebook, determined to make sense of it all. As the discussion tapered off, Izuku glanced at the glowing shield on his arm. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. He needed to figure out how to use this power if he was going to survive in this strange new world. The heavy doors creaked open, and a servant entered the room. He was a tall man with a sharp, professional demeanor. His head bowed slightly as he addressed the group. Apologies for the delay, he said politely, but the king will see you now. He has just finished a brief conversation with his daughter. The heroes exchanged curious glances but said nothing, following the servant as he gestured for them to proceed. As they walked through the grand halls of the castle, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls, a faint sound caught their attention. It was soft at first, a light, melodic giggle, almost childlike, followed by the unmistakable jingle of coins. Did you hear that? Izuku asked quietly, glancing over his shoulder. Motoyasu grinned. Probably just someone counting their treasure. Maybe we'll be doing the same soon. Ren and Itsuki gave him unimpressed looks but didn't comment further. The group continued down the corridor, the sounds fading into the distance as they approached the throne room. The throne room was a grand spectacle. Ornate banners hung from the high ceilings, each bearing the sigil of the kingdom. A massive golden throne sat atop a raised dais, and behind it loomed an intricate stained glass window depicting the 4 legendary weapons. The king sat on the throne, an older man with a regal bearing, though his tired eyes betrayed the weight of responsibility. The heroes were ushered forward, standing before the king as the servants stepped aside. The king surveyed them with a critical eye, nodding slightly as if assessing their worth. "Introduce yourselves," he commanded, his voice firm but not unkind. Ren stepped forward first, his posture confident. "I am Ren Amaki, the sword hero." Motoyasu followed, flashing a charming grin. "Motoyasu Kitamura, the spear hero, at your service." Itsuki adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and measured. "Itsuki Kawasumi, the bow hero." Izuku took a hesitant step forward, his heart pounding. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, the—" Before he could finish, the king raised a hand, silencing him. Yes, the shield hero," he said dismissively, his tone less enthusiastic than when addressing the others. "You are all here because our world is on the brink of destruction. The waves of catastrophe are a threat unlike any other, and without your intervention, we will surely fall." The heroes exchanged uneasy glances as the king continued. "If you repel the waves and protect our lands, you will be handsomely rewarded. Riches beyond your wildest dreams will be yours, and once the waves are defeated, you will be allowed to return to your respective worlds." Motoyasu's grin widened. "Sounds like a deal to me. So what's the plan? We team up and crush these waves?" The king shook his head. "Unfortunately, it is not that simple. You cannot gain experience if you are in the same party as one another. The power of the legendary weapons prevents it." "What?" Motoyasu exclaimed. "You mean we can't team up?" The king nodded gravely. "That is correct. You must each form your own party and grow stronger independently. Adventurers from across the kingdom will arrive tomorrow to join your respective groups and aid you on your journey." Rin frowned. "That's inconvenient, but I guess it makes sense. If we all stayed together, we'd rely too much on each other." Itsuki crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful. "Fine. As long as we get competent allies, I don't see a problem with it." Izuku, who had remained quiet, felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. "I don't know anyone here. How am I supposed to form a party?" He glanced at the other 3 heroes, who seemed far more confident in their abilities. The king gestured for a servant to approach. "You will be provided rooms for the night. Rest well, for tomorrow marks the beginning of your journey. The fate of our world rests in your hands." The heroes were escorted out of the throne room, their thoughts racing as they prepared for the challenges ahead. They settled in for the night. When they finally went to bed, Izuku stared at the ceiling of his room, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. No quirk, no experience, and no allies. What am I supposed to do? The next morning, Izuku and the other heroes were brought back to the throne room. This time, it was filled with adventurers of all kinds. Swordsmen, archers, mages, and more, all eager to join the legendary heroes. The air buzzed with excitement and anticipation as the king stepped forward to address the room. "Adventurers," the king's voice boomed, "today you will pledge your loyalty to one of the 4 heroes. Choose wisely, for your fate will be tied to theirs as they repel the waves of catastrophe and protect our world." The adventurers nodded, and one by one, they began selecting which hero they would follow. Izuku watched nervously as groups formed around the sword, spear, and bow heroes. Rin quickly attracted a strong, well-rounded team, including a tank, a healer, and skilled DPS fighters. Itsuki, with his calm demeanor, garnered a group of strategic adventurers who seemed experienced and versatile. Motoyasu, to no one's surprise, was surrounded by a group of women, most of whom seemed enamored with his charm. Izuku waited patiently, his shield strapped to his arm, hoping that at least one or two adventurers would come forward. But as the room began to thin out, no one stepped toward him. He glanced around nervously, realizing that he was being completely ignored. The king's stern voice cut through the awkward silence. "It seems the rumors of the shield hero's incompetence have spread throughout the kingdom," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "No one wishes to join him." Izuku's stomach sank, his mind racing. "Rumors? About me? But I haven't even done anything yet." His thoughts shifted to the conversation from the night before. Could someone have been spying on them? He clenched his fists, his face a mix of frustration and confusion. Before despair could fully set in, a voice rang out from the crowd. "I'll join the shield hero." The adventurers parted, revealing a young woman with fiery red hair and a confident smile. She stepped forward with grace, her piercing eyes meeting Izuku's. "My name is Mine," she said sweetly. "I'd be honored to fight alongside you, shield hero." Izuku's eyes widened, and he felt tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I promise I won't let you down." Mine took a subtle step back, waving a hand in front of her. "No need for the waterworks," she said with a chuckle. "Let's just focus on getting stronger together." The king, observing the exchange, nodded. Since the shield hero has fewer party members, he will receive additional funding. The sword, spear, and bow heroes will each receive 600 silver pieces. The shield hero will be given 800. The other heroes grumbled but didn't object outright. Izuku, clutching the pouch of silver handed to him, felt a glimmer of hope. At least he wouldn't be starting completely empty-handed. Once outside the throne room, the heroes began discussing their next moves. It was clear that they had no intention of sticking together, each eager to pursue their own path. "We'll split up from here," Ren said bluntly. "It's better if we gain experience in different areas." Motoyasu grinned, his entourage of women giggling behind him. "Makes sense. No point in stepping on each other's toes." Itsuki adjusted his glasses, nodding. "Agreed. We'll see each other again during the next wave." Before they left, Izuku hesitated. Do you think maybe we could meet up later, just to talk about what we've learned? I think it'd be good to share information." The other three exchanged glances before Ren shrugged. "Fine. Meet us at the bar in the market district after a few hours. Don't expect much, though." "Yeah," Motoyasu added with a smirk. "Try not to get lost, shield hero." Izuku nodded, clutching his pouch of silver and glancing at Mine, who gave him a reassuring smile. Despite everything, he felt a flicker of hope. With Mine by his side and the silver in his pouch, he resolved to give it his all, no matter the challenges ahead. Izuku listened attentively as Mine explained their next destination. "A blacksmith named Erhardt. He's one of the best in town," she said, flashing him a charming smile. "You're going to need his help if you want to get started." When they arrived, the shop smelled of hot metal and wood smoke, the walls lined with swords, spears, shields, and armor of all shapes and sizes. A burly man with a scruffy beard and a rough demeanor stood behind the counter, hammering away at a piece of glowing metal. He glanced up when they entered. "Customers, huh? Name's Erhardt. What are you looking for?" Izuku stepped forward nervously. I'm the shield hero. I was hoping to get some equipment." Erhardt raised an eyebrow. "Shield hero, eh? All right. Let's see what you can handle." He pulled out a variety of weapons, laying them on the counter. "Try these." Izuku hesitated but reached for a small sword. The moment his fingers touched the hilt, a spark of electricity surged through him, causing him to yelp and drop the weapon. A notification appeared in his vision. "Invalid weapon." Erhardt chuckled. "Guess you're stuck with shields, huh? Don't worry, you'll get used to it." While Izuku nursed his hand, Mine wandered over to the armor display. Her eyes sparkled as she picked out a set of sleek, shiny armor, the kind that looked more ornamental than practical. "This will do nicely," she said, holding it up for Izuku to see. He frowned, his stomach twisting. That looks really expensive. Mine leaned in close, her red hair brushing against his cheek as she placed a finger under his chin. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Come on, shield hero. Don't I deserve the best if I'm going to protect you? Izuku's face turned bright red. WL. Maybe we can look for a discount? Mine giggled and stepped back as Izuku tried his hand at haggling. It was a skill he'd picked up during his childhood when he'd saved up every yen he could to buy All Might merchandise. After some back and forth, he managed to get the armor for 400 silver pieces, half his budget. It wasn't ideal, but Mine's insistence was hard to argue against. Once Mine had her armor, she suggested Izuku get some for himself. You're the shield hero. You need to be tanky. Izuku shook his head. I think I'll be fine for now. Let's save the rest of the money for other things. They headed out of town to a nearby field to hunt monsters. Mine explained that he needed to defeat them on his own to gain experience. The monsters, small orange creatures with comically oversized mouths, floated lazily in the air like balloons. These are balloon monsters, Mine said, crossing her arms. They're weak, so you should be able to handle them. Izuku nodded, stepping forward nervously. The first few encounters were awkward, with him fumbling to block and counter the monster's weak attacks. Took hours, but he eventually managed to defeat several of them. Each time one was defeated, its remains were absorbed into his shield, unlocking new bonus effects and abilities. A notification appeared after one battle. New shield unlocked. Balloon shield. Izuku glanced at the glowing text. So, my shield can copy things I absorb? That's kind of cool. By the time they finished, the sun was beginning to set. Though he had barely gained any XP, Izuku felt a small sense of accomplishment. Mine clapped her hands. Not bad for your first day. Let's head back to town. Later that evening, Izuku met up with the other heroes at a bustling bar. The atmosphere was lively, adventurers and townsfolk alike enjoying food and drink. Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki sat at a table, each flanked by their respective parties. Izuku joined them hesitantly, his exhaustion evident. So, how'd it go? Ren asked, sipping from a tankard. What kind of XP did you grind? Izuku scratched the back of his neck. Not much. I only fought balloon monsters. The three of them exchanged knowing looks before bursting into laughter. Balloon monsters? Motoyasu snorted. That's beginner-level stuff, shield hero. I didn't have much choice, Izuku muttered, and I couldn't even use any weapons. I tried, but... Ren smirked, cutting off Izuku's confused ramblings. Why would you even try to use a weapon? You're the shield hero. Shields are your only option. Izuku furrowed his brows, trying to process everything. But all I can do is defend. How am I supposed to? Motoyasu interjected with a chuckle. At least copy some shields, dude. That'll help you get better stats. Copy shields. Izuku tilted his head, confused. I can do that? Of course, Itsuki said, adjusting his glasses. If you find a shield and hold it in your other hand, your legendary shield can copy it and gain its abilities. It's a basic feature of the legendary weapons. To demonstrate, Ren held up his sword, which suddenly transformed into a sleek katana with glowing edges. See? It's not just shields. Our weapons can transform into different forms as we unlock new abilities. That's crazy, Izuku said, eyes wide. Crazy useful, Motoyasu added with a grin. Also, when you defeat monsters, you'll get drops, items like materials, potions, and herbs. They'll show up in your inventory menu. Izuku quickly opened his own inventory, a translucent interface appearing before him. Sure enough, there were items listed from the balloon monsters he'd defeated earlier. Minor herbs and wire drops. His face lit up with excitement. This is amazing. I'm going back to the blacksmith to see if I can copy some shields. The other heroes chuckled at his enthusiasm. Have fun, shield hero, Rin said, waving him off. Mine yawned delicately, stretching her arms. I'm feeling a little tired, she said. I'll head back to the inn and wait for you there. We can have dinner when you return. All right, Izuku said with a smile. I'll be back soon. Izuku hurried to the blacksmith's shop, bursting through the door with a wide grin. Erhart looked up from his work, raising an eyebrow. Back already, shield hero? Yeah, Izuku said eagerly, glancing at the shields displayed on the walls. I learned a cool new trick, wanna see? Erhart crossed his arms, watching skeptically as Izuku grabbed the most expensive-looking shield in the shop. With a quick thought, his legendary shield glowed faintly, and a notification appeared. New shield copied. Steel Tower Shield. Izuku's grin widened as he checked the stats, which were significantly better than his starting shield. It worked, he exclaimed. The blacksmith's jaw dropped, and he scowled. What the hell did you just do? Izuku flinched at Erhart's tone and quickly explained. I can copy shields using my legendary shield. It's part of its ability. I feel bad about doing it for free, though. How about I pay you 200 silver to let me copy the rest of the shields in your shop? Erhart grumbled, scratching his beard. Fine, but you'd better promise to come back here if you want a new shield made. I don't want you running off to someone else after this. Deal, Izuku said, nodding earnestly. I'll always come to you for shields. With the agreement settled, Izuku spent the next several minutes copying the shields in the shop, his inventory filling up with a variety of options. By the time he left, he was practically bouncing with excitement. He thought about the leveling system and how they were all trying to teach him it, and then a notification popped up. He looked at the screen, seeing all the leveling up methods that they described. He smiled and jumped, feeling that he's finally making progress. When Izuku returned to the inn, Mine was sitting in the common room, her fiery red hair catching the flickering light of the lanterns. She was casually twirling a strand of it between her fingers, a glass of wine in her other hand. Her eyes lit up when she saw him, and a sly smile spread across her lips. You're back, she said, her voice warm and inviting. Did everything go well at the blacksmith? Izuku nodded eagerly, his face lighting up. Yeah, I was able to copy a bunch of shields. It's amazing how much better my options are now. Her smile widened, and she leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand. That's wonderful, Sir Hero. You're already making such impressive progress. Her tone was sweet, but there was a playful edge to it that made his heart race. They ordered food, and Mine poured herself another glass of wine. She took deliberate sips, her movements slow and deliberate, drawing attention to the way her body moved. As she reached for her glass, her chest jiggled subtly, and Izuku couldn't help but glance before quickly looking away, his face turning crimson. She caught the look and giggled softly, tilting her head as she gazed at him. What are you staring at, Shield Hero? Izuku's eyes widened, and he stammered, And nothing. I wasn't, I mean. Her laughter was light and teasing as she leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a sultry whisper. You're so cute when you're flustered. I think it's one of your best qualities. He froze, unsure of how to respond, his face burning as she rested her hand lightly on his arm. She smiled, clearly enjoying his reaction, and traced a finger along the rim of her glass. You know, she said, her voice like silk, it's nice to see a hero who's so humble. Most men would be bragging nonstop, but you're sweet. Handsome, too. Handsome? Izuku blinked, his voice cracking slightly. I don't think. Oh, but you are, she interrupted, leaning in closer so their faces were only inches apart. Handsome, and kind, and so pure. Her green eyes sparkled mischievously as she studied his face, and he felt like his heart might explode. After dinner, Mine leaned back in her chair, stretching gracefully before giving him a knowing smile. It's been a long day, hasn't it, Shield Hero? Yeah, Izuku admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. I didn't realize how much there is to learn. She stood, placing a hand on his shoulder. Well, you've been working hard, and I think you deserve a proper hero's welcome. What do you say we head upstairs? I got 2 separate rooms. Yours is across the hall from mine. He blinked, caught off guard. Are you sure? I mean, I'm not really used to, I don't usually. Her finger pressed gently against his lips, silencing him. Come on. she purred, her voice soft and inviting. A hero needs a hero's welcome, doesn't he? And I'd like to provide it, Sir Hero. His heart pounded in his chest, but he managed a small smile. Yeah, okay, that sounds great. In his room, Izuku barely had time to process what was happening before Mine pushed him onto the bed with surprising strength. She climbed onto his lap, straddling him, her red hair cascading down her shoulders like a fiery waterfall. Her hands rested on his chest, and she leaned in close, her lips just a breath away from his. His face turned a deep shade of red, and he instinctively turned his head, her lips brushing against his cheek instead. Mine paused, tilting her head as she looked down at him, her expression a mix of surprise and amusement. "Shy, are we?" she murmured, her voice dripping with teasing affection. "You really are pure, aren't you, Shield Hero?" I just," he stammered, his eyes darting everywhere but her face. "I've never, I mean." She placed a finger under his chin, gently tilting his face so their eyes met. "Relax," she whispered, her tone soft and soothing. "I find it adorable. It makes you even more charming." Her lips brushed against his ear, her breath warm as she whispered, "Shield Hero, I need you tonight. Protect me from the cold with your warmth." Izuku's heart felt like it was going to burst. His throat was dry, his hands shaking slightly, but he managed to meet her gaze. Her green eyes bore into his, and he felt something shift inside him. An unfamiliar but undeniable pull. "Yes," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Yes." Their lips met in a passionate kiss, her hands sliding up to cradle his face as their tongues danced together. Izuku's hands hesitated before settling on her hips, his fingers trembling as he squeezed gently. Mine smiled against his lips, finding his innocence endearing as she guided him with practiced ease. Her movements were slow and deliberate, every shift of her body designed to draw him deeper into her spell. "That's it, Sir Hero," she whispered, her voice a tantalizing mix of encouragement and seduction. "You're doing so well." Izuku's thoughts were a jumbled mess, his usual overthinking drowned out by the intensity of the moment. For the first time in his life, he let go of his doubts and fears, losing himself in the warmth of her touch and the softness of her lips. Lemon warning. Mine's hands deftly removed Izuku's shirt, revealing his pale skin and the gentle rise and fall of his chest. Her fingertips traced the contours of his muscles, tracing the lines of his lean body. She admired the strength beneath his shy exterior with a hungry gaze. My, she purred. "You're quite the specimen, aren't you, Shield Hero?" Izuku flushed, his blush spreading down his neck and chest. "And no, I'm not," he stammered, but Mine silenced him with another kiss. Her lips moved from his mouth to his neck, trailing kisses down to his collarbone. She nipped at his skin, relishing the soft gasp that escaped his lips. "Don't be so modest," she murmured, her voice muffled against his flesh. "It's one of the things I adore about you." Mine's hands moved deftly, unlatching her armor piece by piece. She cast aside each item carelessly, her focus solely on Izuku. His eyes widened as more and more of her creamy skin was revealed to his hungry gaze. She wore little beneath the armor, a scrap of lace the only barrier between her and his touch. With a teasing smile, she unclasped her bra, freeing her breasts. They bounced enticingly before settling into her hands. "Like what you see," she purred, leaning in close enough that he could feel her warm breath on his neck. Izuku's only response was a breathy yes, before her lips claimed his again in a searing kiss. She dominated his mouth, her tongue invading deeply, thoroughly. She tasted of wine and desire, heady and intoxicating. Izuku was lost in her kiss, his world narrowing to the feel of her soft lips, her warm tongue dominating his mouth. He barely noticed as she moved, climbing his body like the queen of the hill. She threw a leg over his head, and suddenly his nose was buried in the soft flesh of her buttocks. He inhaled deeply, the scent of her musk filling his lungs. Before he could even process what was happening, Mine ground her pussy against his face. "Lick," she commanded, her voice brooking no argument. Taste me like I tasted you. His first touch was hesitant, his tongue flicking out to trace her slit. Mine shuddered, pressing herself more firmly against him. That's it, Sir Hero, she purred. Now be a good boy and eat your queen's cunt. Mine's command echoed in Izuku's ears, and like the obedient hero he was, he did as he was told. He lapped at her pussy, his tongue exploring every fold and crevice. The taste of her arousal flooded his senses, musky and intoxicating. He buried his face deeper, inhaling her scent as he tongue-fucked her sopping cunt. His nose was pressed firmly into the soft swell of her ass, the silky fabric of her white panties brushing against his skin. Even in the throes of passion, a small part of his mind marveled at how they stayed put, hugging her curves like a second skin. Yes, mine hissed, grinding her hips against his face. That's it, shield hero. Worship your queen's cunt. Her words were punctuated by soft gasps and moans, her fingers threading through his hair to hold him in place. Mine's moans grew louder, more urgent, as Izuku's tongue worked magic on her pussy. He lapped at her, his lips sealing around her clit to suckle gently. The feeling of his nose digging into the soft globes of her ass sent shivers down her spine. Don't stop, she gasped, her hips bucking against his face. I'm going to… Oh! Her words dissolved into a cry of ecstasy as her orgasm crashed over her like a tidal pussy clenched, her juices flooding Izuku's eager mouth. Helped it up greedily, not wanting to waste a single drop of her nectar. Slowly, she came down from her high, her body going limp with satiation. She rolled off him, collapsing onto the bed beside him with a satisfied sigh. She felt amazing, powerful, invincible even, but as quickly as the feeling came, it was replaced with a burning needed more of him. All of back onto the bed, she straddled his head once again, her ass pressing down on his face as she grinded against him. He gasped at the feeling, his hands gripping her hips, and she could feel the vibrations of his moan against her sensitive folds. As he resumed his task, Mine's hands lowered, seeking to unburden him from his before she could reach her goal. She felt an unfamiliar sensation. Instead of his tongue diving into her aching cunt, it traced a path up to her other eyes widened, and she let out a soft gasp. It wasn't painful, more surprising and intriguing. Izuku's inexperienced tongue slipped, accidentally probing the tight ring of muscle. He didn't understand what he'd done wrong, but Mine's body betrayed her reaction that a sharp inhale was quickly silenced, followed by a choked moan as she pressed her ass back, as if trying to capture his wayward muscle between her cheeks. He could feel her trembling, her juices flowing freely, coating his chin with their sweetness. The scent was intoxicating, making his head spin with desire. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Mine was in a similar state of arousal. This was her first time, the moment she'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. She'd done plenty with men before, sure, but this was the real deal. Losing her virginity, giving her innocence to the shield hero of all people. It was daunting, exhilarating, and goddess, did she want him to take her. Finally managing to yank down his pants, she cried out at the unexpected burst of pleasure that racked her body. The fabric caught on his impressive bulge for a moment before giving way, and she nearly fell face first onto the bed, catching herself with her hands just in time. Mine stared down at his member, her eyes widening with shock and a hint of fear. He was monstrous, massive and thick, standing proudly against his belly. "Sweet goddess," she breathed, "are you sure you're the shield hero? Because if that's what you're using to defend the realms." She trailed off, biting her lip as she glanced up at him through her lashes. Taking a deep breath, she gently moved herself closer, until her wet slit brushed against the engorged head of his cock. The contact made her shudder, anticipation coiling tight in her belly. This was it. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. Slowly, she lowered herself onto him, her body stretching wide to accommodate his impressive girth. As the head of his cock breached her virgin entrance, she bit down hard on her lip to stifle a pained cry. It was an odd mixture of agony and ecstasy, and she could feel the wet warmth of her blood mingling with her arousal, staining the previously pristine white of her panties a deep crimson. A smug smile crossed her face as she pictured it later, undeniable proof of her innocence taken, her purity lost to him alone. But now wasn't the time to think of that. Now she needed to assert her dominance, to remind him just who was in charge here. Leaning forward, she braced her hands on his chest, her nails digging into his skin hard enough to leave marks. She began to move, sliding up and down his length with increasing speed. "That's right," Mine hissed, her teeth grazing his earlobe. "I'm going to tame you, shield hero. Break you in and make you mine." Her fingers traced idle patterns on his chest, her nails leaving red lines in their wake. She sucked and nibbled at his neck, sure to leave marks for all to see. Izuku could only moan in response, his hands coming up to grip her hips hard enough to bruise. He was lost in the sensation, the tight heat of her cunt engulfing him, her fingers and teeth leaving trails of pleasure pain across his skin. She used him like a toy, riding him with abandon, chasing her own pleasure without a second thought for his. "I'm close," she panted, her hips snapping faster, harder. "You gonna come?" Her words ended in a scream as her orgasm overtook her, her pussy clenching around his cock like a vice. Mine didn't give him a chance to recover, instead picking up right where she left off. She rode him hard and fast, her hips slamming down onto his with enough force to make the bed creak. She knew she was close again already, but she was determined to make him fall apart first. Leaning down, she captured his earlobe between her teeth, biting just hard enough to make him gasp. Her fingers found his nipples, pinching and twisting the sensitive buds until he was writhing beneath her. "Who's your queen, shield hero?" she demanded, her voice low and dangerous. "Say it. Say my name." Izuku was beyond words at this point, lost in a haze of pleasure and pain. He could only moan and gasp in response as she worked him over, his cock twitching inside her, desperate for release. "That's right," Mine purred, sensing his impending climax. "You're mine." His seed filled her to the brink, her womb overflowing with his potent release. She groaned at the feeling, her pussy clenching around him, milking every last drop. Finally, she collapsed next to him, her body spent and satiated. But as she laid there, catching her breath, she noticed something peculiar. His cock. It wasn't softening. Normally, after a release, her lovers would lose interest quickly, their members shriveling up like overcooked noodles. But not him. No, his remained hard and ready, standing at attention as if waiting for her next command. Mine grinned, wrapping her hand around his girth and giving it a firm squeeze. He groaned at the touch, his hips jerking involuntarily. "You really are special," she mused, trailing her fingers up and down his length. "I don't think I've ever had one last this long." Mine shook her head with a smile. "Normally, yes. Once I've drained them, they're done for the night. But not you. No, you." She squeezed his still hard member for emphasis. "You're different." She leaned in close, her breath hot against his ear. "And I intend to find out just how different you are." Her fingers, slick with the combined essence of their releases, traced a path down her body until they reached her back entrance. She circled the tight ring of muscle, the unfamiliar sensation sending shivers down her spine. Then, with a deep breath, she pressed back against his tip, sinking down inch by inch. Izuku couldn't help himself. He'd been enjoying the show, watching her touch herself, but he needed more. Grabbing her hips, he slammed forward, burying himself to the hilt in one brutal thrust. They both cried out at the sudden intrusion, the stretch burning so good. Mine's body was overwhelmed with sensations, her mind going blank as the intense pleasure racked her body. But she couldn't let herself go completely, not now. She needed to regain control to show him who was in charge here. Her hand found his throat first, squeezing just hard enough to make him gasp. His hair came next, threading between her fingers as she gave a sharp tug. "I'm your queen," she snarled, her nails digging into his skin hard enough to leave marks. "And you will obey my commands." Another tug of his hair, harder this time. "Now fuck me. Fuck me hard and don't you dare stop until I'm satisfied." She punctuated her words with a squeeze of his throat and a roll of her hips, grinding down on him, her walls fluttering around his cock. Her eyes, hazy with lust, locked onto his own. Mine didn't give him a chance to respond, instead moving her hand from his throat to his chest and pushing him back onto the bed. Her eyes glittered dangerously as she climbed on top of him, straddling his hips with ease. She didn't bother to ask permission, simply lifting her hips until the head of his cock kissed her entrance before slamming down, taking him to the hilt in one smooth motion. He cried out at the sudden intrusion, his hands flying to her hips, trying to pull her closer, deeper. "That's right," Mine purred, setting a brutal pace. "Take what I give you. You're mine now, shield hero, and I'm going to use you until I've had my fill." She leaned forward, changing the angle slightly, and groaned as his cock hit that spot inside her that made stars burst behind her eyes. Her nails raked down his chest, leaving red welts in their wake. "Mine, queen," Izuku groaned, his hands gripping her hips hard enough to bruise. Every nerve in his body was screaming, pleasure mixing with pain in the most delicious way. And still, she drove him higher, her hips never ceasing their relentless rhythm. "You're mine," she snarled against his throat, sinking her teeth in deep. "Mine to use, mine to own. My little pet, my plaything." She punctuated each word with a particularly hard grind of her hips, eliciting a shout from the hero beneath her. His cock twitched inside her, the telltale flutter signaling his impending release. She could feel her own orgasm building, coiling tighter and tighter in her core. But she couldn't let him come yet, not until she was fully satisfied. "Not yet," she hissed, digging her nails into his shoulders hard enough to draw blood. "You don't get to come until I say so." Mine knew exactly when to stop, sensing the impending release in the way his cock pulsed inside her. She lifted herself off him abruptly, his member slipping free with the obscene sound. He cried out at the sudden loss, his hands grabbing at her, trying to pull her back. "Beg," she commanded, looking down at him imperiously. "Beg for my asshole. Show me how much you want it." Her voice was cold, hard, brooking no argument. She reached up to play with her tits, twisting her nipples roughly, putting on a show. If he wanted her, he would have to work for it. Izuku was past caring, past the point of pride. He needed her, needed to be inside her again. "Please," he rasped, his voice hoarse. "Please, queen, I need your asshole." He looked up at her through half-lidded eyes, his own glazed with lust. Mine threw her head back in laughter, her eyes gleaming with a mix of cruelty and dark desire. "What a good little slut you are," she purred, licking her lips. "So desperate for your queen's holes." She punctuated her words with a cruel twist of her nipple, watching as he squirmed beneath her. Leaning down, she captured his mouth in a bruising kiss, all tongues and teeth. Her fingers threaded through his hair, tugging hard as she ground herself down onto him. He moaned into her mouth, the sound muffled by her lips. She broke the kiss with a gasp, her eyes locking onto his own. Izuku could only groan in response, his body still quaking from his release. He barely had a moment to catch his breath before she was hopping off, his cock slipping free with a wet sound. He blinked up at her through hooded eyes, confused briefly when he saw his member was still standing tall. "How?" The thought was cut off as she smiled, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Time for you to get your reward, shield hero," she purred, her hand already wrapping around his shaft. "I'll finish you off the same way I finish all my toys." Without waiting for a response, she dropped to her knees, her mouth already watering at the sight of his impressive length. "I've had a lot of training," she warned him with a smirk, "so brace yourself." With that, she leaned forward and dragged her tongue up his length, from base to tip, before taking him into her mouth hole. Her hands moved with expert precision, massaging and kneading his balls as her mouth worked up and down his length. She traced patterns with her tongue, committing each of his reactions to memory. Izuku was lost in a haze of pleasure, his head thrown back against the pillows, mouth hanging open in a silent cry. His hands tangled in her hair, pulling her closer, deeper, but she just smirked around his length and popped off with a wet sound. "This thing," she said with a laugh, "covers my whole face." She ran her tongue along the underside, from base to tip, before taking just the head into her mouth and sucking hard. Izuku jerked, his hips coming off the bed at the sensation. Around them, his length twitched and pulsed, the veins standing out in sharp relief against the flushed skin. Mine could taste his release, salty and bitter on her tongue. But she wasn't done with him yet. She bobbed her head faster, her hand moving in time with her mouth. The combination was too much, and he felt his release building in the pit of his stomach. With a shout, he came, his seed filling her mouth. But she didn't swallow, instead holding it there to show him. He groaned at the sight, his member twitching and pulsing. She grinned around his length, swallowing, then giving his tip a kitten lick. "Time to use my ultimate technique," she said with a wink. "Brace yourself, shield hero. I'm about to drain you dry." With that, she took him into her mouth again, her hand moving in tight circles around the base. She could feel him twitching, trying to come down from his high, but she didn't let up, instead sucking harder, deeper, until he was squirming beneath her, begging for release. Mine smirked, dragging her wet finger along his trembling thigh. "Every man has a weak point," she purred, her eyes glittering dangerously. "And today, you're going to learn exactly where yours is." She didn't give him a chance to respond, instead diving back down and attacking his sensitive tip with her tongue. At the same time, her hand slid lower, one finger pressing against his twitching hole. She didn't breach him immediately, instead circling the tight ring of muscle teasingly. Izuku's breathing was ragged, his hips twitching involuntarily. Then, without warning, she pushed forward, her middle finger sliding knuckle-deep into his virgin entrance. He let out a choked moan, his back arching off the bed at the invasion. But before he could adjust, she hit his prostate, and he went wild, thrashing beneath her like a man possessed. Mine grinned wickedly around his length as he thrashed beneath her, his seed spurting out of him in great hot ropes. She pulled back, letting it paint her face, marking her as his queen in the most primal way possible. She ran her tongue along her lips, lapping up the salty essence that clung to them. "Didn't I tell you to brace yourself, little shield hero?" she teased, giving his softening cock a pat. His penis finally went limp, unable to withstand the onslaught of her attentions. She leaned down, placing a kiss on the sensitive tip before murmuring to it. "You fought well, but you weren't a match for me." Together, they collapsed onto the bed, their bodies intertwined as they drifted off to sleep, spent and satisfied. Even in his dreams, Izuku couldn't escape her touch, his body yearning for more even as it was overwhelmed by exhaustion. The next morning, Izuku woke up alone in his bed, the lingering warmth of the night before a distant memory as sunlight streamed through the window. His body ached in unfamiliar ways, and a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "Last night, the thoughts made his face flush as he replayed the tender, passionate moments they had shared. But the peace shattered as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway outside his room. Before he could fully process the noise, the door burst open with a deafening crash. A group of armored knights stormed in, their faces stern and unyielding. Izuku bolted upright, clutching a blanket to cover himself, his heart racing. "What's going on?" One of the knights pointed a gauntlet hand at him. "Get dressed, shield hero. You're coming with us." "Wait, what did I do?" Izuku asked, panic creeping into his voice. "What's this about?" The knights didn't answer, yanking him to his feet and shoving clothes into his arms. They stood over him as he hastily dressed, barely giving him time to process the situation. The lead knight sneered as Izuku struggled to fasten his belt, his hands shaking. Moments later, he was dragged unceremoniously through the castle halls and into the throne room. The other three heroes were already there, their expressions ranging from confusion to barely veiled disdain. Mine was there too, her face buried in Motoyasu's chest as she sobbed dramatically. The spear hero's arms were wrapped protectively around her, his face red with both anger and embarrassment. "What is this about?" Izuku demanded, his voice cracking as he looked around. "Why am I here?" The king rose from his throne, his expression cold and condemning. "Shield hero, You stand accused of forcing yourself on Lady Mine. Izuku's stomach dropped, and his heart felt like it stopped beating. What? That's not true. Last night, it was consensual. We both wanted it. Mine let out a wail, tears streaming down her face as she clung to Motoyasu. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared. I begged him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. Motoyasu's face twisted in fury as he pointed his spear at Izuku. You bastard! How dare you! Izuku's voice rose in desperation. She's lying. Everything that happened last night was consensual. Mine, tell them the truth. But Mine only sobbed louder, her act perfect as she shook her head. I didn't know what to do. After it happened, I ran to Motoyasu for help. One of the knights stepped forward, holding up a piece of fabric stained with blood. This was found in the Shield Hero's room. Mine gasped theatrically. It was my first time. I was so scared, I didn't know who else to turn to. Izuku stared at the scene in disbelief, his mind reeling. The pieces clicked into place, and his face twisted in rage. It was a setup from the start, wasn't it? His voice was low but filled with venom. You planned this, all of it. Ren and Itsuki exchanged uneasy glances, but Motoyasu tightened his grip on his spear. Don't try to weasel out of this, Shield Hero. You're nothing but a coward. Izuku snapped, his voice echoing through the throne room. You're all idiots. Can't you see that this is a lie? She's manipulating you. The king raised his hand to silence him. Enough. Do you have any proof to refute these claims, Shield Hero? Izuku's fists clenched at his sides. No, but I know the truth and so does she. He glared at Mine, who refused to meet his gaze. The king's expression remained cold. Normally, such a crime would warrant execution. However, you are a necessary figure in repelling the waves of catastrophe. We cannot risk losing the Shield Hero, as summoning another would be impossible unless all 4 heroes were to perish. Izuku's stomach churned as the king continued. Therefore, you will not be executed. Instead, you are hereby stripped of your stipend and any royal support. You will no longer receive aid from this kingdom and are banished from adventure parties associated with the crown. You will fend for yourself from this point forward. Izuku's jaw tightened as the words sank in. Fine, he spat. I don't need any of you. I'll make it on my own. He turned and stormed out of the throne room, his fists shaking with anger and humiliation. As he walked through the castle's grand halls, penniless and abandoned, the reality of his situation weighed heavily on him. He was alone in an unfamiliar world, betrayed and mocked by those who were supposed to be his allies. But despite the despair threatening to consume him, a spark of determination ignited in his chest. I'll prove them wrong. I'll survive. And when I do, they'll see just how wrong they were to doubt me. As Izuku trudged through the bustling streets, his mind was a storm of frustration and anger. The humiliation from the throne room still burned in his chest. His fists clenched tightly as he replayed the betrayal in his mind. He barely noticed the familiar voice calling his name until a strong hand grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall of a nearby building. What the hell did you do, Shield Hero? Erhart, the blacksmith, growled, his face inches from Izuku's. His eyes were hard, filled with a mix of anger and disappointment. Did you really? Izuku's green eyes met Erhart's with a fiery glare. No, he spat, his voice low but full of fury. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything wrong. The blacksmith held his gaze for a long moment, his grip loosening slightly. He searched Izuku's face, and in that instant, he saw the truth. The boy's rage wasn't the anger of someone caught in a lie. It was the anger of someone who had been wronged. Erhart sighed, releasing him. Damn it, the blacksmith muttered, running a hand through his hair. He reached into his shop and pulled out a green cloak, tossing it to Izuku. Here, take this. It's on the house, call it a copper discount. Pay me back when you can. Izuku caught the cloak, his anger softening as he looked at the blacksmith. Thank you, he said sincerely, draping the cloak over his shoulders. He pulled the hood up, feeling a small sense of comfort from the gesture. I'll pay you back, I promise. Erhart gave him a small nod. Go. Take care of yourself, shield hero. Izuku turned and left, making his way out of the city and into the nearby forest where the balloon monsters roamed. Meanwhile, back at the kingdom, Mine, now using her true name, Malti, stood with the spear hero and the other adventurers, a satisfied smile on her face. I think it's time I properly introduced myself, she said sweetly. My name is Maltius Melromark. The revelation earned surprised reactions, but Malti waved them off with a charming laugh. I just thought you should know, since we're going to be working together so closely. As the group chatted, Malti excused herself. I'll be right back. I need a moment. She disappeared into a nearby restroom. Inside, a figure identical to Malti emerged from the shadows, a personal body double, her shadow in disguise. Malti smirked, brushing a strand of her red hair over her shoulder. All right, this is where we switch places. You have the supplies, right? The shadow nodded, pointing at several bags in the corner. Malti quickly shed her ornate armor, inspecting the disguise the shadow had prepared. She scowled. This thing is too flashy for what I have planned. Burn it. The shadow nodded again, gathering the armor as Malti rifled through the bags. She pulled out a plain ring and slipped it onto her finger. Instantly, her red hair darkened to a sleek black, and cat ears sprouted from her head, accompanied by a slender tail. Malti grimaced, examining herself in a mirror. Ugh, I hate looking like a demi-human, she muttered, pulling the ring off and reverting to her normal form. She then donned a leather jacket with fur lining, matching leather pants, and a curved chest piece that accentuated her figure. Throwing on a black cloak, she grabbed the bag containing the shield hero's stolen possessions, money, and books from the church and the kingdom's library. She checked its contents carefully. Perfect, she said with a wicked grin. I'll be on my way now. Do your part and don't get caught. The shadow nodded once more as Malti climbed out of the window, scaling the building with ease. The shadow returned to the group, seamlessly taking Malti's place, while the real Malti headed for the forest. The forest. Izuku was struggling to fight the balloon monsters, his shield barely enough to fend off their bites. His frustration mounted as each encounter dragged on, his inexperience glaringly obvious. As another balloon lunged at him, a sudden burst of flame engulfed the creature, reducing it to ash in seconds. He spun around, startled, and froze when he saw the figure behind him. Malti stood there, her new outfit barely concealing her identity. She lowered her hand, smoke trailing from her fingertips, and gave him a small smile. Izuku, I can explain. I'm Maltius Melromark. I'm a princess. Rage flooded Izuku's face as he realized who it was. His fists clenched, and his green eyes blazed with anger. Explain? He shouted. You set me up. You lied to everyone and ruined my life. Malti took a cautious step forward, her voice calm and soothing. Please listen. I didn't mean for things to go this far. I can help you. Help me? Izuku interrupted, his voice trembling with fury. After what you did, why should I believe anything you say? Malti's expression softened, and she reached out a hand. Because I'm here now. I left the kingdom to find you, to make things right. You don't have to do this alone, Izuku. Izuku hesitated, his heart warring with his head. He wanted to kill her. The memory of her betrayal was too fresh, too raw. Why should I trust you? He asked, his voice quieter but no less intense. Malti stepped closer, her green eyes locking onto his. Because I'm the only one who knows what you're up against. And if you let me, I'll prove that I'm on your side. Izuku stared at her, his anger and confusion swirling in his mind as he tried to decide what to do next. Malti took a deep breath, steadying herself before beginning to speak. Her tone was soft, almost pleading, as she looked into Izuku's angry, distrustful eyes. The situation isn't as simple as you think, hero, she said, her voice trembling slightly. The Three Heroes Church is the main religion in our kingdom. They don't believe in the shield hero. To them, the shield hero isn't a savior but a devil, a villain because of the actions of the previous shield hero. That hero went to war with the kingdom long ago. Izuku's glare softened slightly, though his stance remained guarded. Then why summon me at all? If they hate the shield hero so much, why didn't they just summon the others? Malty looked away, as if ashamed, though her calculated expression betrayed none of her true intentions. They tried. They wanted to summon just 3 of the 4 heroes, but the ritual failed. The summoning doesn't work unless all 4 are called. Izuku frowned, his arms crossing. And they agreed to summon me? Just so they could frame me? She nodded solemnly. Yes, the church has immense power in the kingdom. They could even kill my father, the king, if they wanted to. Their original goal was to kill you outright, but they couldn't, not without starting a war with the neighboring kingdoms. Even now, this kingdom is on thin ice. The heroes were supposed to be summoned across multiple kingdoms, but only our church knew how to perform the ritual. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice cracked with practiced emotion. I'm so sorry, hero. I didn't have a choice. The lives of our people, the safety of the kingdom. It's all so important to me. I had to go along with their plan. Her shoulders shook as she began to cry, her sobs sounding genuine. I even gave up my innocence for the plan. But I regret it. I do. I didn't want this. I didn't want to hurt you. Izuku stood there, his fists clenched at his sides, his mind racing. Every instinct told him not to believe her, but her words were painfully convincing. Could she really be telling the truth? Or was this just another layer to her manipulation? He felt torn, his anger warring with the faint glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, someone in this world was willing to help him. Malty stepped closer, her green eyes shimmering with tears. I know you don't trust me, but I know a place where we can find the truth. Please, hero, believe me. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the kingdom and its people. Let me prove it to you. Izuku's jaw tightened as he stared at her. He didn't know if he could trust her, but he also didn't have much of a choice. If there was a chance to uncover the truth, he had to take it. Finally, he let out a frustrated sigh. Fine, let's confirm the truth first. Lead the way. Malty's face lit up with a small, hopeful smile. Thank you, hero. I promise you won't regret this. She led him back into the city, weaving through the narrow streets and avoiding any knights or adventurers who might recognize them. They stopped at a small, inconspicuous tent near the outskirts of the marketplace. Malty lifted the flap, motioning for Izuku to follow her inside. As they stepped inside the dimly lit tent near the marketplace, Izuku immediately noticed the pungent smell of incense and damp wood. Malty led him deeper into the tent, where they were greeted by a short, rotund man with greasy hair and a wicked grin plastered across his face. His cackling echoed in the confined space. Welcome, welcome, the man said, rubbing his hands together. I am Belukaz, the finest slave trader in the kingdom. What can I do for you today? Izuku froze, his eyes widening in shock. A slave trader? What are we doing here? He turned to Malty, his voice rising in disbelief. Are you trying to sell me into slavery? Malty quickly shook her head, raising her hands defensively. No, nothing like that, she said, her voice hurried. Slave marks don't work on the heroes. If they did, believe me, the church would have used them on you the moment you were summoned. Belukaz nodded, his grin growing even wider. Indeed, legendary heroes are immune to the slave crests. A true shame for business, but such are the rules of the world. Izuku's tension eased slightly, though his glare didn't waver. Then why are we here? Malty took a deep breath, stepping closer. Because I'm going to become your slave. What? Izuku stared at her, utterly baffled. Why would you do that? So you can trust me, Malty replied simply, her expression serious. With a slave mark, I can't lie to you. You'll have full control over me, and if I break my word, you'll know immediately. Izuku frowned, his suspicion not entirely quelled. And I'm just supposed to believe that you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart? What's stopping me from using the mark to keep you as a permanent slave? Malty smirked, her confidence returning. There are laws against enslaving humans. Demi-humans are considered property in this kingdom, but enslaving a human, especially a noble like me, would mean certain death. My father wouldn't hesitate to execute you if he found out. Izuku sneered, folding his arms. Fine, fine. Whatever. Let's get this over with. Balukas chuckled, leading them into the basement of the tent. The air grew colder and mustier as they descended, the faint flicker of torches illuminating the stone walls. At the center of the room was a wooden table covered in various tools, including a bowl of ink and a crude needle. Let's begin, Balukas said, motioning for Malti to stand in the center of a glowing magic circle etched into the floor. Hero, I'll need a drop of your blood. Izuku reluctantly extended his hand, wincing as the slaver pricked his finger and let a single drop of blood fall into the bowl of ink. Balukas mixed the blood into the ink, his grin never faltering. This is going to be fun. Malti loosened her cloak and pulled her shirt aside, exposing her chest where the mark would be placed. The slaver dipped the needle into the blood-infused ink and began drawing the intricate symbol on her skin. As the process completed, a faint glow emanated from the mark, and a notification appeared in Izuku's vision. New slave acquired, Maltius, Melromark. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the notification. He opened the settings, finding a command option labeled Truth Restriction. Without hesitation, he activated it and looked at Malti. Tell me, he said, his voice firm, is what you said about the church true? Yes, Malti replied immediately, her voice steady. The mark didn't react. To test it further, Izuku ordered her to lie. Say something that's not true. Malti smirked faintly. I'm 10 feet tall, she gasped mid-sentence as the mark glowed brightly, causing her to clutch her chest. A jolt of light seared through the symbol before subsiding. Izuku deactivated the punishment, nodding to himself. All right, it works. Izuku's mind was spinning as he stared at Malti, his emotions a tangled mess of anger, suspicion, and grudging hope. The slave mark on her chest glowed faintly, a constant reminder of the truth he sought to uncover. He steadied himself and began asking the questions that burned in his mind. Why was the summoning ritual a failure? He asked, his voice sharp. Malti straightened her posture, her expression calm and calculated. The three heroes' church only intended to summon the sword, spear, and bow heroes. They consider the shield hero a devil due to the actions of the last shield hero, who went to war with the kingdom. The mark didn't react, confirming her honesty. Izuku frowned, pressing further. Then why did they summon me? If they hate the shield hero so much, why bring me here? They had no choice, she replied. The ritual doesn't work unless all four heroes are summoned. The church knew this but agreed only under the condition that I help frame you and turn public opinion against you. Again, the mark didn't glow, and Izuku nodded, his fists clenching. And the church's ultimate goal? Why go to such lengths to destroy me? Malti hesitated but maintained her composure. The church wants control of the kingdom. They see the shield hero as a threat to their power and influence. If they could eliminate you without risking a war with the other kingdoms, they would have done so already. The answers felt rehearsed but truthful, and the mark remained inactive. Still, Izuku wasn't satisfied. He needed to dig deeper. Why did you accuse me of that crime? He asked, his voice low but dangerous. Was it really to protect your family and the kingdom? For the first time, Malti faltered. She averted her gaze, her lips pressing into a thin line. It was necessary. If I hadn't done it, the church would have. Suddenly, the slave mark flared to life, glowing brightly as a sharp hiss filled the air. Malti gasped, clutching her chest as the magic punished her for lying. Her knees buckled, and she let out a pained groan, glaring at Izuku through gritted teeth. You lied, Izuku said, his voice cold. Tell me the truth. Malti straightened slowly, her face a mask of anger and disdain. The sweet, apologetic tone she had been using vanished, replaced by sharp honesty laced with venom. Fine. You want the truth? Here it is. I don't care about you. I never did. My goal has always been to rule this kingdom, and framing you was just a step in that direction. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as she continued, her voice unwavering. The only reason you're still alive is because of me. I convinced them not to kill you outright, so you should be grateful. You wouldn't have survived without me. His hands trembled with rage, and his voice rose. Grateful? You ruined my life. You framed me for a crime I didn't commit, destroyed my reputation, and left me with nothing. You're a selfish, manipulative. Careful, hero, Malti interrupted, her voice sharp. You might not like what I've done, but you don't have a choice. This world wants you dead. The church is hunting you, and no one else will stand by your side. You need me if you want to survive. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, his green eyes blazing with defiance. I don't need you, he spat, his voice shaking with anger. I can figure this out on my own. I'll survive without you. Malti raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a mocking smirk. Oh, really? You think you can survive in this world without me? Let me remind you of something, hero. You can't attack. Without someone like me by your side, you're as good as dead. Izuku glared at her, his anger boiling over. He grabbed the shield strapped to his arm and began pulling at it, his frustration mounting with each futile tug. Then I'll get rid of this damn thing, he shouted. If I can't attack, then what's the point? Malti crossed her arms, watching him struggle with thinly veiled amusement. Go ahead, hero. Try all you want. That shield is bound to you. There's no getting rid of it. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a sharp, venomous tone. Listen, hero. I hate the church just as much as you do. They promised me the kingdom, and guess what? They stabbed me in the back. Now I'm gonna stab them in the back. I'm going to burn them to the fucking ground. Her words hung in the air like a dark promise, and Izuku froze, his hands still gripping the shield. He stared at her, his anger warring with unease as she continued, her voice filled with raw conviction. You want revenge? She said, her green eyes locking onto his. So do I. You want to destroy your enemies? I'll destroy them for you, but I'm not doing it out of the goodness of my heart. I want what I was promised. I want the kingdom, and if you help me get that, then I'll help you get what you want. Izuku's breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling as he processed her words. You're insane, he muttered. You'd burn the world just to sit on a throne. Malti laughed, a cold, bitter sound. You're damn right I would. But guess what? You don't have a choice. I have resources. I have money. I have contacts who can support us. What do you have? A shield that won't let you fight and a kingdom that wants you dead. Her words hit him like a punch to the gut, and he gritted his teeth, glaring at her. I don't want to believe you. I don't want to trust you. But the mark didn't activate. You're telling the truth, aren't you? Malti's smirk softened into a dangerous smile. Yes, hero. I'm telling the truth. Right now, I won't betray you. We're in this together, whether you like it or not. He stepped closer, his voice rising with fury. Promise me. Swear to me that you won't betray me. She met his gaze without flinching, her voice steady. I promise. For now, I won't betray you. Our goals align, and I need you alive to achieve mine. The slave mark on her chest remained dormant, proving her honesty. Izuku's shoulders sagged slightly, though the anger and distrust in his eyes didn't fade. Fine, he said through gritted teeth. We'll work together. But don't think for a second that I trust you. The moment you try to betray me, I'll make sure you regret it. Malti's smile widened, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, I'm trembling, hero. Truly. But don't worry. As long as you keep up your end of the deal, I have no reason to betray you. Now let's get moving. We have a kingdom to dismantle, a church to burn, and your enemies to crush. Izuku glared at her one last time before turning away, his hands trembling with barely contained rage. I don't trust her, he thought. I never will. But for now, she's right. I don't have a choice. He grabbed some of the ink, pouring it in his shield, unlocking the slave shield. He looked over, seeing the benefits. Satisfied, Izuku turned to Belukkas. Do you have a weaker version of the slave mark? One that doesn't hurt but still lets me know if she disobeys. The slaver frowned, scratching his chin. A weaker mark exists, but it's rare to use on humans. It would only glow if disobeyed. No pain involved. Why do you ask? Izuku glanced at Malti. I trust her for now, and since I can't keep her as a slave, if I use the weaker mark, she can still gain the benefits of the slave shield while letting her have some autonomy. Malty tilted her head, curious. Slave shield? What's that? Izuku explained, when I added some of this ink to my shield earlier, I unlocked a new ability, Slave Shield. It boosts the stats of my slaves. If you stay marked, it'll make you stronger. Malty nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. All right, I'll agree to it. But you'd better not abuse it, hero. Belucas chuckled. You're an odd pair, but I like your style. Let's apply the weaker mark. With the process completed, Izuku felt a flicker of relief. For now, he had someone he could monitor and rely on. But the question still loomed. Could he trust Malty, even under the influence of the mark? And what other truths would he uncover about the church and this kingdom? Time would tell. Izuku stared at his reflection in a small mirror resting against the wall of the tent. His green eyes were heavy with exhaustion but also flickered with determination. He knew he had to change. This world was cruel, harsh, and unforgiving, just like the one he'd left behind. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't remain the naive, hopeful boy he once was. He had to be smarter. He had to be stronger. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Malty. I need my stuff back. Malty smirked and tossed him his bag. Here, shield hero. Everything's there. He rummaged through it, finding his clothes, a few small items, and his smartphone. Grabbing the device, he stared at it for a moment before an idea struck him. Let's see if this works, he muttered, holding the phone against his shield. The shield began to glow faintly, and a notification appeared. New shield unlocked. Phone shield. He opened the new menu and realized he could now access his phone directly from the shield interface. All his apps, files, and features were available, integrated into the magical device. This is amazing, he said softly, a small smile tugging at his lips. This changes everything. Next, he picked up one of the books Malty had taken from the kingdom's library. He pressed it against the shield, and a glowing scan began. Moments later, the contents of the book were stored digitally as a PDF. A quick glance at the text confirmed his suspicion. It was written in a language he couldn't understand, but Izuku wasn't discouraged. Opening his phone's translation app, he began to convert the text into Japanese. The result wasn't perfect, but it was readable. This is going to help so much, he murmured, his mind racing with possibilities. When he had moved to America, this app had been a lifeline, and now it would serve the same purpose here. He scanned several more books, storing them in the shield for future study. With time, he knew he could learn the language and decipher the knowledge hidden within these texts. Malty, watching him with a mixture of amusement and mild irritation, pulled out 2 crystal orbs and handed them to him. These are for you, shield hero. They'll let you use magic. Historically, the shield hero has only ever been able to use support and healing magic, so I got these for you. Izuku took the orbs hesitantly. The moment he touched them, knowledge surged into his mind. Spells for healing minor wounds, and even enhancing allies' abilities. He blinked in surprise as the information settled in his thoughts. I learned them instantly. That's incredible. Malty smiled, her tone sweet but edged with something sharper. Of course, I wouldn't let you go without the tools you need to protect me. He nodded, feeling a small flicker of gratitude despite his lingering anger. Thank you. Now, Malty said, slipping on her ring. Her red hair darkened to black, her ears elongated into feline points, and a tail swayed behind her. She had transformed into a demi-human cat lady. Let's go deal with some more balloons. Izuku followed Malty out of the tent, the cool air of the outdoors hitting his face as they returned to the field where balloon monsters lazily floated. Malty unsheathed her sword, her movements swift and precise as she began slashing at the creatures with ease. Meanwhile, Izuku focused on blocking and drawing the monster's attention with his shield, his confidence slowly growing with each encounter. After a while, Izuku noticed something strange. Despite not landing any killing blows, his experience bar had steadily risen, and he was gaining levels. Confused, he glanced at Malty. How am I earning XP? I'm not the one defeating them. Malty paused, wiping a bit of sweat from her brow. and let out a mocking laugh. Oh, hero, you really don't know anything, do you? It's because we're in a party. When your party members defeat monsters, you share the XP. It has nothing to do with your fancy little shield. Izuku's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Wait, so I've been missing out on experience this whole time? I could have been leveling up just by letting you fight. Malty smirked, her voice dripping with condescension. Wow, you're slower than I thought. Yes, hero, that's exactly how it works. Honestly, I was starting to wonder if you were even capable of figuring it out on your own. She laughed again, clearly enjoying his frustration. If you weren't so clueless, we could have been making real progress by now. Izuku scowled, his face flushing with embarrassment. You could have told me earlier, he snapped, his frustration boiling over. Malty shrugged nonchalantly, twirling her sword. Where's the fun in that? Watching you stumble around cluelessly was far more entertaining. Besides, it's not my fault you didn't ask. His jaw clenched as he glared at her. Finally, with a low growl of annoyance, he moved closer, raising his hand and giving her a sharp slap on the rear. Malty froze mid-step, her eyes widening in shock before narrowing dangerously. Move, Izuku said firmly, his face set in a scowl. You're my sword, remember? Stop talking and fight. Malty turned her head slowly, her glare sharp enough to cut. Oh, you're bold now, aren't you, hero? She hissed, her voice low and menacing. Do that again, and I'll shove this sword somewhere you won't like. Izuku stared her down, unflinching. You're the one who said we have to work together, so stop wasting time. If you want to keep playing games, go ahead, but I'm not here to entertain you. For a moment, the tension hung heavy between them. Then, Malty's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. Fine, hero, but don't think you can boss me around forever. She turned back to the balloon monsters, her movements sharp and calculated as she resumed her attacks. Izuku sighed, turning his focus back to his role. As much as he hated her attitude, she was effective. If I want to survive this world, I'll have to deal with her, he thought grimly. But in the back of his mind, the thought lingered. I'll never let my guard down around her. Not ever. Malty, meanwhile, couldn't help but grin to herself, her green eyes glinting with mischief. He's starting to push back. Huh? This might actually get interesting. But her thoughts darkened as she eyed the next set of monsters. Enjoy your little power trip, hero. I'll let you feel in control for now. Chapter 2: The Raccoon. After spending hours grinding against balloon monsters, Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead and checked his status screen. His levels had increased significantly, and he couldn't help but smile at the progress he was making. Nightfall was approaching fast, the sky turning shades of deep purple and orange, but there was still an hour left before darkness completely settled. We should head back to the city and stay at an inn, Malty suggested, sheathing her sword with a confident smirk. It'll be more comfortable than the dirt, and we can enjoy a proper meal. Izuku shook his head firmly. No, we're camping outside tonight. His voice left no room for argument. If you don't want to rough it out here, go back to the city and get some camping equipment. We'll need it for future travels. Malty scowled, clearly displeased with his decision, but she nodded and turned back toward the city. Fine, fine, but don't expect me to hurry, she grumbled before walking off. Izuku settled down, leaning against a tree as he waited. An hour passed, then two. He sighed in frustration, checking the slave mark linked to her and pulling up the map. To no surprise, she was at an inn inside the city, lounging comfortably instead of buying supplies. Tch, figures, he muttered, staring at the darkening sky. She's not taking this seriously. He considered heading back to confront her but ultimately decided against it. Forget it. I'll handle things myself. Sleeping out here won't kill me. As he laid back, a rustling sound alerted him, and a swarm of balloon monsters emerged from the darkness, their toothy grins snapping at him. They latched onto his arms and legs, biting down with all their might. But his defense was far too high. Their attacks barely tickled. Izuku smirked. You're not even a threat anymore. A thought crossed his mind, something that had been lingering in the back of his head since earlier. He grabbed a few of the surviving balloons, wrapping his shield around them carefully, and made his way back to the slave trader's tent in town. The slave trader, Balukas, grinned as Izuku entered, dragging the struggling balloon monsters behind him. "Ah, back so soon, shield hero? Looking to purchase more exotic help?" he asked, his voice oily and amused. Izuku ignored the remark and got straight to business. "How much to put a slave mark on all of these?" Balukas stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Balloons? Weak creatures, but easily controlled. For all of them, just a single silver coin." Izuku tossed the coin without hesitation. "Since there are different levels of slave marks, wouldn't it be better to increase the strength of the mark?" Balukas chuckled. "For these creatures? Not necessary. They're the weakest monsters around. Even the basic mark will keep them under control. However, be warned, they do evolve into larger, flying variants, but even then, the standard mark should hold." Satisfied, Izuku looked around the shop. "What about cages? I need a few." The slave trader gestured to a stack of cages in the corner. "Take your pick. Another silver coin for a medium-sized one." Izuku nodded and reached out, absorbing a small cage into his shield. A notification popped up in his vision. "New shield unlocked. Monster storage shield. Capacity, 3 slots." Excited by his newfound ability, he quickly tested another. "What if I store this medium cage inside my shield? Can I take it out whenever I want?" Izuku did so, unlocking additional storage slots for his monsters. "Nice," he muttered, feeling a sense of satisfaction growing within him. Before leaving, he glanced at some items Balukas had displayed. "Do you have any monster scraps? Anything useful?" The trader grinned and presented a variety of discarded monster parts, including shells and bones. Izuku absorbed them into his shield and another notification appeared. "Bonus acquired. All controlled monsters gain a stat boost." Izuku grinned to himself. This just keeps getting better. He also bought a sturdy backpack, absorbing it into his shield and unlocking inventory expansion, allowing him to carry far more than before. "All right," he muttered, pulling a single silver coin from his pouch and absorbing it into his shield. Another notification popped up. "Bank storage unlocked. All coins stored safely within the shield." A smirk crossed Izuku's face. "Perfect. I won't have to worry about losing money now." Heading back into the forest, Izuku decided to put his new tools to the test. He released the balloon monsters from their cages and commanded them to attack the other balloons in the area. With his shield raised, he focused solely on defense, allowing his captured monsters to do the fighting. To his surprise, they were effective, quickly overwhelming the wild balloons. His strategy was working, and even better, every battle earned him more experience points. The balloons under his command were also leveling up alongside him. "This could actually work," he said to himself, pleased with his progress. "If I keep this up, I can build a monster army." Hours passed as he continued fighting, defending his monsters and gathering materials. Eventually, fatigue set in and he decided to take a break. Sitting down under a tree, he opened the PDF files he had scanned earlier. Flipping through pages of text, he found several entries about medicinal herbs and their properties. He glanced around, spotting a few plants that matched the descriptions in the books. Gathering them, he noted that they might be useful for crafting potions later. "If I can get access to a library, I could scan everything and gather all the knowledge I need." The thought excited him, making him realize that he had a powerful advantage if he played his cards right. He leaned back with a satisfied sigh, watching his monsters floating around him protectively. The night was cool, the forest alive with sounds, but for the first time since being summoned, Izuku felt capable. As he looked up at the night sky, his thoughts drifted to Malti, lounging in the comfort of an inn somewhere in the city. He gritted his teeth. "She can stay there for all I care. I'm gonna make it on my own." The next morning, the forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant chirping. Izuku sat near the campfire, tending to a fish he had caught earlier. He skillfully roasted it over the flames, occasionally tossing small pieces to his balloon monsters, who hovered around him eagerly. Their mouths opened and snapped shut with comical excitement each time he fed them. Just as he was about to take a bite, Malty strolled into the clearing, dragging a heavy sack of camping equipment behind her. She was smirking, clearly in a good mood, her belly visibly full from the hearty breakfast she had enjoyed back in the city. "Sorry, hero," she said with a fake sweetness, stretching her arms dramatically. "It took longer than I thought." Izuku raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Right? Let me guess. Took so long because you just had to have a full-course breakfast at the inn?" Malty shrugged, grinning smugly as she sat down and eyed the fish he was cooking. "A girl's gotta eat, right?" She noticed his balloon monsters bobbing happily beside him and tilted her head. "What's with them? Oh, I see. I guess you and the balloons finally made a truce." Izuku smirked, swallowing a piece of fish. "Not exactly." He held up his shield, and with a small pulse of energy, the balloons were sucked inside in a flash of light. "They're just my way of attacking now. So far, I can hold about 10 monsters in my shield." He gestured to the shield glowing faintly. "Only got 4 balloons at the moment, but they're surprisingly effective." Malty watched in mild fascination, twirling a strand of her hair. "Wow, you must feel such a badass," she teased, laughing at him. "Shield hero, commander of floating balls of death." Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, laugh it up, princess. At least I'm making progress while you were busy stuffing your face." Malty smirked, leaning closer with an arched brow. "Progress, huh? And here I thought you were just playing babysitter." Izuku shot back. "At least I'm actually doing something instead of lazing around in an inn." They exchanged a few more sharp insults, their bickering quickly escalating into an all-out verbal sparring match before Malty finally threw her hands up in surrender. All right, truce. You're impossible." She crossed her arms. "So, are we staying out here, or can we finally head back to the city?" Izuku shook his head. "No, we're staying here." He pointed his fork at her. "We don't have enough money to waste on luxuries like inns. We need to be smart about our spending. Out here, we can live off the land for free." Malty groaned dramatically. "Ugh, fine. But you're doing all the work," she said with a wicked grin. "You'll set up the tents, cook for me, and if I don't like it, I won't eat it. And if I don't eat it, you have to pay for my meals when we get back to the city. Deal?" Izuku scowled. "Fine. But in return, you're helping me gather supplies. Herbs, materials, anything we can use to make potions or sell. No slacking." Malty sighed, waving him off. Yeah, deal. But you better not screw up my meals." With an agreement in place, Izuku got to work, grabbing the camping equipment Malty had brought. He absorbed the tent, cookware, and other essentials into his shield, and his interface flashed with multiple new unlocks. New shields acquired. Tent shield. Allows placement of a tent directly from the shield, increasing proficiency in setting up camp and providing minor comfort bonuses. Cooking utensil shield. Enhances cooking ability and efficiency. Grants the ability to summon basic cooking utensils instantly. Sleeping bag shield. Increases comfort when resting, granting slight health and stamina recovery boosts overnight. Flint shield. Allows instant fire starting when needed. Izuku's face lit up in satisfaction. "This is great. We're getting more self-sufficient by the minute." Malty watched as he tested the new abilities, her eyes flickering with intrigue. "Well, look at you. Cooking and camping, living the survivalist dream." She leaned against a tree with a smirk. "Maybe I should start calling you the camper hero." Ignoring her, Izuku focused on his tasks. "Once we have a stable camp, we'll start collecting herbs. I saw some useful plants nearby that could be used to make potions." Malty perked up at that. "Potions, huh? Those could sell for a good price. And with that book you picked up, we could even make holy water. It's always in demand." She tapped her chin. "We'll need a portable distillery for that, though. And a way to recharge your magic, since making those things will drain a lot of MP." Izuku nodded, taking mental notes. "First, let's focus on gathering supplies. Then we'll think about expanding." "Fine by me as long as you do the heavy lifting," Malty said with a grin. "But don't expect me to carry anything. I'm here for the strategic side of things." Izuku rolled his eyes. "Yeah, strategic. Right. With their roles settled, Izuku and Malty got to work efficiently. Izuku used his new tent shield, setting up camp in record time, creating a snug little base that felt secure despite the dangers lurking in the wilderness. He utilized his cooking utensil shield, preparing a decent meal with the fish he caught earlier using makeshift traps of string and sticks. The balloons floated nearby, bobbing eagerly as they shared the food, each bite strengthening their bond as Izuku watched them carefully, evaluating their potential in combat. Once they finished their meal, they set off to gather herbs and other useful materials from the surrounding forest. Malty, surprisingly focused, took the lead in spotting valuable plants. "Over there," she said, pointing at a cluster of herbs nestled between tree roots. "That one's worth something." Izuku followed her direction, plucking the herbs carefully. His shield's passive gathering bonus ensured that anything he collected was of higher quality, making them more valuable in the market. Malty smirked at the efficiency of the process. "Guess your shield isn't completely useless after all," she teased. After gathering a decent haul of herbs, they made their way back to the city to purchase a proper herbalist kit and a cheap herbalism book. Izuku, still wary of his tarnished reputation, opted to stay outside, leaning against a wall while Malty handled the negotiation. A while later, she returned, tossing the kit into his arms with a victorious grin. "Got it for half the price. You're welcome, hero." Izuku examined the kit, nodding in approval. "Nice work." "I know," Malty replied smugly. With their new tools in hand, they continued grinding experience by hunting more balloon monsters and even a few wild rabbits they stumbled upon. Thanks to the balloons aiding in battle, Malty found herself exerting far less energy. She smirked as she parried a rabbit's wild charge and countered with a swift slash. "I have to admit, your floating death squad actually makes things easier. Maybe you're not as useless as I thought." Izuku rolled his eyes, blocking an incoming attack with ease. "Wow, such high praise," he muttered sarcastically. By the time the sun started dipping below the horizon, their inventory was filled with herbs, monster drops, and a few health potions they had scavenged from slain monsters. Back at camp, Izuku inspected the haul carefully. He opened the herbalist kit and decided to put his newfound knowledge to the test. He began grinding and mixing ingredients, meticulously following the instructions in the book while referencing his smartphone for additional tips. Malty, sitting nearby and watching with a skeptical expression, occasionally glanced up from polishing her sword. "Are you seriously going to try and make potions?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku nodded. "Yeah, let's see if this kit is better, or if my shield can do it more efficiently." After experimenting for a while, he absorbed the herbalist kit into his shield. A new notification popped up. "New shield unlocked. Herbalist tool shield grants minor bonuses to potion crafting and increases ingredient potency." He withdrew the shield and got to work again, this time with even better results. Malty watched in mild amazement as he worked seamlessly, his hands moving with surprising dexterity as he prepared ingredients. "You sure you weren't some kind of alchemist back in your world?" she asked, half joking. Izuku smiled faintly. "No, but I read a lot. Helps when you're trying to survive in a world like this." Soon after, he set up the fire pit again and retrieved the fish he had caught earlier. Sprinkling a bit of salt onto the skewered fish, he handed one to Malty. She stared at it with a doubtful expression. "It's just a stick with a fish on it. How good can it be?" "Just try it," Izuku said, exasperated. Malty took a small, hesitant bite, and her eyes widened instantly. Her lips curled into an involuntary hum of pleasure as she savored the flavor. The outside was crispy, the inside juicy and tender, with just the right amount of salt bringing out the fish's natural taste. "How the hell did you make this taste so good?" she muttered, looking at the stick in disbelief. Izuku smirked, enjoying the rare moment of her speechlessness. "It's all about technique, and maybe a little magic," she grumbled, reluctantly devouring the fish as she hummed in delight. "All right, I'll admit it. This is pretty damn good." Izuku couldn't help but laugh. "Glad you think so. Tomorrow I'll cook the rabbit we caught earlier. I'll make a stew with some vegetables." At the mention of stew, Malty's stomach audibly growled. She crossed her arms, looking away in mild embarrassment. Fine, but we're buying vegetables tomorrow. I refuse to eat just meat all the time. Izuku smirked, chewing on his last bit of fish. We had a great day today, right? She asked with a coy smile, leaning back against the log by the fire. He looked at her, nodding slightly. Yeah, we did. But don't get too comfortable, this is just the beginning. We still need to get stronger. Malty stretched lazily, looking at the stars above. Yeah, I get it. She turned back to him, tilting her head. So, got any ideas? Izuku poked at the fire thoughtfully. We should move somewhere else. The monsters here are too easy now. If we want to get stronger, we need to find better beasts to tame. Malty's eyes lit up at that. You know, that's not a bad idea. A stronger monster under our control could make a world of difference. We'll definitely need to talk to the slave trader about it. See how he captures them. She smirked, tapping her chin. Maybe we should even look into buying a demi-human slave. Someone who can actually do something useful. Or, at the very least, carry our things. Even though, let's be honest, your shield is basically a walking storage shed at this point. Izuku shot her a flat look. Great. Now I'm a utility shed. Wonderful. He sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Fine. We'll check with the slave trader and see what deals he can give us. But first, we should sell the medicine. Malty nodded, already calculating their potential profits. Given the amount of medicine we made today and the quality, we should be looking at around 30 silver pieces. Izuku grinned. And don't forget the pelts from the rabbits we killed, plus the balloon monster materials. That should net us about 60 silver pieces. Malty's eyes gleamed with excitement. That'll be enough to get that portable distillery we need. Holy water is always in high demand, and if we can craft it ourselves, we'll have a reliable income stream. For the first time, she gave him a genuine smile. It wasn't laced with mockery or condescension, just a hint of appreciation. You know, she said, studying him, you're actually pretty resourceful. I like that about you. You're not just standing around, moping like you were before. Izuku leaned back against a nearby tree, his expression turning distant. He stared at the flames for a long moment before speaking softly. Honestly, when I was in my old world, I was pretty useless. I was born without a quirk, no powers, no special abilities. I wanted to be a hero, but no one believed I could do it. Not even my best friend. Malty furrowed her brows. Quirk? What's that? Izuku exhaled, looking at her. In my world, people are born with abilities, similar to magic but different. They call them quirks. Almost everyone has one, except people like me. He forced a bitter chuckle. People without quirks are treated like nobodies. Weaklings. I got bullied constantly. Even my best friend. Well, I thought he was my best friend. He pushed me around, called me useless. Malty watched him closely, for once not interrupting. What happened to him? She asked, more out of curiosity than sympathy. Izuku's face darkened. He died. A few years ago, back when everything fell apart in my home country. He swallowed hard, his jaw tightening. When Japan fell, my mom and I had to flee to America. I thought I could move on, start over. But I never forgot him. I thought if I could become a hero here, I could honor his memory. His green eyes locked onto Malty, sharp and accusatory. But you and the church tainted that. Malty's smirk faded, and she shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. Well, she said after a pause, welcome to the real world, hero. People are selfish. They'll use you if you let them. You were naive to think you could just waltz into this world and play hero without getting your hands dirty. Izuku clenched his fists, staring at the fire. Yeah, I get that now. Malty shrugged, her voice softer than usual. Look, I don't care about your sob story, but if you want to get revenge on me, on the church, whoever, you need to be smart. Use your brains and your shield. Stop whining about how things should be and start figuring out how to make them work for you. Izuku remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. Yeah, you're right. His voice was low, but resolute. If I want to survive here, I need to stop thinking like the person I was back home. Malty grinned, satisfied. Good. Now, tomorrow's a big day. Let's get some rest. And when we hit the city, we'll start making moves. Malty shifted uncomfortably in her sleeping bag, grumbling under her breath. The coarse fabric scratched against her skin, a far cry from the fine silk sheets and plush mattress she was accustomed to. Sleeping out here, under the stars, surrounded by dirt and bugs, was an absolute nightmare for someone of her station. She turned over, sighing in frustration. The traps they had set around the camp ensured their safety. His shield provided a passive alert system, but despite the security, sleep still eluded her. She peeked over at Izuku and noticed him lying on his back, eyes open, staring blankly into the darkness. His breathing was steady but heavy, and his face was tense, lost in thought. She frowned. Is he having nightmares? She wondered, but the longer she watched, the more she realized it wasn't fear or distress that plagued him. It was something else. His mind was attacking him, refusing to let him rest, and as a result, she couldn't either. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Izuku closed his eyes but didn't seem any closer to sleep. His face was tight with tension, his muscles wound up like springs ready to snap. He looked anxious. Of course he is, she mused. He's shouldering the weight of the world with no one to rely on except me, poor sap. Suddenly, a devious smirk spread across her lips. Maybe I can help him unwind. She quietly crawled over, slipping under his sleeping bag with practiced ease. She reached for the buckle of his pants, her fingers moving deftly. Izuku's eyes shot open instantly, his emerald gaze burning with anger as he flipped open the sleeping bag and stared daggers at her. "What the hell are you doing?" he hissed, his voice low but filled with irritation. Malty, utterly unbothered, grinned up at him, waving a delicate hand. "Relax, hero. I was just trying to help you sleep." Her tone was teasing, laced with mischief, as if this was all perfectly normal. His expression darkened. "Get out." "Nope." She nestled in further, crossing her arms smugly. "Your sleeping bag is a lot more comfortable than mine." "It's way better," she quipped, rolling onto her side as if she belonged there. She reached for her own sleeping bag, dragging it toward him. "Here, trade with me." Izuku groaned, rubbing his temple. "Fine." He rolled over onto her sleeping bag, but the moment his body sank into it, he grimaced. It was stiff and unyielding, offering none of the comfort of his own. "Seriously?" Malty snickered, clearly enjoying his discomfort. "Told you." She smirked, tapping the space beside her. "Come on, get back in yours." With an exasperated sigh, Izuku slid back into his own bag, and Malty immediately cuddled into it with a satisfied hum. Wow, so soft, almost as comfortable as my bed back home. Is this some kind of magic?" she mused. Izuku flicked her forehead in annoyance. "I'm done playing your little games. What do you really want?" His voice was tired, but his eyes were sharp. Malty tilted her head playfully, her emerald eyes gleaming with amusement. "Well, you know women have needs, and men have urges," she said coyly, tracing a finger down his chest. "And it just so happens that if I take care of my urges, you'll finally be able to sleep, and I won't have to listen to your stirring all night." She grinned wickedly. Win-win. Izuku's face hardened, glaring at her. "Seriously? After everything you accused me of? You think I'm going to fall for that again?" Malty rolled her eyes dramatically. "Oh please, what are they going to do? Accuse you of that again?" She leaned closer, whispering into his ear. "Besides, I really did enjoy our night together, hero." Her warm breath sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Izuku swallowed, his jaw clenched. "I did too. Until you stabbed me in the back." Malty smiled slyly. "Hey, you stabbed me first, with that monster between your legs." Her eyes flickered downward suggestively, her smirk turning devilish. He turned away, groaning. "Not funny." Malty giggled, resting her head against his shoulder. "Oh, lighten up, hero. We might as well make the best of our situation. Think of it this way. I'm your best bet for survival and you're mine." She stretched her arms above her head, letting out a satisfied sigh. "So why not enjoy some perks?" Izuku exhaled, forcing himself to calm down. You really have no shame, do you? Nope, she said cheerfully, nestling deeper into the sleeping bag. And you'll sleep better if you stop fighting it. Just close your eyes and let me work my magic. She winked. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned onto his side, facing away from her. You're impossible. And yet, here I am, she teased, poking his back lightly before snuggling in comfortably. Despite his frustration, exhaustion was creeping in, and for the first time in 2 nights, Izuku felt his eyelids grow heavy. Maybe she was right, maybe he did need to stop fighting everything so much and just deal with it. Malty grinned to herself as she listened to his breathing steady, pleased with herself. He's falling right into my hands. An hour passed, and neither of them had fallen asleep. Both lay in their sleeping bags, staring at the ceiling of their tent in frustrated silence, the tension in the air so thick it felt suffocating. Finally, at the breaking point, they both screamed out in frustration at the same time. This is ridiculous, Malty groaned, tossing in her sleeping bag and kicking at the air. Why the hell can't I sleep? Izuku, equally exasperated, ran a hand through his messy green hair. Maybe it's because someone decided to make my life hell, he snapped, pointing an accusing finger at her. Malty turned on her side and jabbed a finger back at him. Oh no, this is your fault, shield hero. My body's all messed up thanks to you. Izuku scoffed, glaring at her. Yeah? Well, maybe if you hadn't betrayed me and tried to ruin my life, we wouldn't be in this situation. Malty rolled her eyes with a smirk, her lips curving wickedly. Please, I don't want to be your girlfriend, hero. I don't want anything to do with you personally. All I want is the throne, and maybe what's in between your legs every once in a while. She winked. You're my little toy. Got it? Izuku sat up, his face contorted in disbelief. Oh my god. What is wrong with you? She shot back just as fast. What's wrong with you? You can't sleep either. Can you? He groaned, pressing his palms against his face. I'm trying to sleep, Malty, but you make it impossible. He turned his head to her, glaring. And don't pretend you're any better. You've been tossing and turning for the past hour. Malty huffed. Fine, fine. You're right. I can't sleep, and it's all because of this stupid situation. She sat up and crossed her arms. I'm a princess, and I'm stuck in a tent with you, trying to keep you from getting murdered by the church. And you still don't trust me. Izuku was about to retort when she suddenly lifted her shirt slightly, revealing the slave mark etched onto her stomach. Her crimson hair cascaded down as she leaned closer, a dark challenge flashing in her green eyes. Ask me a question, dum-dum. I dare you. He clenched his fists, looking at the mark, then back at her eyes. Fine. If I sleep with you, would you betray me again? Malty's expression didn't falter. No, she said simply, and the mark remained dormant. Izuku frowned. Damn it. He looked away, but before he could say anything, Malty suddenly flipped him over, mounting him with an effortless predatory grace. See? She smirked down at him, her hands resting on his chest. I'm the only reason you're still alive, hero, and yet you keep pushing me away. Her eyes roamed over his flustered face before her lips curled into something wicked. Are you sure you're not interested? She leaned in close, her hand sliding down his side before resting teasingly on his groin. Because your body seems pretty interested to me. Izuku stiffened under her touch, glaring daggers at her. Get off. Malty giggled, her tone dripping with seduction. Oh, come on. Was it really that good, hero? Did the Red Maiden make you feel like a real hero with your little hero's welcome? She bit her lower lip suggestively, enjoying the way his face turned a shade darker. Shut your mouth before I make you, he growled, his patience hanging by a thread. Malty leaned in closer, her breath warm against his ear. That's what I want to see. Make me shut up then, she purred, opening her mouth wide and extending her long tongue teasingly. You know exactly what I want. Izuku's face burned red, his body stiff as his frustration reached its peak. His breathing grew heavier, and his hands twitched at his sides, his anger threatening to boil over. Fine, he growled, his emerald eyes burning with a mix of irritation and something else entirely. You want it so bad? I'll give it to you. Malty's lips curled into a wicked smile. That's what I want to hear, she purred, her eyes half-lidded with challenge. She opened her mouth wide, extending her long, teasing tongue. Make me shut up, hero. You know what I want. Izuku's entire body tensed, his patience fraying, his control slipping. His eyes darkened with something deeper, anger, frustration, and an undeniable desire that burned beneath it all. Without another word, he grabbed the back of her head, his grip rough, forcing her lips onto his in a deep, hungry kiss. His body pressed down against hers, pinning her beneath his weight as his hands roamed, grasping at her waist with a possessive grip. Malty moaned into his mouth, her nails digging into his shoulders, urging him on. He pulled away briefly, his breath ragged, staring down at her with an intensity that made her shiver. You want it so bad? He growled, his voice low and dangerous. Fine, you'll get it. His hands moved with deliberate force, tracing every curve of her body as he claimed her lips again with an almost desperate need. Malty arched against him, a victorious smirk playing on her lips even as she melted into his touch. This wasn't just lust. It was frustration, control, and a battle neither of them was willing to lose. Izuku poured every ounce of anger and need into his movements, taking what she was offering while keeping a firm grip on the lingering bitterness inside him. As their bodies pressed together, the tension that had kept them awake began to shift into something else entirely, something neither of them could deny anymore. Lemon warning. Malty yelped as Izuku grabbed her head, slamming his cock deep into her throat in one brutal thrust. Her eyes teared up, never having taken someone at this pace before. He was relentless, a beast in heat, too far gone to care about her comfort. She gagged around him, her throat constricting, trying to force him out. But he was too strong, holding her in place as he pistoned in and out, using her mouth like a fuck toy. His free hand reached down, palming her damp panties with a rough squeeze. Look at you, he growled, getting wet from being throat fucked like a cheap whore. The crude words made her whimper around him, her body responding despite herself. As much as he was being aggressive, it was exactly what she needed. The pain mingled with pleasure, blurring the lines until she couldn't tell them apart. Izuku kept thrusting, faster and harder than before. Malty reached down to touch herself, desperate for friction, but he batted her hands away. Focus on my cock first, he commanded, his thrusts hitting the back of her throat. Then you can play with your needy little cunt. He wasn't lying. The angle of his thrusts was hitting her deeper than before, making her gag and choke around him. He kept going, oblivious to her struggles. Her hands clutched at his thighs, trying to push him back, to give herself some space, but he was relentless. Tears streamed down her face as she sputtered and gagged, unable to breathe. He looked down at her, her face a mess of spit and snot and tears, and laughed. What's wrong? He taunted. Isn't this what you wanted? Izuku kept thrusting, faster and harder than before. Izuku's thrusts became erratic, his cock twitching as he neared his release. Fuck! I'm gonna... he panted, before burying himself to the hilt in her throat with a cry. His seed pulsed down her throat, hot and bitter, and she had no choice but to swallow it or choke on it. He pulled out with a pop, a string of spittle connecting his still hard cock to her abused lips. Malty immediately pushed him away, coughing and sputtering, her makeup running down her face in black rivers. Izuku just laughed, the sound cruel and mocking. I'm going to sleep now, he said, rolling over with a yawn. But before he could close his eyes, she was on him, straddling his hips in one swift motion. He barely had time to register the wet heat engulfing him before she was setting a brutal pace, bouncing on his cock like her life depended on it. Fucking slut, Izuku shouted, knocking her off him and onto the floor. He was on her in an instant, pinning her down and slamming into her, the force of his thrusts making the ground beneath them shake. He moved faster and harder than before, his fingers finding her throat and squeezing. You'll never become queen, he snarled into her ear. But you'll make a perfect whore. He punctuated each word with a sharp thrust, his teeth sinking into the soft skin of her neck hard enough to bruise. Malty could only gasp and moan in response, her body overwhelmed by the sensation. She could feel herself climbing towards release, her body tightening like a bowstring. But just before she could fall over the edge, Izuku pulled out, leaving her aching and empty. Izuku stopped, looming over her with a cruel smile. "Beg for it," he demanded, his hand wrapping around his shaft and stroking it lazily. "Come on, I know you want it." Malty whimpered, her hips twitching up towards him, chasing the friction she needed. When he didn't move, she let out a frustrated sound, her hands moving between her own legs to rub at her aching clit. "Please," she whimpered, her voice breaking on the word. "Please, I need it. I need you." She was too far gone to care about her pride, too desperate for release to beg for anything but the promise of his cock. Izuku's smile widened at her submission, and he didn't hesitate, slamming back into her with a punishing thrust. Her back arched off the floor at the sudden intrusion, her walls fluttering and clenching around him. He flipped her over, yanking her hips up and back in one smooth motion. Without hesitation, he pushed back inside her, burying himself to the hilt in one brutal thrust. "Fuck, you're so tight," he grunted, his fingers digging into the flesh of her hips hard enough to bruise. He started thrusting, his pace setting the rhythm until Malty was panting and mewling, her fingers scrabbling for purchase against the rough ground. He was relentless, chasing his own release now, his hand coming up to tangle in her hair and yank her head back. The added angle had him hitting places inside her she didn't know could feel, and she saw stars, her body tightening, coiling, preparing for the inevitable. With a shout, they came together, Malty's scream lost somewhere between pleasure and pain as he filled her with his seed. She collapsed face first into the sleeping bag, her body spent and satisfied. Izuku stood over her, admiring the sight of his seed leaking out of her well-fucked cunt. He grinned as she mumbled, "I'm finally satisfied, now let's get some sleep." But before she could get another word out, something hard and insistent was pressing against her asshole. His hand, slick with their combined juices, pushed forward, breaching her tight ring of muscle. The sudden intrusion made her gasp, her body stiffening in shock. "What are you doing?" she whimpered, trying to pull away. But he held her in place, his grip unyielding as he pushed in deeper, inch by excruciating inch. It burned, the unfamiliar sensation stretching her in ways she had never been stretched before. He didn't stop until he was buried to the hilt, his balls pressed against her sensitive clit. "Didn't you say you wanted this?" Izuku snarled in her ear as he pushed forward, burying himself in her ass with one brutal thrust. "Well, here it is, you filthy whore. I'm giving you exactly what you want." Without waiting for an answer, he started moving, his pace furious and relentless. The sound of flesh pounding against flesh echoed throughout the small tent, punctuated by his harsh breathing and her strangled cries. His hands came down on her ass, slapping hard against the already abused skin. Each strike sent a jolt of pain through her, but it was quickly followed by a rush of pleasure, her walls clenching around him like a vice. He could feel her, trying to milk him, to pull him in deeper, and it only fueled his rage. He sped up, his thrusts becoming erratic as he chased his release, not caring about hers anymore. Malty was already climaxing by the time he flipped her over, her body writhing beneath him. Her eyes were glazed, her tongue lolling out of her mouth as she made unintelligible noises of pleasure. Izuku laughed at the sight, drinking in every moment of her ecstasy. He didn't stop, not even when he had her legs pinned behind her head, folded almost in half. If anything, the new angle just allowed him to go deeper, hitting spots inside her she didn't even know existed. Her eyes rolled back, her body going rigid as another orgasm washed over her. He rode her through it, his own release building in the pit of his stomach. With one final thrust, he buried himself to the hilt and came, his seed filling her in hot, thick collapsed on top of her, both of them panting and sweaty, unable to move. But after a minute, he pushed himself up, a cruel smile twisting his lips. He grabbed her legs, bending them back until her knees touched her ears, and pushed back inside her with a groan. Malty was too sensitive, her pussy twitching and clenching around him, trying to force him out. It only made him grip her legs harder, his thrusts becoming erratic as he chased his release. "Fucking whore," he panted, his hips slapping against hers with brutal force. "You love this, don't you? Love being used like a fuck doll." He punctuated each word with a sharp thrust, his cock hitting her cervix with each stroke. She could only moan in response, her body overloading on sensation. "Answer me?" Izuku snarled, slapping her across the face. "Tell me you love it. Tell me you want to be my fuck doll." The sharp sting of his palm against her cheek made Malty gasp, her eyes flying open to meet his. They were dark, almost black, with lust and something else, something wild. "Yes," she panted, her voice hoarse. "Yes, I want it. I want to be your toy, your slut." Her hands scrabbled at his back, nails digging into his skin hard enough to draw blood. "A slut like you has no honor." He spat, his thrusts becoming brutal, punishing. He yanked one leg higher, nearly doubling her in half. Malty screamed, a gush of fluid soaking his cock as another orgasm tore through her. Malty was incoherent, babbling words of devotion and surrender as Izuku used her, his insults only spurring him on. Her pussy was like a vice around him, gripping and milking, demanding his seed. With one final, brutal thrust, he buried himself to the hilt, his cock pulsing as he filled her with his release. "Take it, you filthy whore," he growled, his hips jerking erratically as he pumped her full. "Take every last drop." At last, he collapsed on top of her, both of them a sweaty, panting mess. They lay there for a long moment, neither able to move. Slowly, their heartbeats settled, their breathing evened. Without a word, Izuku pulled out of her, his softening member slipping free with a gush of combined fluids. He flopped onto the sleeping bag beside her, his eyes already drifting closed. End of lemon. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the tent, casting a golden glow across the makeshift camp. Izuku stirred awake, feeling the soreness in his muscles, a reminder of the night before. He blinked groggily, his eyes adjusting to the sight of Malty already fully dressed, sitting by the fire with a smug smile. For a long moment, there was nothing but awkward silence as Izuku sat up, rubbing his face. He felt a wave of shame creeping over him. He had let his anger and frustration get the better of him last night, letting lust take over in the heat of the moment. Damn it, he thought bitterly. I shouldn't have let her get to me like that. Still, despite the regret simmering beneath his skin, the memory of the way Malty had moaned beneath him, the way she surrendered to his touch, stirred something primal inside him. It wasn't just lust. It was rage, release, and it felt good. Trying to push those thoughts aside, he busied himself with the rabbit they caught the day before, cutting it into manageable chunks. The pot of boiling water, filled with freshly gathered vegetables, bubbled softly as he added the meat. He glanced up, noticing Malty watching him with a satisfied grin. She twirled a strand of her red hair between her fingers. "So, hero," she started, breaking the silence with a playful lilt in her voice. "Let's make a deal." Izuku arched an eyebrow, stirring the stew without looking at her. "A deal?" She smirked. "We're not lovers, obviously, but we both have needs." Her emerald eyes gleamed mischievously. "Let's just say we stress relieve together, when necessary." Izuku exhaled sharply, feeling his face heat up slightly. "Sure, whatever." His voice was flat, but the weight of his own frustration lingered. He felt stupid for giving in, for letting himself fall into her trap. But deep down, a dark part of him admitted that it had been satisfying. More than it should have been. Malty grinned wider. "Well, since we're agreeing, let's get some ground rules in place." She leaned closer, resting her chin on her hand. "We both like to be, dominant, and while I loved our first night," she purred, "I'll admit you were much more forceful this time." Her fingers traced circles in the dirt absent-mindedly. "But, hero, I like to play with my prey. I like watching them swoon under my touch." She licked her lips teasingly. And I take it you enjoy being a little more brutal. I respect that. Izuku scowled, glaring at her. Your point. She poked his chest lightly. The point is, if we're gonna keep scratching each other's backs, so to speak, we need to take turns. Her smirk turned devilish. Since you were dominant this time, next time I get to take the lead. Fair's fair. Izuku stood up, his patience already thinning. You get what you get, he muttered, stirring the stew aggressively. Don't complain about it. Malty pouted, pointing a finger at his chest. Oh no, hero. I always get what I want. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer. Besides, let's not forget. She gestured down to her groin with a wicked grin. I've still got evidence. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and you know my father wouldn't hesitate to execute you. Izuku stiffened for a moment, staring at her with a dark glare. The slave mark would have gone off if you were lying. She shrugged, crossing her arms smugly. At the moment, sure, but now I would lie. His jaw tightened. Then go tell him. I don't care. He sat down, focusing on the stew, stirring it with purpose. Do it. Get it over with. Malty huffed, flipping her hair over her shoulder. Please, hero. Do you really think I want to tell my father? I'm lying. She pulled her shirt up slightly, showing the unactivated mark. See? Told you. Empty threat. But you have to admit, we need each other out here. Izuku sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine, fine. If it gets you to shut up next time, you can be dominant. Malty squealed in delight, clapping her hands together. Perfect. Oh, I promise you won't regret it, she teased, her voice dripping with anticipation. In fact, I might just make you squeal under my touch, hero. Izuku shot her a warning glare. Don't push your luck. She laughed, clearly enjoying the banter, and leaned back on her hands. Oh, hero, you're so easy to rile up. An hour passed in relative peace, the stew finally ready. The delicious aroma filled the air as Izuku served it into 2 bowls. Malty eagerly dug in, her eyes lighting up in delight as she took her first bite. Wow, this is amazing, she hummed, tapping her spoon against the bowl. Hero, you're really wasted on this whole adventuring thing. Honestly, you should quit this and open a restaurant. Izuku gave her a sideways glance, swallowing his own bite. It's all right. She jabbed her spoon toward him. No, it's not all right. It's amazing. You're a great cook, seriously. Izuku smirked slightly, hiding the bit of pride he felt. It's just basic stuff. Nothing special. Malty shook her head. Nope. When we finally take down the church and I become queen, I demand that you cook for me every night. Consider it part of my reward. Izuku sighed, rolling his eyes. Yeah, right. Dream on, princess. She grinned, spooning more stew into her mouth, satisfied with their conversation, and with the fact that, despite his resistance, Izuku was slowly but surely becoming hers. Izuku adjusted his hood as Malty slipped on her enchanted ring once more, transforming into her demi-human disguise with sleek black hair, feline ears, and a matching tail swaying behind her. She glanced at him with a smirk. I'll take care of the distillery and selling the potions, she said confidently. You go to the slave trader and see what you can find. Remember, get someone useful, not just cheap. Izuku's expression darkened. I don't care who I get, as long as they can work, he muttered, stuffing his hands into his cloak pockets and turning down the busy street toward the slave market. The slave trader's tent smelled of damp straw and sweat. Izuku stepped inside, greeted by the familiar oily grin of Belukas, the same man who had marked Malty before. He walked past rows of cages stacked haphazardly, filled with demi-human slaves of various shapes and sizes. Izuku's gaze swept across them, his expression cold and calculating. Many were far too expensive, exotic demi-humans with shining coats of fur and impressive physiques, each one going for hundreds of silver pieces. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his limited funds wouldn't get him much. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes landed on the cheapest option, a raccoon girl curled up in the corner of a dimly lit cage. She looked to be around his age, maybe a little younger, but her body was thin and frail, covered in faded whip marks that stretched across her arms and legs. Despite her condition, there was a flicker of defiance in her dull brown eyes as she watched him warily. "She's only 30 silvers," Belukis said with a casual shrug, noticing Izuku's interest. "And that's a damn good deal, if you ask me." He leaned in, lowering his voice. "She's in bad shape, sure, but here's the good news. She's never been touched, if you catch my drift." His tone turned lecherous, and Izuku's jaw clenched in disgust. Belukis continued, oblivious to Izuku's disdain. "Her last master? Real piece of work. Hated demi-humans. Took his anger out on her regularly. I wouldn't have been surprised if he just killed her. But nope, he dumped her back here instead. But hey, at least she's a clean slate." He let out a chuckle. "She's a big one too. Means she's gonna need more food than the others. Honestly, I just want her off my hands." Izuku stared at the girl, ignoring Belukis' disgusting commentary. The way she shrank back into the corner of the cage spoke volumes about the life she'd endured. He felt a strange pang of sympathy, but he pushed it down. "I can't afford to get sentimental. I need someone who can work, and she's the best option within my budget." "Fine," Izuku said, pulling out the silver pieces and handing them over. "I'll take her." Belukis grinned greedily, counting the coins before motioning to his men. "You got yourself a deal, shield hero." He clapped his hands, and the cage door creaked open. The raccoon girl didn't move until one of the guards yanked her out by the arm. She stumbled, eyes darting nervously between them before landing on Izuku. Izuku sighed. "Can she walk?" The girl wobbled slightly but nodded silently, though her ears flattened against her head. Izuku nodded back. "All right, get her cleaned up and dressed. I want her ready to go soon." As they prepared her, Izuku turned back to Belukis, his curiosity piqued. "How do you tame monsters?" he asked, his tone casual but laced with interest. Belukis chuckled knowingly, leaning against his desk. "It's not too hard if you've got the right tools. Most monsters aren't too smart, you just need a good dose of sleeping poison to knock 'em out. Then slap a slave mark ritual on 'em while they're down, and boom, instant obedience." Izuku nodded, his mind already flipping through the PDFs he had scanned from the castle library. He quickly scrolled through the files, finding a section detailing the ingredients and ritual required for monster subjugation. "I see," Izuku muttered, absorbing the information. "Do you sell the ingredients?" Belukis' grin widened. "Of course I do. I can put together a nice little package for ya, shield hero. Special price since you're a repeat customer." He gestured to one of his assistants, who brought out a small crate filled with labeled vials and powders. "This here's your basic knockout blend, enough to subdue most smaller beasts. You'll also need a binding circle kit to make sure the mark sticks." Izuku considered it for a moment before nodding. "I'll take it. How much?" "Let's call it 20 silver pieces," Belukis said smoothly. Izuku narrowed his eyes. 15. Belukis clicked his tongue. 20's already a bargain. Izuku crossed his arms. "I'll pay 15 now, and if it works like you say, I'll come back for more. You know I have money to spend." Belukis sighed dramatically. Fine, fine. You drive a hard bargain, hero." He took the 15 silvers and slid the crate toward Izuku. "You're gonna like what you get, trust me." Izuku grabbed the crate and turned to see the raccoon girl standing in front of him, now dressed in simple, ragged clothing. Her tail twitched nervously, and she didn't meet his eyes. "Let's go," he said, leading her out of the tent. As they walked through the streets, Malti appeared out of nowhere, back in her demi-human disguise, her eyes scanning the girl with curiosity. "Huh, so this is the one you picked?" she asked, tilting her head. Izuku nodded. "She was cheap, and I think she'll be useful." Malti smirked. "You and your bargains. I got the distillery and sold the potions. We're sitting on a nice pile of silver now." "Good," Izuku muttered, stealing a glance at the raccoon girl. "What's your name?" The girl hesitated, then quietly mumbled, "Araftalia." Malti's face twisted in disgust, her nose wrinkling as she eyed the raccoon girl like she was a piece of spoiled meat. "Ugh, a demi-human?" she scoffed, crossing her arms. Not a big fan of these little creatures. It's like having a pet following us around. Izuku shot her a tired glance. We don't have much of a choice. We need allies. Malty rolled her eyes dramatically. Yeah, I get it. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. At least she's not one of those hairy freaks. She took a step closer to Raphtalia, grabbing the girl by the throat lightly and lifting her chin up, inspecting her like she was assessing livestock. She'll do nicely, I guess. Looks a little sickly, though. Guess that's what we get for going cheap. Raphtalia's ears twitched, fear flickering in her wide eyes as tears started to well up. She sniffled, trembling under Malty's grip. Malty grinned wickedly. Oh my gosh, she's a crier. How cute. She leaned in, pressing a finger against one of Raphtalia's teary cheeks before licking it off. Salty, she mused, before recoiling slightly. Ugh, gross. She really is sickly. Izuku scowled and stepped forward, pulling Raphtalia away from Malty's grasp gently. Enough. He pressed his hand over Raphtalia's forehead and muttered an incantation. A soft green glow enveloped her body as the healing magic coursed through her. Slowly, the sickly pallor faded from her skin, and she blinked in surprise, standing up straighter. There. You're not sick anymore, Izuku said with a nod. Then, without turning his gaze away, he added sharply, and neither is she. Malty pouted in mock disappointment. Ah, hero, you really know how to ruin my fun. You really are a goody two-shoes, aren't you? She crossed her arms, tapping her foot impatiently. So what? She's not going to join us for our late-night activities. Raphtalia's entire body stiffened, her eyes widening in horror at the implication. Tears welled up again, and she clutched her chest tightly, shaking her head in silent panic. Izuku sighed, rubbing his temple in frustration. No, she won't. Unless she wants to, which, let's be honest, she doesn't. He leveled a hard glare at Malty. I don't force myself on women. Malty shrugged, feigning disinterest. Fine, but you can't blame a girl for suggesting. Taking two at once, even if one of them's a demi, would have been kind of fun for you. Don't act like you didn't think about it. She flashed him a playful smirk, biting her lower lip teasingly. Izuku turned away with an irritated grunt. You're unbelievable. Malty grinned wider. And yet you keep me around. Raphtalia wiped her eyes, watching their exchange cautiously, still unsure of where she stood with them. Izuku gave her a small reassuring nod, which did little to calm her nerves but was enough to get her walking again. Let's just get her some weapons and armor, Izuku said, steering the conversation back to something productive. Something cheap that suits her style. Malty laughed, flicking his shoulder. Oh please, cheap is your whole aesthetic, hero. Izuku groaned but didn't argue as they made their way toward the blacksmith's shop. At the blacksmith's shop. As they entered the bustling blacksmith's shop, Malty tossed her long black hair over her shoulder. Thanks to her enchanted ring, she now appeared as a demi-human with feline ears and a swishing tail. She leaned toward Izuku with a smirk. From now on, call me Meowty. Got it? She whispered mischievously, tapping the side of her head. Izuku sighed, rubbing his temple. Seriously? Meowty? She grinned. What? It fits, doesn't it? Raphtalia, standing meekly behind them, glanced nervously at Malty's disguise but said nothing. She was too overwhelmed by the sheer size of the blacksmith shop, filled with racks of weapons and armor that gleamed under the forge's glow. The blacksmith, Erhardt, looked up from his workbench, raising an eyebrow as he recognized Izuku. Back already, shield boy? And with a couple of new faces, I see. Izuku gestured to the raccoon girl. This is Raphtalia, my slave, and the cat over here, he said, motioning to Malty with a half-hearted wave, is Meowty. Malty gave a playful bow. Pleasure. Erhardt grunted, barely sparing her a glance before focusing on Raphtalia. You sure you're treating him right, kid? You don't exactly give off a compassionate vibe. Izuku crossed his arms. They'll get what they earn. No more, no less. The blacksmith scowled, shaking his head. Heartless bastard, he muttered. So, what are you looking for? Izuku immediately went for the cheapest gear on display, basic leather armor with minimal reinforcement and a small short sword with a dull edge. This should be enough. Malty, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. It's basic, but it'll do until she proves herself worthy of better. Raphtalia bit her lip, clutching the ragged clothes that barely covered her frame. She looked at the worn armor hesitantly, her tail twitching behind her nervously. Izuku shoved the set into her arms without a hint of sympathy. "This equipment's worth more than you right now," he said bluntly. "You should be grateful." Raphtalia flinched at his words but nodded quietly, holding the armor close to her chest. "Why yes, Mr. Izuku. Thank you." The blacksmith, who had been watching the interaction with a deepening frown, finally snapped. "Damn it, kid. You keep talking like that, you're gonna end up in hell." He slammed a heavy gauntlet onto the counter, glaring at Izuku with barely restrained irritation. Izuku rolled his eyes, his voice laced with sarcasm. "I'm already in hell." Malty chuckled, leaning against the counter. "Oh, come on, big guy. Don't take it too seriously. We're just making sure our little demi-human earns her keep." She flashed a sharp grin at Raphtalia. "If she works hard enough, maybe we'll even let her sleep in the tent with us." Raphtalia's ears drooped lower, but she nodded silently, determined not to show weakness. Izuku ignored Malty's taunts, turning his attention back to Erhart. "How much?" Erhart grunted. 50 silvers. Izuku frowned. 40. Take it or leave it." The blacksmith sighed heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "You're a real pain, shield boy. Fine. 40. He accepted the coins and gestured for Raphtalia to step forward. "Come on, girl. Let's get this fitted right." She hesitated before stepping up, allowing Erhart to adjust the armor pieces onto her frame. Despite the leather being old and cheap, it fit her snugly, offering some much-needed protection. The short sword was belted around her waist, feeling foreign in her trembling hands. Izuku inspected her once she was fully dressed, nodding in approval. "It'll do, for now." Malty tapped his shoulder with a playful pout. "Don't be too nice, hero. You might actually make her think you care." Izuku shot her a glare. "I don't. I just need her functional." Erhart grumbled under his breath as he watched them, shaking his head. "You're a cold one, shield boy. Just don't forget your so-called tools are still people." Izuku ignored him, gesturing for Raphtalia to follow. "We're done here. Let's go." Back in the forest. The trio made their way back, the setting sun casting long shadows through the trees. The air was cool and crisp, but there was tension between them. Raphtalia followed a few steps behind, her new armor clinking softly with every movement. She gripped the dull short sword tightly, her knuckles white, nervousness etched into her face. Izuku stopped in a clearing, glancing back at her. "All right, you're up," he said bluntly, pointing to the nearest group of balloon monsters bobbing lazily in the air. "Take one out." Raphtalia hesitated, her eyes darting between him, Malty, and the aggressive-looking balloons. But the sword, it's too dull," she stammered, her voice trembling. Izuku frowned. "The sword's fine. You're just scared. Get over there and stab it." Raphtalia whimpered, her hands shaking as she approached the balloon. She swung the sword, but it glanced off the monster's side harmlessly. Her eyes widened in panic, and the balloon lunged at her, latching onto her arm with its sharp teeth. "Ah!" she cried, stumbling back. The slave mark on her chest glowed, sending a sharp jolt of pain through her body. She gasped, clutching her chest, tears welling up in her eyes. Izuku didn't flinch, watching her struggle. "Keep going," he ordered coldly. "You can cry later." Malty leaned casually against a tree, watching with an amused smirk. "Ah, poor thing. Is the little raccoon girl too weak to kill a balloon?" she taunted. "You better try harder, or we'll find someone else who can actually do the job." Raphtalia's lip quivered, but she forced herself to stand, gripping the sword with trembling hands. She swung again, this time with more force, and finally managed to stab the balloon through its center. It popped with a loud bang, and she fell to her knees, panting heavily. Izuku approached her, his expression neutral. "Not bad," he said, pulling the sword from her hands. "But this thing's barely a weapon right now." He took out a flint and steel from his bag, holding it in his hand for a moment before placing it against his shield. A notification appeared, and the shield absorbed the items, transforming into the sharpening shield. He examined the sword closely. "Give me 30 minutes," he said, sitting down and pulling out the blade. Sparks flew as he began sharpening it with the newly upgraded shield. Raphtalia sat quietly on a nearby rock, her ears drooping as she watched him work. Despite the pain and humiliation, there was a flicker of determination in her eyes. She clenched her fists, silently vowing to get stronger. Malty, on the other hand, was relentless. "Honestly, that was pathetic," she said, crossing her arms. "It's a miracle you even managed to kill one balloon. You looked like you were about to wet yourself the whole time." Raphtalia flinched, lowering her head. I'll do better." "You better?" Malty replied, her voice dripping with mockery. "Because if you don't, I'll make sure Mr. Hero knows just how useless you really are." Izuku glanced up from his work, his green eyes narrowing at Malty. "Lay off," he said sharply. Malty pouted, shrugging nonchalantly. "What? I'm just motivating her." "Motivate her without making her cry?" Izuku said, turning back to the blade. After several minutes of sharpening, the sword gleamed under the faint light of the fire he had started. He tested the edge with his finger, nodding in satisfaction. "Here," he said, handing it back to Raphtalia. "It's good as new. Try again." Raphtalia stood, gripping the now sharp blade with renewed determination. She glanced at Izuku, who gave her a brief nod, and then at Malty, who smirked as if expecting her to fail again. With a deep breath, she stepped forward and charged at another balloon. The first swing was awkward, but it connected, slicing through the balloon cleanly. It popped immediately, and Raphtalia blinked in surprise before a small smile spread across her face. I did it," she said, her tail swaying slightly behind her. Malty rolled her eyes. "Wow, you killed a balloon. What an achievement." "Someone fetch the champagne," she said sarcastically. Izuku ignored Malty's snide remarks and gave Raphtalia a small nod. "Good. Now keep going. We're not stopping until you can handle these things without shaking like a leaf." Raphtalia nodded, determination burning brighter in her eyes. She stepped forward again, ready for the next challenge, and though Malty's insults stung, they only fueled her resolve. From the sidelines, Malty smirked, her green eyes glinting with amusement. "You know, Hero, for someone who says he doesn't care, you're awfully hands-on." Izuku shot her a warning glare. "Don't start." Malty chuckled, watching as Raphtalia continued practicing with her sword. Fine, but admit it, she's growing on you." Izuku didn't respond, instead focusing on Raphtalia's progress. He wouldn't say it aloud, but Malty wasn't entirely wrong. Something about the girl's determination reminded him of himself. Maybe, just maybe, she'll be more than just dead weight after all. Chapter 3: A Troubling Past. A week had passed, and their efforts had begun to bear fruit. The trio had steadily leveled up to around level 10, and Raphtalia had finally started getting used to combat. Though she still lacked confidence, her movements had improved, and her attacks were no longer hesitant swings but calculated strikes. Izuku, on the other hand, had learned a few new skills: Airstrike Shield and Shield Prison, abilities that gave him more control over the battlefield beyond simply defending. His experiments with magic were proving useful as well. He had successfully created a distillery shield, which allowed him to produce holy water effortlessly. He could now craft up to 5 bottles a day, a resource he knew would come in handy for future encounters with undead or cursed creatures. However, most of his focus that week had been on poisons and alchemy. Since weapons were off-limits to him, he took advantage of loopholes, crafting smoke bombs, poisonous gases, and trap-based mixtures that didn't count as direct weaponry. The results were promising. His concoctions could incapacitate monsters, and some of the stronger poisons had devastating effects. With each successful creation, he couldn't help but smile at his own ingenuity. He had learned to adapt. Meanwhile, his nights had been eventful. Malty and Izuku continued sharing a tent, and their stress relief sessions were anything but quiet. Raphtalia, in her separate tent, tried to ignore the muffled noises through the thin fabric, pressing a pillow against her ears and turning her back to their tent. The faint giggles, gasps, and murmured words made her tail puff in frustration, and she often found herself burying her face in her sleeping bag, trying to pretend none of it was happening. Now, as they sat around a small campfire, eating another round of Izuku's hearty stew, Malty stretched her arms lazily and leaned against him. "So, hero," she said, tapping her spoon against her bowl. "I heard some merchants talking about an abandoned mine nearby. It's infested with monsters, but there's a ton of ore in there." Izuku perked up at that. "Ore?" He stirred his stew thoughtfully. "We could use that. If I can absorb it into my shield, I might be able to unlock some better defenses or crafting options." Raphtalia swallowed her food nervously. But if it's infested with monsters, won't it be dangerous?" Malty waved her spoon dismissively. "Oh, come on, raccoon. We've been leveling up all week. It's about time we faced a real challenge instead of just poking balloons to death." Izuku nodded in agreement. "She's not wrong. We need better gear, and this is a good opportunity. Besides," he smirked slightly, "if things get bad, we can always retreat." Raphtalia sighed and nodded, not wanting to seem weak. "Okay, I'll do my best." Inside the mine. The entrance to the mine was dark and damp, the faint glow of luminescent crystals giving it an eerie blue tint. Stalactites hung ominously from the ceiling, and the distant sound of dripping water echoed through the cavern. Izuku led the way, holding his shield in front as Malty walked beside him, and Raphtalia nervously brought up the rear. "This place gives me the creeps," Raphtalia whispered, clutching her sword tightly. Malty chuckled. "Relax, little raccoon. I'm sure Mr. Hero will protect us." Izuku rolled his eyes but remained focused, scanning the dark tunnels. "Stay close. The monsters in places like this tend to ambush their prey." As they moved deeper into the mine, Izuku activated his airstrike shield, casting a glowing barrier in front of them. The light provided some visibility, and Raphtalia sighed in relief, sticking closer to its protective glow. After a few minutes of exploration, a low growl echoed from the tunnels ahead. From the darkness, rock worms emerged, large, segmented creatures with hardened shells and gaping maws filled with jagged teeth. "Looks like we've got company," Izuku muttered, raising his shield defensively. Malty unsheathed her sword, grinning excitedly. "Finally, something interesting." She dashed forward, slashing at one of the worms, but her blade barely scratched its stone-like hide. Raphtalia hesitated before lunging at another worm, but it retaliated quickly, snapping at her legs. Izuku reacted instantly. "Shield prison," he commanded. A glowing barrier of interlocking shields formed around Raphtalia, trapping the worm inside with her and giving her an opening. She gulped, tightening her grip, and drove her sword into the worm's exposed underbelly, finally managing to wound it. Izuku grinned. "Nice work. Keep it up." Meanwhile, Malty danced around her opponent, landing strikes with precision. "This is fun," she laughed before glancing back at Izuku. "But maybe your little raccoon needs to toughen up more." Raphtalia pouted but continued to fight, her swings becoming more confident as the battle progressed. The echoes of clashing weapons and heavy breathing filled the cave as the last of the rockworms fell, dissolving into shimmering monster drops. Izuku wasted no time, kneeling beside the remains to dissect the most valuable parts. He absorbed the best pieces into his shield, a faint glow surrounding him as a new notification popped up. New shield unlocked. Rockworm shield, increased resistance to piercing damage and minor strength boost. Izuku smirked. "This'll be useful," he muttered, standing up and brushing dirt off his clothes. Malty leaned against a jagged rock wall, flicking dust off her clothes. "Well, if you're done playing butcher, let's see what's deeper in this cave. I want to get my hands on something valuable." Raphtalia, still catching her breath, nodded hesitantly. "Why yes, Mr. Izuku." They ventured deeper into the mine, the air becoming thick with dust and the occasional glint of or catching their eyes. Izuku eagerly placed his hand on the metallic veins running through the stone, absorbing the rich minerals into his shield. New shield unlocked. Iron vein shield. Enhanced durability and weight reduction for carried items. Nice, he said, feeling the subtle increase in his carrying capacity. Using the power-up method, he refined his shield with the new or upgrading it further. A small icon on his HUD showed an increase in quality for any materials he picked up, along with a slight boost to his stats. Look at you, all giddy over rocks, Malty teased, stretching her arms. Can we get out of here already? I need a warm bath and maybe a bottle of wine. Izuku ignored her, continuing to collect ore until a low, guttural growl echoed through the cavern. Everyone froze. A massive, two-headed beast, covered in thick matted fur, emerged from the shadows, its glowing red eyes locked onto them. Its jagged teeth dripped with saliva as it let out an ear-splitting roar, shaking the cave walls. Raphtalia gasped, dropping her weapon. Her whole body trembled as her eyes widened in terror. And no, not again. Her tail puffed up in fear as tears welled in her eyes. Izuku's instincts kicked in, stepping forward just in time to intercept the beast's charge. The monster lunged, its fangs sinking into his shoulder, a jolt of pain shooting through his body. "Ch-ch, damn it!" Izuku grunted, gritting his teeth through the pain. He held his ground, using his iron vein shield to absorb most of the impact. "Malty now! On it!" Malty shouted, launching a fireball, the spell colliding with the beast's side and scorching its fur. The creature howled in pain, momentarily distracted, giving Izuku enough time to shove it back. "Balloons go!" Izuku commanded, his summoned balloon monsters latching onto the beast's ankles, biting and tearing at its flesh to slow it down. Malty glanced at Raphtalia, who was still frozen, her eyes locked onto the monstrous creature, paralyzed with fear. Malty sighed in frustration. "Seriously, Hero, your pet is useless right now." Izuku growled, looking at Raphtalia. "Raphtalia, move. We need you." But she didn't respond. Her breathing was ragged, and the slave mark on her chest glowed as it tried to force her to action. Tears streamed down her cheeks as flashes of her past filled her mind. Her village burning, her parents being slaughtered, and that same monstrous face leering at her. Izuku cursed under his breath. He activated the slave mark's command, his voice firm. "I'm ordering you to fight now." The mark flared brightly, sending painful jolts through Raphtalia. But even then, she couldn't move. She fell to her knees, clutching her chest, choking out sobs. Izuku clicked his tongue in frustration. "Fine, get to safety now." Malty snickered. "Wow, Hero, you really pick him." She darted behind the beast and stabbed at its hind leg, but the monster retaliated with a powerful kick that sent her flying against the cave wall. "Ugh, damn it," she coughed, glaring at the beast as she struggled to her feet. The beast charged at Malty, its eyes locked onto her, but Izuku acted quickly. Air Strike Shield. A glowing barrier appeared between Malty and the monster, blocking the attack just in time. Thinking quickly, Izuku pulled a smoke bomb from his shield inventory and tossed it at the beast's feet. The cave filled with thick black smoke, and he activated Shield Prison, trapping the monster within a dome of energy. The thrashing inside echoed through the cave as the beast struggled, the smoke slowly choking it into weakness. Finally, after several minutes, the sounds of movement ceased, followed by a loud thud as the creature collapsed, paralyzed by the fumes. Izuku didn't waste any time. He pulled out a vial of ink from his pack, dipped his fingers into it, and quickly traced the slave mark ritual onto the beast's forehead. The lines glowed faintly before sinking into its skin. A notification popped up. New monster acquired, two-headed hellhound status. Subdued, obedience, low. Izuku exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. Finally, got it. Malty staggered up beside him, dusting herself off. "Well, Hero, I'll admit, that was pretty impressive." She glanced at the collapsed beast. "So what now? You gonna keep this ugly mutt?" Izuku smirked. "Damn right I am. It'll be a useful asset." Raphtalia, who had been trembling in the background, finally spoke in a whisper. I am sorry. I couldn't move. Izuku looked at her, his expression unreadable. We'll talk about it later. His tone wasn't angry, but it carried the weight of disappointment. Malty sighed dramatically. Hero, if she freezes up again, she's gonna get us all killed. Izuku didn't respond, instead focusing on the screen in front of him. The upgrade from the or they mind had also enhanced his shield, granting better quality or drops and slight stat boosts to his defense. The battle, despite its challenges, had been worth it. Let's head back, Izuku said, securing the paralyzed beast within his shield's monster storage. We've got what we need. As they made their way out of the cave, Raphtalia trailed behind, her face filled with shame. Izuku glanced back at her once, but he said nothing. He knew she was struggling with more than just fear. He had to figure out how to break through it, because in this world, hesitation could mean death. And he wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Back at the camp, Izuku and Malty sat across from Raphtalia, who hugged her knees, trembling. The two-headed beast lay still beside them, its body rising and falling with shallow breaths, its strength sapped from the fight and the paralysis. Raphtalia's eyes remained locked onto the monstrous creature, haunted and tear-filled. Izuku knelt beside her, his voice softer than usual. Raphtalia, why did you freeze back there? The raccoon girl clenched her fists tightly, her whole body shaking. This creature, it's the same kind that attacked my village, she choked out, her voice quivering. She pointed a trembling finger at the subdued beast. It killed my family. Her composure crumbled. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, her body racked with grief. I couldn't do anything back then, and I couldn't do anything now. I just stood there again. Malty chuckled darkly, crossing her arms with a smirk. Oh please, are we seriously doing this? She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Boo-hoo, bad things happened. That's life. Get over it. Izuku shot her a glare but didn't immediately contradict her. As much as he wanted to reassure Raphtalia, he couldn't deny that Malty had a point. Malty, he started, but she interrupted him with a smug grin. You know I'm right, hero. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, watching Raphtalia with mild amusement. Her little breakdown almost got us killed, and if she freezes up again, she will get us killed. Our lives are more important than her emotional baggage. Izuku exhaled heavily, closing his eyes for a moment before looking at Raphtalia again. He didn't want to say it, but she's right, he admitted, his tone hardening. Raphtalia, I understand your pain, but if you hesitate like that again, we're all dead. Raphtalia looked at him wide-eyed, still sniffling. But. No, but. Izuku cut her off, standing up. He pointed at the restrained two-headed beast. This monster is your past. You can let it roll over you. Let it haunt you for the rest of your life. Or, he took a deep breath. Or you can overcome it. Right here. Right now. Raphtalia's breathing became ragged, her chest rising and falling rapidly as the slave mark flared up, searing into her skin. She stumbled back, clutching at it. I can't. Yes, you can. Izuku's voice was sharp, commanding. Kill it. The monster remained perfectly still under his command, its menacing eyes glaring at Raphtalia, even in its restrained state. Raphtalia's grip tightened on her sword, but her legs felt like lead. The burning from the slave mark intensified with each moment of hesitation, sweat dripping down her brow. Izuku's tone grew louder, more forceful. You can't keep running forever. Do it. Raphtalia whimpered, tears running freely down her face, her vision blurred with memories of her burning village, the screams of her loved ones. But then, something inside her shifted, her trembling turned to fury, to determination. With a primal roar, she lunged forward, the sword in her hands, once shaky and uncertain, now stabbed forward with unwavering resolve. Slash. The blade pierced the monster's chest, again and again, her screams of anguish filling the night air. Slash. Tears streamed down her face, but her strikes did not falter. Slash. With one final, desperate thrust, the beast let out a weak gurgle before finally collapsing motionless. Panting heavily, Raphtalia fell to her knees, the sword slipping from her grasp. The cave was silent except for her ragged breathing and the occasional sniffle. She looked down at her hands, stained with the monster's blood, a conflicted expression on her face. Malty let out a slow whistle, stepping over the dead creature and nudging its lifeless head with her boot. Well, that was dramatic. She turned to Izuku with a smirk. So, worth it? Izuku looked down at Raphtalia, watching as her sobs turned into slow, calming breaths. He knelt beside her, placing a firm hand on her shoulder. You did good, he said softly. Then he glanced at Malty. Yeah, this was worth it. Malty pouted, rolling her eyes. You're such a softy, hero. She pointed at the now-dead beast. Too bad we lost a valuable pet. Izuku shot her a knowing smirk. Raphtalia is more valuable than a two-headed dog. He held up his shield, absorbing the remains of the beast. Besides, I still get to unlock a new shield from it. A notification popped up in front of him. New shield unlocked. Hellhound shield. He grinned. See? Win-win. Malty crossed her arms, smirking. Well, aren't you resourceful? Raphtalia wiped the remaining tears from her eyes and stood up shakily. She looked at Izuku, her eyes filled with a new sense of determination. Thank you, Mr. Izuku. I won't freeze again. Izuku gave her a rare, small smile. I know you won't. Izuku barely had a moment to react before Raphtalia threw herself against him, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist. Her body trembled as she sobbed into his chest, her muffled words barely audible. Thank you, Mr. Izuku. Thank you for letting me stay with you, for letting me be a part of this. He hesitated for a brief moment, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, before placing a hand gently on her head. It's not a big deal, he said awkwardly, offering her a rare, small smile. Before he could say anything else, Malty stormed over, her face twisting in jealousy. Oh, I see what you're trying to do, she sneered, grabbing Raphtalia roughly by the ear and yanking her away from Izuku. The raccoon girl yelped in pain, falling to the ground. You little raccoon whore. Raphtalia's ears flattened against her head, eyes wide with fear as she stammered. And no, I didn't mean to. I just... Izuku immediately stepped in, placing a firm hand on Malty's arm. She was just hugging me, Malty, he said, his voice low but firm. And I'm not going to sleep with her. Malty groaned, rolling her eyes dramatically. Fine, fine. I believe you. It's not like you're a man with that monster between your legs, hungry for any maiden willing. Her lips curled into a sly smirk. You sure you're not a pervert? Izuku's eye twitched. I'm not a pervert. Malty leaned closer, a playful glint in her eyes. Really? The way you've been so rough with me? The way you moan and whimper when I play with you. She ran a teasing finger down his chest. Gosh, I'm sure you're a masochist. His jaw tightened, and he stepped forward, bringing himself eye to eye with her. What the hell is wrong with you? Malty feigned offense, placing a hand to her chest with an exaggerated gasp. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you, letting a spunky little raccoon girl wrap her arms around you like that? You better put your defenses up, shield hero, or she'll take advantage of you. Izuku exhaled in frustration, stepping back. We're not dating, Malty. Stop acting like you're my girlfriend. For a split second, Malty's face turned red, her grip tightening as she hissed. That's not the damn point, you idiot. Her green eyes burned into his. You're mine, not anyone else's. Got it? I claimed you, every inch of you. She patted his groin smugly, grinning at his immediate step back. That's our deal, he grumbled, his patience wearing thin. Stress relief. I don't need you being possessive. Malty narrowed her eyes. And I don't need you comforting every pathetic little maiden we pick up. Raphtalia sat frozen on the ground, watching the argument unfold, her face burning with humiliation. Izuku crossed his arms, scowling. Look, I help people. That's who I am. If you have a problem with that, too bad. Malty sighed dramatically, running a hand through her red hair. Fine, fine, she said with a huff. But if she starts getting ideas, she shot Raphtalia a dark smirk, I will put her in her place. Before Izuku could respond, Malty suddenly leaned in, dipping her tongue into his mouth without warning. Her movements were slow, deliberate, swirling it around his tongue in a sensual dance. Her body pressed against his, the warmth of her curves melding into him. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his hands instinctively pushing against her shoulders. He struggled to break away, but Malty held him tight, deepening the kiss as if she were staking her claim. When she finally pulled back, licking her lips with satisfaction, she glanced toward Raphtalia, who was staring with wide, horrified eyes. Go back to your tent, little girl, Malty ordered, her voice laced with smugness. Raphtalia's ears flattened, her eyes darting between them. Izuku exhaled heavily, wiping his mouth. It's fine, he said, nodding toward Raphtalia. Get some rest. With clear reluctance, the raccoon girl took a few hesitant steps back before crawling into her tent, pulling the flaps tightly shut behind her. Izuku sat down heavily next to the campfire, but Malty wasn't done. She stepped behind him, draping her arms around his shoulders and whispering into his ear. Come with me, hero. We need a little privacy. He groaned. I swear, Malty. She didn't wait for his protests, dragging him away from the fire, her nails tracing teasingly along his chest. They moved through the shadows until they found a small clearing near the edge of the camp. Her green eyes flickered mischievously, and she cast a glance over her shoulder. Follow us, little raccoon, she whispered under her breath. She used a spell, carrying her words to the tent. Raphtalia, hidden in the darkness, hesitated before following quietly, clutching her chest, feeling an uncomfortable twist of emotions. Once they reached the secluded spot, Malty suddenly dropped a small, shiny trinket. Oops, she cooed, stepping back. Pick that up for me, hero. Izuku sighed, bending down to grab it. Why did you bring me? Before he could finish, a wall of earth erupted around him, trapping him waist-deep in a makeshift barrier. His eyes widened in alarm. What the hell, Malty? She smirked, circling him like a predator inspecting its prey. Relax, little hero, she purred, her hands trailing down his chest as she slapped his rear playfully. I've had a long day, and I need to take out my frustrations. Izuku gritted his teeth, struggling against the earthy prison. This isn't funny. Let me go. She leaned in, her lips ghosting over his ear. You stood up for that filthy little demi-human and lost us a valuable pet. You owe me, hero, she whispered, her tone dangerously sweet. In the darkness, Raphtalia watched, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't see much, but the words stung, making her feel small and ashamed. Malty kissed Izuku, slow and deep. Come on, hero. Make my fantasies come true. Izuku let out a long sigh. Oh my god, fine. Just get it over with. Malty grinned triumphantly, running her hands down his torso. That's more like it, she teased before pouting. If only I had my little tool, I could really go deeper inside of you. Izuku's face darkened with horror. No, we are not doing that. That's off limits. She chuckled, her fingers trailing dangerously close to his chin. Oh, come on, little hero. Be adventurous. You don't know what you're missing. He shook his head firmly. If you ever tried that with me, I'd kill myself. Malty grinned devilishly. Don't say never, Izuku. Many boys don't know the pleasures of their own body. But I do. I've broken men before. She sighed dramatically. Sadly, I don't have my favorite little toy, so you're safe for now. Lemon warning. Izuku struggled against the stone wall holding him in place, his muscles straining with the effort. He looked up as Malty's surprised face appeared, grinning down at him like the cat that caught the canary. What kind of depraved thing are you into now? He demanded, his voice strained. He lost sight of her as she circled the wall, but he could feel her, the heat of her gaze on his skin. There was a rustle of fabric, and then his pants were being yanked down, his underwear going with them in one swift motion. He gritted his teeth, humiliation and unwanted arousal warring within him. He couldn't see her, but he could hear her, the wicked laughter and the rustling of her clothes. Through the leaves of the nearby bushes, Raphtalia watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with shock and a hint of something else, something darker. Malty's hand wrapped around his cock, her touch light and teasing. Her fingers traced patterns on his skin, mapping out each vein and ridge, committing them to memory. He jerked, his hips twitching forward involuntarily, seeking more friction. She laughed, the sound cruel and mocking, before her thumb brushed over his slit, smearing the bead of precum that had gathered there. Her other hand cupped his balls, rolling them gently in her palm. She was driving him mad, his body responding to her touch even as his mind rebelled against it. On the other side of the wall, Izuku gritted his teeth, his nails digging into the stone so hard they bled. He was trapped, at the mercy of this woman. Humiliation burned in his gut, but it was nothing compared to the arousal coursing through his veins. Through the leaves, Raphtalia watched, her face flushed and her heart pounding. She could see everything: Izuku, tied and helpless, his face a mask of humiliation even as his body betrayed him, and Malty, her hand moving, coaxing forth his release like it was nothing. At her words, his face turned an even darker shade of red. She had him completely, utterly at her mercy, and she was going to take full advantage of it, if her wicked smile was any indication. "Please," he gritted out, even as his hips jerked forward. "Malty, don't dash." His pleas were cut off by a guttural moan as Malty's finger pushed past the tight ring of muscle, invading him. He climaxed ropes of seed, smearing on the earth wall as his body jolted with shameful pleasure. Raphtalia couldn't tear her eyes away, her own body responding to the scene in ways she had never imagined. Malty circled the wall, her hips swaying in a deliberate tease. When she came into view again, her leather pants had vanished, leaving her bare and exposed. She pressed her ass against his face, the scent of her arousal heavy in the air. "Lick it," she demanded, grinding against him. He couldn't resist, his tongue darting out to taste her. His hands clenched on her hips, finding purchase, as he lapped at her, tracing patterns across the soft flesh. She moaned, her head falling back, and he felt her hands in his hair, gripping tightly, urging him on. His trapped position meant he couldn't get the angle he needed to thrust, leaving him achingly hard and wanting. Through the leaves, Raphtalia watched, her own hands moving of their own accord, stroking and teasing. She felt guilty. She knew she should stop, but she couldn't look away. Malty ground her ass against Izuku's face, her hands fisting in his hair, pulling him closer. His tongue worked magic on her, bringing her closer and closer to the edge. With a keen cry, she came, her juices flooding his mouth. She reached down, scooping some up and painting his face with it, leaving him glistening. "Good boy," she purred, petting his head like a favored hound. Suddenly, she stiffened, her gaze going to the trees. Through the leaves, Malty and Raphtalia stared at each other. Malty's smirk was vicious, triumphant. She knew she had both of them now, trapped and at her mercy. She waved a finger, then pressed her whole hand to her lips, telling Raphtalia to be silent. The raccoon girl nodded and crept closer, her footsteps silent on the soft earth. Izuku, his face still buried in Malty's ass, was oblivious. Malty mimed pulling on pants and swapping places, then waited, one eyebrow raised. Raphtalia hesitated, her face flushed, but then she nodded, a determined set to her jaw. Malty reached up, placing her hands over Izuku's eyes, and in one swift motion, the two women switched places. As Raphtalia settled herself against Izuku's face, she lifted her tail, not trying to expose the switch. Through her cheeks, she could feel his breath, hot and damp, and she shuddered, her body reacting even as her mind screamed at her to stop. Malty watched with glee as Izuku continued his ministrations, blissfully unaware of the switch. She moved around the wall, coming to stand on the other side. Raphtalia was in heaven, her eyes shut tight, mouth slack with pleasure, as she fingered herself in time to Izuku's licks. Her breathy gasps and moans only spurred him on. But then Malty was there, her hand wrapping around his cock, stroking him hard and fast. Her hand reached up to circle the tight pucker of his asshole, teasing the sensitive nerves. Izuku gasped, his eyes flying open to see not the red of Malty's cheeks, but the fur of Raphtalia's tail. Before he could question it, Malty's tongue replaced her finger, and he lost the ability to think at all. Malty's hands were magic, bringing him to the brink of ecstasy faster than he thought possible. Her nimble fingers found every sensitive spot, twisting and teasing until he was a writhing mess. His hips bucked, seeking more friction, more of the sweet pleasure only she could give. He was lost, drowning in sensation, when Raphtalia pushed her but closer, grinding against his mouth. His muffled cry was lost as he came, hard, spilling into Malty's waiting hand. She laughed, the sound cruel and mocking. "You're both just perverts, my little toys to play with." To punctuate her words, she pushed a finger into his ass, finding his prostate and pressing hard. He cried out again, another orgasm ripping through him, leaving him weak and shaking. Malty snapped her fingers, and the stone wall crumbled, Izuku dropping to the ground in a heap. As Raphtalia came, her juices spraying Izuku's face, he sputtered, trying to catch his breath. But the raccoon girl was already moving, her eyes fixed on his cock, hard and leaking against his stomach. Malty pushed her down, until she was ass-first in Izuku's face. "We're not done, shield hero?" she purred, pressing her ass into his face. "Start licking." Malty didn't wait for a response, just impaled herself on his shaft, sinking down to the hilt. She moaned, her head falling back as she started to ride him hard and fast. Leaning down, she met Raphtalia's gaze, her eyes glittering with a cruel amusement. "He's mine," she hissed. "You only can have a taste of his face. Be grateful for it." Raphtalia wanted to protest, to tell her to get off, to give her a turn. Raphtalia opened her mouth to say those very words, but then Izuku's tongue flicked over her clit, and all thoughts of protest fled her mind. Instead, she started grinding, her hips moving in time with his licks, chasing her own pleasure. "Oh, shield hero," she cried, her voice high and breathy. "Oh, Izuku." He just moaned in response, the vibrations making her toes curl. It was all the encouragement Malty needed to ride him harder, faster. She rose and fell, her nails digging into his hips, leaving crescent-shaped marks behind. The faster she went, the higher her pleasure climbed. Raphtalia, too, was climbing higher, until they both came with a keening cry, their juices mingling on Izuku's face. Raphtalia collapsed next to Izuku, her body racked with aftershocks. He turned his head, watching as Malty slid off his softening member, a wicked grin on her face. Without preamble, she wrapped her hand around him, stroking slowly, teasingly. "If only I had brought my toys today," she mused. "I could have broken you entirely, shield hero." Her words made him twitch, his still sensitive cock responding to the promise in her voice. Then her mouth was on him, hot and wet, and he lost the ability to think at all. Her tongue swirled around the head, lapping up the mixed flavors of both their releases. He grabbed her head, his fingers tangling in her hair, urging her on. She took him deeper, her lips stretching obscenely around his girth. He couldn't take it, couldn't hold back any longer. Izuku began to climax and slam into her. He cried out, his back arching off the ground as he spilled into Malty's eager mouth. She didn't let a drop escape, swallowing every bit of his essence as if it were ambrosia. Her tongue licked him clean, the sensation making him shudder with overstimulation. He fell back, boneless, but he couldn't tear his eyes away as she released him and licked her lips with exaggerated satisfaction. It was filthy, obscene, and utterly intoxicating. Before he could recover, she was moving down his body, her hot mouth encasing him once more. He gasped, his spent cock twitching in surprise at the onslaught of sensation. But then he felt something new, something he hadn't expected, the press of a finger against his entrance, the slow slide of it inside as she continued to suckle him. Malty bobbed her head up and down, her tongue swirling around the sensitive flesh. He twitched beneath her, his exhausted cock giving a valiant effort to harden again. Then her finger was pressing against his prostate, and he was lost. His eyes rolled back, his hips lifting involuntarily, seeking more of that incredible pressure. It was too much, too intense, and he couldn't hold back another climax even if he wanted to, which he absolutely did not. She moved her head off him, her tongue sticking out to catch the dribble of cum that escaped. He watched, mesmerized, as she applied a tube of red lipstick and then pressed a kiss to the tip of his cock. "You fought well, shield hero," she purred. "But not well enough." With a wink and a final, long lick, she slunk away, leaving him beaten, pleasured, and thoroughly defeated. Lemon over. As they returned to camp, both Izuku and Raphtalia carried a heavy weight of shame, though for different reasons. Izuku's legs felt weak. Exhaustion settling deep into his bones from the power drain Malti had put him through the night before. Humiliated and drained, he staggered inside the tent, collapsing next to Malti, who wasted no time pulling his head against her soft chest, running her fingers through his hair. Meanwhile, Raphtalia slipped into her own tent, burying herself in her sleeping bag, her mind swirling with conflicting emotions. The next morning, Izuku groggily opened his eyes, the warmth of Malti's body pressed against him. He sighed, running a hand through his messy hair. "Why did you get Raphtalia involved last night?" he muttered, his voice still laced with irritation. Malti smirked, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. "I told you before, your little member is off limits to her," she cooed. "But I never said she couldn't watch. Besides," she added with a devilish grin, "I just wanted to show her who's in charge around here." Izuku groaned, his muscles still aching. "You're impossible," he grumbled. She placed a soft kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Such an adorable young man you are. Let's take a bath today. You need it." Izuku sighed but nodded, retrieving his shield and activating the bath shield, summoning a steaming hot bath right beside their tent. Steam rose invitingly, and Malti wasted no time stripping down, slipping into the water with a contented sigh. Izuku hesitated for a moment before following, settling in with a groan as the heat soothed his aching muscles. As they scrubbed each other down, Malti leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. "You made so much noise last night," she teased, her fingers running over his chest. "I could feel you shaking under my touch, the way I guided you. You were such a good little hero." Izuku's face flushed crimson, and he scowled. "Shut up, Malti." She laughed, tilting her head back, letting the water cascade over her bare shoulders. "You're so cute when you're flustered," she giggled, then turned around, shaking her rear in his direction. "I can't wait to see what you're going to do to me tonight." "You're such a pervert," Izuku muttered, his face burning. She leaned back against him with a sultry smile, whispering, "I'm yours, hero," before pressing her lips to his. The kiss lingered, soft at first but deepening as her arms wrapped around his neck. Breaking away with a teasing smile, Malti chuckled. "I have to say, you might be the perfect partner. Most men break after just one round, but you—" She licked her lips, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "You have so much stamina." Izuku groaned, covering his face. "God, you're insatiable. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet," she whispered with a perverse grin. "And Mama likes to eat." His face turned redder, and before he could stop himself, he muttered, "Papa likes to eat too." Malti gasped in delight, but before she could say anything, Izuku growled, grabbing her neck lightly and pressing a series of hot kisses along her collarbone. She moaned softly, tilting her head back. Suddenly, realization struck him. His eyes widened in horror, and he jerked back, pushing away from her in the tub. "I gotta go get changed," he stammered, hopping out of the water, grabbing his clothes in a frantic hurry. Malti sat back in the bath, smirking as she watched him flee. "You're not getting away that easily tonight, hero," she called after him, her laughter echoing in the morning air. After getting dressed, Izuku made his way to Raphtalia's tent. He hesitated for a moment before pulling back the flap and stepping inside. The raccoon girl sat curled up in the corner, her face flushed red as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her tunic. She looked up, startled, when she saw him. Mr. Izuku," she stammered, her ears twitching. Izuku sat down beside her, offering a gentle smile. "Hey, are you feeling all right?" Her face grew even redder, and she lowered her gaze. I'm sorry about last night," she whispered, embarrassment lacing her voice. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's okay. I just wanted to make sure. Malty didn't force you into anything, did she?" His tone was soft but firm, concern etched across his face. Raphtalia quickly shook her head, her tail twitching. "And no, she didn't. I wanted to do it," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "And it felt great." Izuku's face immediately turned red, and he shifted awkwardly. "Why yeah, about that." He cleared his throat. "I don't think it's appropriate. I mean, I think it was just a one-time thing." Her ears drooped slightly, and she looked away, her expression falling. "Oh, why?" she asked quietly. Izuku sighed again, his green eyes softening. "Look, it's not that you're not attractive, because you definitely are," he said, trying to reassure her. "You're beautiful, Raphtalia." Her ears perked up slightly at the compliment. "But the problem is, you're my slave. I don't want to take advantage of you. You're in a tough situation and it wouldn't feel right for me to, use you like that." Raphtalia's face turned crimson, and she mumbled, I was the one doing the using last night." She immediately slapped her hands over her mouth, realizing what she just said. Izuku chuckled softly, placing a comforting hand on her head, gently pulling her into his chest. "It's okay," he murmured. "I get it. Things got a little heated, and emotions were running wild." He stroked her hair gently, feeling her relax against him. "Besides, we've only known each other for a short while. It wouldn't be healthy to rush into something like that without really getting to know each other first." She nodded slowly, her eyes peeking up at him with gratitude. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Izuku." He gave her a reassuring smile. "And you don't have to apologize for anything. All right?" She smiled softly. "All right." Standing up, Izuku stretched. "I'm gonna start on breakfast," he said. "Come out when you're ready." Raphtalia watched him leave, her heart feeling lighter despite the lingering embarrassment. Outside, Izuku got to work preparing breakfast. He cracked some eggs into a pan, searing pieces of meat alongside it, and grilled some fish over the fire. The morning air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of cooking food. Malty soon joined him, stretching lazily and yawning. Something smells good, hero." She sat down with a grin, watching him work. Raphtalia followed shortly after, sitting quietly beside the fire, still a little flustered from their earlier conversation. Once the food was done, Izuku handed out portions. The two girls eagerly dug in, Malty humming in delight. "Damn, you've got some skills in the kitchen," she said between bites. Raphtalia nodded, chewing happily. "It's delicious, Mr. Izuku." Izuku took a bite and shrugged. It's all right. A little bland, though." Malty rolled her eyes. "You're impossible to please," she teased, stealing another piece of fish from his plate. As they ate, Izuku looked around at his small party. It wasn't perfect, and things were complicated, really complicated, but for now it was enough. After finishing breakfast, the group set out for another round of monster hunting. They easily took down a few stray rabbits and a pack of wolves prowling the outskirts of the forest. As they walked through the dense greenery, Malty casually turned to Izuku with a curious look. "Hey, hero, why don't you just, enslave the wolves or some of those rabbits?" she asked, twirling a strand of her red hair between her fingers. Izuku glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. "I mean, it would be a good idea," he admitted, wiping some sweat from his brow. "But at the moment, I'm not really looking for small prey. If I'm going to use a slave seal, I'd rather save it for something big." Malty nodded, resting her hand on her hip. "So the two-headed dog was worth it. But not these little wolves, huh?" She smirked. "Then why are you still dragging those ridiculous balloons around? You should just throw them away." Izuku shot her a look. "I'm not throwing them away," he said firmly. "They're actually pretty useful. Besides, Their stats have increased significantly thanks to the boosts I've been giving them. He gestured toward his floating red balloon monsters, which bobbed happily in the air around him. They're not strong, but they're a great distraction in a fight. Malty pouted but shrugged. Fine, fine. But are you planning to tame something better? A small grin tugged at Izuku's lips. Actually, yeah. I've been thinking about getting something like a pseudo-dragon. Malty perked up. A pseudo-dragon? Those little magic-casting lizards. Izuku nodded, excitement creeping into his voice. Yeah, they're not real dragons, but they have the ability to cast spells and they're pretty valuable. Most mages use them as familiars, and they're not exactly the strongest, but if I get one, he tapped his shield proudly. My shield can boost their abilities even further. I might actually be able to use offensive magic through them. Malty whistled in appreciation. Wow, I hate to admit it, but that's actually not a bad idea, hero. Taming one could give us an edge. She leaned closer with an intrigued smile. So why not go get one now? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I do have a map that shows where they're located, but I'd rather level up more before we head to that area. It's going to be dangerous if we're not strong enough. He pulled out his phone, showing Malty a PDF file of the map he'd scanned earlier. Malty peered at the screen, and her eyes widened in recognition. Oh, I know that place, she mused. It's not that far from here, but yeah, it's crawling with nastier monsters. If we go now, we'll have to be extra careful. Before Izuku could respond, Raphtalia, who had been quietly listening, stepped forward with determination in her eyes. I'll be strong this time, she said, clenching her fists. I won't let fear stop me again. We should go. Izuku blinked at her enthusiasm and then smiled softly. All right, he said, nodding. But let's take it slow and stay cautious. We need to be careful. Malty rolled her eyes with a smirk. You're such a worrywart, hero. But fine, fine. Let's go dragon hunting. As they set off in the direction of the pseudo-dragon habitat, Malty nudged Izuku teasingly. Hope you're ready, hero. If this little lizard breathes fire, I might have to jump into your arms for protection. Izuku groaned. Oh, give me a break, Malty. Raphtalia giggled softly behind them. It took them a few hours of trekking through dense foliage, but they finally arrived in the deeper part of the forest. The atmosphere was different here, thicker, darker, and filled with an eerie silence broken only by the distant howls of dire wolves and the sharp rustling of horned rabbits darting through the undergrowth. Giant lizards slithered along the rocks, their scales blending into the terrain, making them nearly invisible until they struck. Izuku adjusted his grip on his shield, scanning the dense forest with a determined expression. Pseudo-dragons are tricky, he explained, wiping some sweat from his brow. They prefer cold, damp areas to nest. We're looking for places where moisture collects, maybe near caves or shaded areas under dense trees. Malty groaned, swatting away a mosquito. So basically, we're running around looking for tiny little lizards the size of a hand? Sounds great, hero. Raphtalia, on the other hand, seemed more focused, scanning the forest floor intently. They may be small, but they're valuable. If Mr. Izuku thinks this is worth it, then I'll do my best to help. Izuku smiled at her enthusiasm and pulled out one of the incubation cages he had purchased earlier from the slave trader. The small metallic contraption, equipped with a glass dome, was designed to keep eggs warm and protected until they hatched. I've got 3 of these, he said, holding it up. If we find an egg, we can secure it immediately. Malty raised an eyebrow. So we're looking for something that's scaled, right? How do you plan to tell the difference between their eggs and, say, a random rock? Izuku smirked, tapping his shield. Simple. If I absorb it and it unlocks a new shield, it's the real deal. Malty rolled her eyes. Of course, you have a trick for everything. They scoured the area for hours, carefully picking their way through the rough terrain. They managed to catch glimpses of a few pseudo-dragons flitting between the trees, their shimmering wings carrying them out of reach before they could react. Izuku clenched his fist in frustration. Damn, they're too fast. I could try snaring one with my magic, Malty suggested, twirling her fingers, sparks of fire dancing between them. Izuku shook his head. We don't want to harm them. Let's focus on finding an egg instead. It's safer and more reliable. But finding an egg wasn't easy. The deeper they ventured, the more aggressive the monsters became. Dire wolves snapped at their heels, forcing Izuku to block repeated lunges while Raphtalia darted in with precise strikes. Malty provided cover, hurling fireballs to keep the wolves at bay. After clearing out another pack of wolves, Raphtalia huffed, wiping sweat from her brow. This is exhausting. How do we know we're even close? Izuku crouched down, examining the ground. He noticed patches of scorched earth near the base of a large tree, where the moss was strangely charred. Pseudo-dragons breathe tiny bursts of flame when they nest, he explained. This might be it. Malty peered over his shoulder. Great. Let's dig then, shall we? Carefully, they cleared the area with their hands, brushing away dirt and foliage until Izuku's fingers grazed something smooth and hard. He pulled it free, revealing a small, scaled egg with intricate blue and gold patterns decorating the shell. Yes, Izuku grinned, gently placing the egg inside the incubation cage. The device whirred softly as it activated, surrounding the egg in a protective warmth. We got one. Malty crossed her arms with a satisfied smirk. Took you long enough. Let's hope the little thing hatches into something useful. Raphtalia smiled brightly. This is amazing. You're really going to raise a dragon, Mr. Izuku? Izuku nodded, staring at the egg thoughtfully. Yeah, but we're not done yet. Let's see if we can find another. The search continued, battling monsters and scouring every dark, damp corner they could find. By the end of the day, they had secured 3 pseudo-dragon eggs, each one tucked safely into an incubation cage. As they made their way back to camp, exhaustion was evident in their steps, but Izuku couldn't help feeling accomplished. He looked at the cages, imagining the potential they held. Malty nudged him playfully. You're looking way too proud of yourself, hero. Izuku smirked. I can't help it. This could be a game changer. Raphtalia beamed. We'll take good care of them. Izuku nodded. Yeah, we'll raise them right, and they'll help us fight the waves. As they reached their camp and settled down for the night, Izuku lay on the sleeping bag next to Malty, his mind surprisingly quiet for once. She stripped off her clothes as usual, expecting the same hunger and heat that usually followed, but tonight was different. As he lay on his back, staring through a small opening in the tent where the stars peeked through, he didn't move to touch her. He simply watched the sky, deep in thought. Malty, already half undressed, noticed the lack of his usual eagerness and sat up, looking down at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head. Izuku turned his gaze from the stars to her. I forgive you. His voice was flat, void of any emotion. Malty blinked, her lips parting in confusion. You forgive me? She repeated, as if the words were foreign to her. He rolled over, facing away from her. Yeah, I forgive you. There was a pause before she kicked him lightly in the back. He groaned and turned back around. What? Her expression was unreadable, but there was something storming behind her eyes. Forgive me? She scoffed, her tone filled with disbelief. Forgive me for what? For doing what I had to do. For doing exactly what I wanted to do. Izuku remained silent, watching her quietly. She sat up fully, her face contorted in frustration. I don't need your forgiveness, shield hero, she spat. I don't need anyone's forgiveness. Do you think I was losing sleep over what I did? Crying and waiting for your approval? I know you weren't, Izuku said calmly. You're Malty, future queen of your country. You don't look back, right? She folded her arms, narrowing her eyes at him. Damn right. Izuku sighed, his gaze softening as he continued. And I know you probably would have never looked at me twice if the Three Heroes Church had kept their end of the bargain. Malty hesitated, then shrugged, smirking. Yeah, probably. I mean, I was going to betray you, she admitted without hesitation. If things had gone my way, you'd be rotting in a dungeon right now. Izuku chuckled dryly. Exactly. Her expression twisted in confusion again. Then why the hell are you forgiving me? He let out a deep breath, his fingers tracing the fabric of his sleeping bag. Because you've been trying to be supportive. His voice was softer now, contemplative. And back in that tub, when I flirted with you, I don't know why I did that. I feel anger toward you, Malty. A lot of anger. Even now, I hate what you did to me. She tilted her head, listening. But in that moment, I was happy, Izuku admitted, his eyes distant. I let everything go and just played along. And that scares me. He sighed again. You're still a conniving, psychotic bitch. But you're also my best chance at getting out of this world alive. You're my way to see my mom again. Without you, I'd probably still be scrapping for food or fighting balloons for copper coins day in and day out. Malty stared at him, her usual teasing smirk nowhere to be seen. She opened her mouth but closed it again, something uncharacteristically uncertain in her demeanor. Izuku turned to look at her, offering a small, honest smile. You might have stabbed me in the back, but you also saved my life. Sure, it was for selfish reasons, but you still did it. She blinked, processing his words. For once, Malty found herself at a loss. Teasing, manipulation, and seduction were her tools. She used her body and wit to control and bend people to her will. But this was something else. So what? She finally said, forcing a smirk. You must have fallen for my body, then? The shield hero losing his battle with lust. She laughed, but it lacked her usual confidence. Izuku chuckled. Say what you want. I just wanted to say it. He paused before adding, and I trust you. And if you ever need anything, I've got your back. Malty lay down beside him, facing away, pressing her back against his. The warmth of his body felt strangely comforting, though she'd never admit it. She stared at the tent fabric, deep in thought. For a long time, there was silence between them, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air. Idiot, she muttered eventually, her voice lacking venom. Izuku smirked, closing his eyes. I know. They drifted off to sleep, backs touching, a fragile truce settling between them. Malty awoke to find herself back in her old room, a wave of nostalgia washing over her as she blinked in the dim moonlight spilling through the large window. She smiled, stretching lazily, and looked around. The soft scent of lavender still lingered in the air, and the plush silk sheets beneath her fingers felt as luxurious as ever. Rising from the bed, she approached the vanity mirror, her heart skipping a beat when she saw her reflection, the young girl she used to be. Her auburn hair flowed effortlessly, cascading down her shoulders in perfect curls. Her eyes, wide and full of hope, stared back at her. She touched her face lightly, as if confirming it was real. So young, so naive. Moving across the room, her fingers trailed over the wooden surface of her desk, where her old journal sat, thick with pages filled with scribbled magic formulas and incantations. She opened it, scanning the delicate script, her handwriting still elegant and full of ambition. With a nostalgic sigh, she raised her palm, conjuring a small flame, the flickering light illuminating the room. It was nothing more than a basic fire spell, barely enough to light a candle, yet back then, it had felt like an accomplishment. She remembered those days vividly, the yearning to become like her father, the great king, the hero who once led armies and secured victories in wars long past. She had admired him, idolized him. She practiced tirelessly, poring over spellbooks and tomes. Yet no matter how hard she tried, her magic was weak. Her sister, mere years younger, could already perform advanced spells with ease, while Malty struggled with even the simplest of charms. It had stung, a deep wound that festered in her heart. Despite possessing 3 affinities, her spells lacked power, lacked substance. She clenched her fist, the tiny flame in her hand flickering in response. She remembered this day, the day before she was sent off to study magic abroad in her father's kingdom. The hopeful girl staring back at her in the mirror thought the university would fix everything. They had promised that, with enough training, her potential would finally bloom. The memory shifted, and suddenly she was walking the grand halls of the university. The first month had been thrilling, watching students cast spells with elegance and power, their confidence radiant. She had practiced hard, improving only slightly, but it wasn't enough. She fell behind, flunking her classes, and realized the awful truth. She wasn't meant to study magic. It was her weakness. The memory darkened, twisting in her mind as she recalled the slow shift in her approach. Desperation had led her down another path. If she couldn't excel through skill, she'd excel through other means. She had learned to whisper sweet words to her professors, her charm more effective than any spell she could cast. A soft touch here, a lingering gaze there. Before long, grades were no longer an issue. She didn't hesitate to use her mouth, her hands, or the special toy she kept hidden beneath her skirts. As long as the grades kept up, who cared? But no secret remained hidden forever. She could still feel the cold marble floor beneath her knees as she knelt in front of her mother, sobbing, pleading, insisting she had done her best. The harsh crack of the slap echoed through the chamber, sending her sprawling to the ground. The words that followed had shattered her completely. She had lost everything. No longer the heir, stripped of her title, her birthright stolen by her younger sister, the prodigy, the future queen, the perfect daughter, the one with true magic, intelligence, and the leadership skills their mother desired. Malty stared down at her reflection in the journal, the little flame in her hand flickering and sputtering out. She gritted her teeth, hatred and resentment bubbling beneath the surface. She had always tried her best. Always. But trying was never enough. Malty cried harder that night than she ever had before. Her sobs echoed through the grand halls of the palace, rattling through the heavy doors of her chamber. She curled into herself, fists gripping the silky sheets, tears soaking the pillow beneath her. She had done her best, tried with everything she had, and yet it still wasn't enough. It was never enough. Through the haze of her despair, the door creaked open. Heavy footsteps approached, and before she could lift her head, a warm presence enveloped her. Her father, the king, sat beside her, his regal stature softened by the look of sorrow in his eyes. She pounded her fists against his chest, her voice hoarse from screaming. "I did my best, father. I did. But it wasn't enough." He hushed her, stroking her hair with a tender touch she had rarely felt from him. "My darling Malty," he whispered, his voice a soothing balm to her breaking heart. "Your best is all that matters to me." That day he spoiled her like never before. Jewels, gowns, servants at her beck and call, everything she desired, everything she wished for, handed to her on a silver platter. But no matter how much she received, no matter how much he tried to fill the void gnawing inside her, it wasn't enough. She wanted her birthright. She wanted what was rightfully hers. And so she changed. She became cruel, cold, and calculating. She convinced herself that kindness and fairness had no place in the pursuit of power. If she couldn't rise on her merits, she would rise by any means necessary. Lies, manipulation, seduction, nothing was off limits. As the years passed, she molded herself into the ruthless woman she was today, her heart hardened by failure and disappointment. Every smile she wore was a mask. Every kind word she spoke was laced with venom. She became wicked, yes, but it was because she had to. She had to survive, to take what was owed to her, to claw her way to the top by any means necessary. Even now, even in this strange world, that mindset hadn't changed. It couldn't change. Malty's eyes fluttered open, her breath catching in her throat. She was no longer in her childhood room, no longer in the palace halls. Instead, she was in their tent, the soft glow of dawn creeping in through the fabric. Something pressed gently against her forehead. Her heart raced as she slowly turned her gaze upward. A hand warm, soft, and unexpectedly gentle rested against her head. Izuku. His green eyes were filled with concern, his thumb brushing away the remnants of the tears she hadn't even realized she'd shed in her sleep. His face, usually wary and guarded, held something softer now. "You were crying," he murmured, his voice low and uncertain. "Are you okay?" For a moment, she stared at him, stunned into silence. "What the hell are you doing, shield hero?" she thought, irritation prickling at her skin. But instead of shoving him away, She found herself relaxing beneath his touch, just for a second, just long enough to let herself breathe. Then, her mask slipped back into place, and she smirked, brushing his hand off playfully. Ah, hero, falling for me again? I knew you'd get addicted eventually. Izuku rolled his eyes, pulling back. Forget it, he muttered, shaking his head. Just get ready. We've got work to do. Malty watched him go, her smirk lingering, but deep down, the tears she cried in her dreams still clung to her soul. Chapter 4: Dragon Training. A week had passed, and Izuku, Malty, and Raphtalia had been steadily growing stronger, taking down higher-level monsters with increasing efficiency. They had roughly 2 weeks left before the next wave, and their party had reached level 20. That night, as Izuku and Malty rested in their tent, Malty abruptly kicked him in the side, jolting him awake. "What the hell, Malty?" Izuku growled, rubbing his ribs. She smirked, unbothered by his frustration, before pointing at the small nest of incubation cages near their gear. "You might want to wake up, dumbass." Izuku's irritation faded instantly as his eyes darted to the cages. The eggs, all 3 of them, were shaking, tiny cracks forming across their hardened shells. A sharp crack filled the tent as the first one split open, a small, fiery red creature crawling free. "A fire pseudo-dragon," Izuku muttered, watching the small beast shake itself off. Malty's eyes lit up with excitement as she reached for the newly hatched dragon, scooping it up with surprising gentleness. "Oh, I love fire. Look at this little thing. It's adorable." She cradled the hatchling, which chirped and licked her fingers. Before Izuku could respond, another egg shattered. This one revealed a dark blue pseudo-dragon that sparked with tiny bursts of electricity as it let out a shrill cry. "A lightning pseudo-dragon," he noted, already reaching for the last egg. A moment later, the third and final hatchling emerged, a light blue pseudo-dragon with tiny frills along its head. When it yawned, a faint mist of water came from its mouth. "A water pseudo-dragon," Izuku finished, marveling at them. Malty giggled, lifting the red dragon up to eye level. "I love this one. It suits me, don't you think?" Izuku smirked. "Yeah, and you can have it." She blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, what? Seriously?" "Yeah," he said, shrugging. "You like fire, and I'd rather have dragons we can actually work with. This guy will be more useful with you." She hesitated for a moment before smirking, clutching the little beast closer. "Ha! You're not as dumb as you look, shield hero." Izuku ignored the jab, checking the status screens of the dragons. They were incredibly low-level, barely above newborn status, and each only knew one basic spell aligned with their element. They'd need a lot of training to be viable in battle. "All right," he said, setting the other 2 dragons on the ground. "Let's start leveling them up." Malty yawned, stretching. "They'll need food first." "Already on it," Izuku replied, pulling out some scraps of meat from their supplies. The pseudo-dragons eagerly snapped at the pieces, chirping excitedly. The next morning, they started training. The newly hatched dragons hunted weak monsters, biting and clawing at balloons while Raphtalia giggled, feeding them extra treats whenever they managed a successful attack. Izuku watched, arms crossed, as Malty gleefully cheered her fire pseudo-dragon on. "Burn them, my little flame." The tiny beast let out a weak ember spark, barely singing a balloon. Izuku smirked. "Looks like it takes after you. All bark, no bite." Malty turned and kicked him in the shin. The training continued well into the afternoon, with the dragons gradually becoming more adept at fighting. Their once feeble attacks were now landing with precision, their small bodies darting between balloons and lower-level monsters. As they rested near the campfire, the dragons curled up around them, their tiny chests rising and falling with exhausted breaths. Izuku wiped his forehead, exhaling. "All right, if these guys are sticking around, we need to name them." Malty hummed, running her fingers through her fire pseudo-dragon scales. Well, mine is obviously going to be Pyro," she smirked. "It's got fire, and it's mine, perfect name, right?" Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. Pyro it is." The fire pseudo-dragon let out a soft chirp, seemingly pleased with the name. He turned his gaze toward the light blue pseudo-dragon, who was curled up near his leg, its frilled head resting against his boot. Its tiny body gave off a cool sensation, almost as if mist were constantly emanating from it. He reached out, running his hand along its head, feeling the smooth, damp texture of its scales. "You're calm, quiet, and you remind me of water," he mused. "So, Aqua." The little dragon lifted its head, blinking its large, curious eyes before letting out a soft trill, rubbing against his palm. Malty scoffed. "Aqua? Wow, real creative hero." Izuku shot her a deadpan look. "Says the woman who named hers Pyro." She stuck her tongue out at him in response. Finally, he turned his attention to the dark blue pseudo-dragon, who was still twitching slightly in its sleep, tiny sparks crackling along its scales. This one had the most energy, always the first to attack and the last to retreat. Izuku smirked. "And you're full of energy, always jumping into a fight first. Thunder suits you." At the mention of its name, the lightning pseudo-dragon's body jolted, its small wings fluttering before it let out a chirping zap, causing Malty to yelp as a static shock traveled up her arm. She glared at the dragon before rubbing her arm. "Oh great, now I have to deal with that thing electrocuting me for fun." Izuku chuckled. "At least Pyro won't set you on fire. Yet." She clicked her tongue. "Yet." With the dragons officially named, they continued training for the rest of the day. Aqua, though slow and methodical, became adept at using its water abilities to hinder enemies, slowing down movement with small, misty bursts. Thunder, true to its name, became the most aggressive, dashing between enemies and delivering sharp zaps of electricity that left their foes momentarily stunned. Pyro, much to Malty's delight, finally started using actual fire instead of weak embers, unleashing small but precise bursts of flame. By the time the sun had dipped below the horizon, all three dragons had reached level 6. Malty plopped down near the fire, stretching her arms lazily. "Not bad. They're stronger than they were this morning." Izuku nodded in agreement, rubbing Aqua's frilled head as the little dragon nuzzled into his palm. "Yeah, but we still have a long way to go if we want them to be battle-ready before the next wave." Raphtalia, who had been quietly feeding small chunks of meat to the dragons, looked up. "They're learning really fast," she said softly. Maybe we should see if they can learn other spells?" Izuku stroked his chin in thought. "That's not a bad idea. If we can find magic-infused stones, we might be able to unlock stronger abilities for them." Malty perked up. "There's a mage's shop back in town that sells magic stones and books. We should check it out tomorrow." Izuku smirked. "Finally, a good idea from you." She kicked him in the shin again. As the night settled, the dragons curled up beside their respective masters. Malty laid Pyro in her lap, stroking its small head as it let out content, purring like vibrations. Izuku smiled as Aqua tucked itself against his side, its cool body acting almost like a natural ice pack against his warmth. Thunder, meanwhile, decided to shock Malty one last time before rolling onto its back, tiny limbs twitching. Malty yelped before scowling at the mischievous pseudo-dragon. "Oh, you and I are going to have problems, you little shock rat." Izuku snickered. "Looks like he likes you." She shot him a glare. "Yeah? Then why don't you take him?" Izuku smirked. "Because you seem to have a way with animals, Meowty." Malty growled, her eyes gleaming in the dim firelight. "Don't ever call me that again." Before Izuku could smirk at her reaction, she mounted him, crashing her lips against his, her kiss possessive, demanding. Her hands tangled into his hair as she ground her hips against his, her body pressing into his in a way that left no space between them. The pseudo-dragons chirped at the sudden movement, taking the hint and scurrying off to their little nest nearby, leaving their masters to their privacy. Malty chuckled against his lips, rolling her hips with teasing precision. "Mama wants some fun tonight," she purred, her tongue darting into his mouth, tasting him with a hunger that never seemed to fade. "And Mama always gets what she wants." Izuku groaned. his fingers trailing down her back before squeezing her soft, round backside, eliciting a pleased gasp from her. She arched into him, nipping at his neck as she whispered against his skin, "Every night, I need you." His grip on her tightened, his fingers digging into her hips, pulling her down against him. His lips captured hers once more, his kisses growing rougher, more demanding, as his hands roamed across her curves, claiming her just as much as she was claiming him. For Malty, this was perfect. Everything was going according to plan. She had him. She had his body, his trust, his strength. He was hers. Or so she thought. As her eyes flickered toward the pseudo-dragons curled up in their nest, something strange twisted in her gut. A pang of guilt. She froze. It was sudden, a feeling she couldn't comprehend. She shook her head, pushing the thought away, convincing herself it was nothing. But Izuku noticed. He pulled back slightly, his green eyes narrowing as he studied her. "Malty?" His voice was softer now, more concerned than usual. She blinked, forcing a smirk, though it felt wrong. "It's fine. Everything's fine." She leaned in to kiss him again, but for some reason, the passion was fading. Something was off. Her lips hovered over his, but the hunger she usually felt, the wild, insatiable need to claim him, to own him, was duller. She pulled away, sitting up, her breath unsteady. She didn't understand. Her body ached for him, her mind screamed at her to continue, but her heart was racing. Why? She clutched her chest, expecting to feel the faint glow of the slave mark activating, but nothing. Nothing at all. She knew what the weaker version of the slave seal would do. If she tried to lie, it would glow faintly as a warning. If she tried to resist a direct order, it would react with a light sting. But right now there was nothing. Not even a faint glow. Which meant this wasn't the seal. This was her. Malty's hands trembled slightly as she stared at Izuku. Why? Why was she hesitating? She could easily pull him back down, take what she wanted, tease him until he broke, make him hers all over again. And yet, she didn't move. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes before she even realized it. She hated this. She hated whatever this feeling was. Izuku sat up, his expression shifting. Malty? His voice was different now, less like the wary shield hero she toyed with and more genuine. She hated that too. Before she could stop, Izuku's arms wrapped around Malty, pulling her close, his warmth seeping into her body. She melted into his embrace, her cheek pressed against his bare chest, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breath. For once, she didn't taunt him, didn't tease, didn't manipulate. She just laid there, her mind a mess of conflicting emotions. Her fingers gripped his shirt, clinging to him, though she didn't know why. She felt safe. And she hated it. She pulled back, shaking her head. "I'm not in the mood anymore. I'm sorry." Izuku blinked, but instead of questioning her, he just leaned in and kissed her gently on the lips. "It's okay." They broke apart, the moment hanging between them. Malty slowly inched closer again, hesitantly resting her head under his chest. She didn't know why she did it, why she craved his warmth, why she needed to stay close. She just did. And as she lay there, sleep took her. Malty's dream. Malty's dream felt too real. She was small, her limbs frail and weak, her wings too tiny to fly properly. She flapped desperately, following behind a woman with long purple hair, her harsh eyes filled with nothing but disdain. Every time she tried to produce fire, it came out as pathetic, tiny embers, nothing more than weak sparks in the air. "Again," the woman commanded, her voice sharp and unforgiving. Malty, no, the little pseudo-dragon, tried again, her body shaking as she inhaled deeply, willing her magic to respond. She exhaled, but once again, only embers flickered from her mouth. The whip cracked. Pain shot through her back, and she yelped, her small body curling inward as she cried out in pain. Again. She tried. She tried and tried, but every time it wasn't enough. The whip came again. 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 Tears welled up in her dragon eyes, her tiny claws gripping the dirt beneath her. Why? Why can't I do it? Why am I so weak? The whip was about to strike once more, but something blocked it. A shield. A green-haired figure stood in front of her, his stance firm and unshakable. Malty, the dragon, looked up, wide-eyed. The woman snarled, "What do you think you're doing?" The green-haired boy didn't respond. Instead, he turned, gently scooping her up in his arms, his touch careful as if she were something precious. For the first time, she wasn't thrown away. For the first time, someone held her. He carried her away, into the woods, shielding her from the harsh words and harsher pain that followed. And for the first time, someone looked at her as if she wasn't filth, as if she wasn't worthless, as if she mattered. Tears spilled from her eyes, her small dragon body curling into his warmth. Felt nice. Felt safe. And then, she woke up. Tears ran down Malty's face, her breathing unsteady as the lingering emotions from her dream refused to fade. A soft touch against her cheek startled her. She blinked, looking up to see Izuku's face hovering above hers, his thumb gently wiping away her tears. His touch was careful, almost too careful, like she was something fragile, something precious. Her chest tightened. Before she could say anything, Izuku smiled softly. "Hey, why don't we take the day off?" Malty blinked in confusion. "What?" He sat up, stretching. "Let's not worry about training today. Just relax." She stared at him, trying to figure out his angle. "You? Taking a break?" Izuku chuckled. "Even I need one sometimes." He stood up, stepping out of the tent, leaving her momentarily alone with her thoughts. Why was he being so? Before she could finish that thought, he returned, a small bag in his hands. She recognized it immediately. Her heart skipped a beat. These were artisan tools. Tools for crafting magical items. She narrowed her eyes. "What are you doing with those?" Izuku ignored her question, instead kneeling in front of her and pressing a finger against her lips. "Just close your eyes," he whispered. She raised an eyebrow but smirked playfully. "Oh, I see what you're trying to get at, hero." She closed her eyes and parted her lips, her long tongue slipping out teasingly. "Go ahead. I promise I'll be gentle." Izuku's face immediately turned red. "And oh, not that." He shoved the object into her hands instead. Malty cracked open one eye, then fully opened them when she felt the weight of something smooth and polished in her palms. Her smirk vanished. It was a wand. A beautiful, handcrafted wand. The handle was wrapped in fine leather, the wooden shaft polished and adorned with small arcane etchings that shimmered faintly in the firelight. A crystal core was embedded at the tip, glowing faintly with latent magical energy. She stared at it, her fingers tightening around the grip. Her throat felt dry. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I figured you might like it." She didn't hear him. Her mind drifted back. Back to when she was a child, clutching a similar wand, its wood aged and worn from years of desperate use. She had cherished it. She had practiced every day, believing that she could become a great magician, that she could one day prove her worth. But then, crack, the memory of her mother's face, twisted with disgust. "You are useless." The sound of wood snapping in her hands. The feeling of complete and utter failure. Her fingers clenched around the new wand, her knuckles turning white. "Why?" she whispered. Izuku tilted his head. "Huh. Why did you give me this?" she asked, her voice quieter than she intended. He shrugged. "Because I think you'd make a great magician." Malty laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. "You're wrong," she said, shaking her head. "I'm awful at magic. I always have been." Izuku frowned. "That's not true." "You don't know that," she snapped. He folded his arms, staring at her. Then prove me wrong. She froze. Izuku leaned forward, his green eyes locked onto hers. You've never had someone actually believe in you, have you? Her heart skipped a beat. Maybe you sucked at magic before, he continued. Maybe you were forced to learn under someone who just wanted to tear you down instead of build you up. She said nothing. But that doesn't mean you're weak, Izuku said firmly. That doesn't mean you can't be better. Malty swallowed hard, her grip on the wand tightening. She wanted to laugh at him, to mock him, to call him a fool, to sneer and say that he was wasting his time. But the words wouldn't come out. Instead, all she could do was stare at the wand in her hands. This time, she wouldn't let it be taken from her. Malty stood up abruptly, gripping the wand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She stormed out of the tent, her breath coming in shallow bursts as she tried to process what was happening in her head, in her heart. Izuku's words echoed through her mind. Prove me wrong. Her chest burned, but not with rage. With something else. Something she didn't want to name. Without a word, she lifted her wand, pointing it at a nearby tree. A familiar warmth surged in her fingertips, a sensation she hated and longed for at the same time. Fireball. A small pulse of fire erupted from the wand, streaking through the night air before colliding with the trunk. Crack. The tree splintered, bark blackening from the impact, but the spell didn't go any further. It wasn't strong enough. It was pathetic. Malty stared at her trembling hand, her grip on the wand loosening. I'm not good at magic, she muttered, her voice hollow. That was such a pathetic spell. Her heart twisted, a cold, familiar voice whispering at the back of her mind. Useless. Disgrace. Failure. Then warmth. Izuku's hand wrapped around hers, steadying her fingers, his grip firm but gentle. She flinched, not from discomfort, but because his touch wasn't disgusted. It was encouraging. His breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, Try again. She turned slightly, her eyes locking onto his. That damn smile of his, so genuine, so unshakable, was still there. For a moment, she hesitated. Then, slowly, she smirked. Fine, she whispered back. I'll try again. This time, she focused. She ignored the doubt, the old voices, and the fear of failing again. She lifted the wand, her pulse steady as she whispered, Fireball. Boom. The spell struck with twice the force, flames roaring as they engulfed a chunk of the tree, leaving a blackened scar on the wood. Malty's eyes widened. Izuku chuckled, his grip still on hers. Better. She felt something stir inside her, something she hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't a victory. It wasn't manipulation. It wasn't power over someone else. It was satisfaction. She turned, grinning, but then her expression faltered as she realized. Her heart was racing. It wasn't from casting the spell. It was from him. Izuku let go of her hand, stepping back. See? You can do this, my future queen. Malty's breath hitched. She should have laughed. She should have called him an idiot. She should have rolled her eyes and teased him mercilessly. But she didn't. Because, for the first time in her life, someone actually meant it. Malty turned the wand in her hands, examining its craftsmanship. Not bad, she admitted, twirling it between her fingers before grinning slyly. But, when did you even have time to make this? Izuku shrugged, rubbing the back of his head. I got the tools a while ago and have been practicing every night, pushing myself further, learning from the books I scanned. Malty's eyes widened slightly before she smirked. Oh, so while I've been sleeping, you've been toiling away in the night like a little craftsman? Something like that, Izuku said, crossing his arms. Her lips curled before she suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his face and pressing a hot kiss against his lips. Izuku's eyes widened, his breath hitching as she took her time, teasing him with her tongue, letting the kiss linger just long enough to make his mind foggy. Then, she broke away, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "You're still a cheapskate, though," she teased, laughing as she flicked his forehead. Izuku grumbled, rubbing his head. "Are you seriously complaining about a free wand?" She chuckled, spinning the wand in her hands before tucking it into her belt. "You know what?" she mused. "I actually feel good." Izuku raised an eyebrow. She sighed dramatically, placing a hand on her chest. "You wouldn't understand, but for the first time in forever, I feel like I actually—" She paused, searching for the right word. "Matter." Izuku stared at her, surprised by her honesty. She caught his gaze, then rolled her eyes. "Ugh, don't look at me like that. I don't need your pity." A smile curled on her lips as she nudged him. "But if you have anything else to give me, I might start expecting gifts from my darling craftsman." Izuku snorted before reaching into his bag, pulling out another object. Malty's eyes narrowed as she studied it. "A handle?" she muttered, picking it up. It was a smooth, metallic hilt, but there was no blade. "It's a magic sword," Izuku explained. "It's just a hilt for now. If you channel magic into it, it should create a blade. In theory." Her eyebrows rose. "Oh, so this is experimental work, huh?" she teased. "Just try it," Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Malty grinned, gripping the handle tightly. She closed her eyes, focusing her magic. A flicker of fire burst from the hilt, forming a thin, glowing blade, but it was short. Too short. More of a dagger than a sword. Malty clicked her tongue, staring at the small fire blade with mild disappointment. Not quite what I was expecting," she admitted. "But I'll make it work until you fix it." Izuku sighed. "I'll refine it later. It needs more magical conductivity." She twirled the fire dagger in her hand, testing the weight before smirking. "You're turning out to be quite useful, hero." She suddenly leaned into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. "Tonight," she whispered, her voice husky, "you're gonna have a lot of fun." Izuku gulped. She giggled, pulling away with a wicked grin. "But first," Malty stretched, her hips swaying as she turned away. "We're going on a shopping spree." She threw him a playful glance over her shoulder. "We need to make sure we're all equipped before the next wave hits." Izuku let out a deep sigh, running a hand down his face. "Great," he muttered. "There goes my money." Malty laughed, wrapping an arm around him. "Oh, don't be so grumpy, hero. Think of it as an investment in your favorite future queen." Izuku just shook his head, knowing full well he was never going to win against her. Raphtalia perked up as she overheard their conversation. "You're going shopping?" she asked excitedly, her fluffy ears twitching. Malty and Izuku glanced at each other before smirking. Well, Malty teased, ruffling the raccoon girl's hair. "You're finally taking an interest in something other than training?" Raphtalia huffed, swatting her hand away. "I just want to come along." Izuku chuckled, crossing his arms. "All right, but stay close. We don't want any trouble." Malty sighed dramatically, stepping away as she slipped on her ring. Her vibrant red hair darkened, shifting to midnight black. Her signature human features twisted, replaced by sleek cat ears that flicked at the tips and a long feline tail that swayed playfully behind her. With her disguise complete, she smirked. "Call me Meowty while we're out," she purred, flicking her tail. "Wouldn't want people recognizing me after all." Raphtalia stared, her eyes wide. "You really look like a demi-human, creepy." She whispered out the last word. Malty grinned, lowering her ears playfully. "A convincing one, huh?" Izuku just shook his head, adjusting his cloak. "All right, let's get going before she starts getting too into character." Exploring the market. The streets of the city were bustling with activity, filled with merchants shouting deals, adventurers bartering for weapons, and children running through the crowd with sweets in hand. The trio moved through the crowd with ease, Mialti walking ahead with her usual grace and confidence, while Raphtalia clung to Izuku's side, taking in all the new sights. It didn't take long before Mialti dragged them toward a colorful stall selling sweets. "All right, hero, buy me something," she demanded, nudging Izuku's arm. "Buy it yourself," he muttered, glancing over at the vendor. Mialti pouted, her cat ears drooping. "Come on. I'm your precious companion, aren't I?" Izuku rolled his eyes but handed over a few silver coins. The vendor, an older woman with a kind smile, handed over a stick of glazed honey treats. Mialti took a bite, her tail flicking in delight. I knew you'd cave." Raphtalia, meanwhile, hesitated before tugging at Izuku's sleeve. "You, can I have one too?" she asked shyly. Izuku sighed, pulling out another silver. Yeah, here." Raphtalia's face brightened, and she nibbled happily on her treat, her fluffy tail wagging. Mialti snickered, elbowing Izuku. "Aren't you just the sweetest little hero, spoiling your girls?" "Shut up," he grumbled, turning away. After satisfying Mialti's sweet tooth, Izuku led them toward a shop specializing in magical materials. Shelves were lined with rare herbs, enchanted stones, and crafting tools. Izuku grabbed several key materials, powdered mana crystals, alchemy ingredients, and reinforcement runes, all while calculating what he could afford. "Planning on making something special?" Mialti asked, leaning over his shoulder. Izuku nodded, grabbing a bundle of parchment. "I'm going to make some enchanted accessories, maybe some defensive charms." Mialti hummed, pretending to be disinterested but watching closely. "You've really become quite the craftsman," she teased. "First a wand, now this? You sure you're not secretly a mage?" Izuku chuckled, placing the materials in his bag. "I just like being prepared." As they left the shop, Mialti's golden eyes gleamed with amusement. Raphtalia happily munched on her sweet, unaware of the scheming smirk on the catgirl's face. "Well, hero," Mialti purred, linking her arm with his. "Now that we've spent all your money, what's next?" Izuku sighed heavily, already regretting bringing her along. "We still need weapons and armor," he muttered. Mialti grinned. "Oh, now we're talking." Raphtalia perked up, her tail flicking excitedly. "Maybe I can get something better than this sword." Mialti glanced at her, her smirk growing. "Oh, little raccoon wants an upgrade? Well then, let's see what our darling hero can provide." Izuku just groaned, already expecting to leave the market with empty pockets. The blacksmith. Izuku, Mialti, and Raphtalia stepped into the familiar heat of the blacksmith's forge. The scent of burning coal and hot metal filled the air, and the sound of hammers striking steel echoed through the shop. The burly blacksmith, Erhardt, looked up from his work, wiping sweat from his brow. "Back again," he grunted, eyeing Izuku. "What do you need this time, shield hero?" Izuku gestured to Raphtalia. "She needs a proper weapon and armor." Raphtalia stood up straight, clutching her current, worn-out sword with both hands. Erhardt nodded, stepping forward and inspecting her gear with a critical eye. "Yeah, that's about as useful as a butter knife now," he muttered. He then turned to his selection of weapons, running his hand over several high-quality blades before stopping at a sleek katana. "This one's made of folded steel, light but durable," he explained, pulling it from the rack and handing it to Raphtalia. The raccoon girl hesitantly gripped the hilt, giving it a few test swings. Her eyes lit up. "It's perfect," she breathed, feeling the balance and sharpness of the blade. Erhardt smirked. "Figured you'd like that one. As for armor..." He turned to a set of leather-reinforced plating, strong enough to absorb a hit, yet flexible enough for agile movements. "This should do," he said, helping her try it on. The armor fit snugly, its dark leather and steel plates complementing her small but growing frame. Raphtalia twirled once, testing the movement. Mialti leaned in, grinning. "Oh, look at you, raccoon, finally looking like a real warrior." Raphtalia huffed, crossing her arms. I was already a warrior. Meowty just chuckled, flicking the girl's ear. Izuku sighed, pulling out his pouch. How much? Erhart scratched his beard. For the katana and armor? 300 silver. Izuku winced, but he counted out the coins, handing them over. Meowty happily pocketed a piece of candy, clearly enjoying his suffering. Raphtalia, however, bowed deeply. Thank you, Izuku. I'll fight even harder from now on. Izuku smiled faintly, patting her head. I know you will. Meowty rolled her eyes. Ugh. Enough with the mushy stuff. What about you, hero? Still planning to run around in rags? Izuku shrugged, crossing his arms. Armor's pointless for me. My defense is already high. Both girls stared at him. Meowty raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Raphtalia tilted her head. But shouldn't you still wear something just in case? Izuku sighed, rubbing his temple. Fine, fine. I'll buy something light. Erhart chuckled, already expecting this outcome. Good choice. I can forge you something custom, lightweight but reinforced. Won't weigh you down but will add some protection. Izuku nodded. How long will it take? A couple of days, Erhart replied, grabbing a measuring tape. Now hold still while I get your measurements. Meowty leaned in close, her tail flicking playfully. Oh, getting stripped down for the blacksmith? Don't worry, hero. I'll close my eyes. Shut up, Izuku muttered, gritting his teeth as she smirked. Erhart smirked as well, jotting down his numbers. All right, a 150 silver deposit now, the rest when it's done. Izuku handed over the coins, knowing full well that his wallet was in pain. Meowty patted his shoulder. Don't worry, hero. Money is temporary, but a well-dressed man? That's priceless. Izuku just groaned, already regretting agreeing to shop with her. Izuku walked out of the city with the two girls trailing behind him. The journey back to camp was quiet, save for the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The sun had begun its slow descent, casting an orange glow over the treetops. As they arrived at their small, makeshift camp, Izuku stretched his arms. All right, he said, rolling his shoulders. I'm going to check on our fishing traps. We'll need food for tonight. He turned, heading towards the river, leaving Malty and Raphtalia alone at the campfire. The moment he disappeared into the distance, Malty shed her disguise, her fiery red hair spilling down her shoulders as she stretched lazily. Raphtalia hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath, gathering her courage. Can I ask you something? She said softly. Malty barely glanced at her, idly poking at the fire with a stick. What? Raphtalia shifted uncomfortably, her hands clasped together. I wanted to ask if I could have one night with him. Silence. Malty froze, her fingers twitching ever so slightly around the stick in her hand. Slowly, she turned her head, her emerald green eyes flashing dangerously. Excuse me. Raphtalia gulped, her voice barely above a whisper. I think I've fallen in love with him. Malty stared at her. For a moment, her expression was unreadable. Then, a slow smirk crept onto her lips. You think you've fallen in love? She echoed, tilting her head mockingly. How cute. Her voice was deceptively sweet, but her eyes were cold as ice. Raphtalia, emboldened by her emotions, pressed on. I know what I feel, she said, her cheeks flushed. When I'm around him, my heart beats faster. I feel safe. When we were together that night, it felt right, like I belong by his dash dot. A sharp slap cut her off. Raphtalia held her face in surprise, as the pain stung her face. Her fingers twitched, and for a fleeting moment, she imagined wrapping them around the raccoon girl's throat. She dares to say that in front of me? She dares to think she has a place beside him? The princess inhaled sharply, clenching her fists to stop the violent urge bubbling in her gut. Let me make something clear, she said, her voice silk and venom. He belongs to me, nobody else. Raphtalia stiffened, her ears lowering. Malty leaned in, her breath hot against the demi-human's face. "I let you play with him once," she continued, her tone mockingly condescending. "A little fun, a little indulgence. But that's over. You are privy to a part of him. But nothing more." Her nails dug into the dirt, her rage simmering beneath the surface. "If I so much as hear," she whispered, her tone dropping to a deadly chill, "that you so much as accidentally brush against his manhood, I will personally cut your hand off." Raphtalia's breath hitched, her body frozen. Malty's smile did not reach her eyes. "And if you ask me again, I will drag you to a tree and hang you from it, you filthy demi-human." Her green eyes gleamed with wicked satisfaction as she watched Raphtalia flinch at her words, the girl instinctively scooting away, her tail curling close to her body. I'm sorry," Raphtalia whispered, her voice trembling. Malty sighed dramatically, tossing a strand of red hair over her shoulder as if the entire conversation had been a mild inconvenience. "Good girl," she murmured, leaning back on her palms. For a moment, silence settled between them, but Malty's mind was racing. The way Raphtalia had spoken about him, the longing in her voice. Malty felt something twist inside her. Something she didn't like. She loves him? She clenched her fists. Then what do I? Her breathing hitched, and before she could stop herself, a frustrated scream tore from her throat, echoing through the camp. Raphtalia jumped, her ears flattening against her head. Malty took a shaky breath, running a hand through her hair. "I'm going to my tent," she muttered, standing abruptly. "I need to cool off." She didn't wait for a response, storming off into the dark fabric of her tent, flipping the flap shut behind her. Inside, she threw herself onto her makeshift bed, staring at the ceiling. Her chest felt tight. She gritted her teeth, her fingers curling around the wand at her waist. She hissed, gripping it tightly. Why is he so nice? Her father had spoiled her, given her everything she ever wanted, made her feel like a queen before she even had the throne. And yet it wasn't enough. It was never enough. She could still remember the sting of her mother's slap the day she lost her right to the throne. The way her father tried to comfort her, filling the void with expensive gifts and empty promises. But it hadn't filled the hole. Nothing ever had. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the memory. She thought back to Izuku, to the way he smiled at her, the way he treated her as an equal, the way he challenged her without fear, the way he had trusted her, even after everything she had done. It made her sick. It made her feel warm. It made her feel afraid. Her fingers trembled as she gripped the wand harder. He should hate me. He should want me dead. But instead, he looked at her like she was worth something. And she hated that. Because the moment she let herself believe it, she would be weak. She hissed, sitting up abruptly, forcing those thoughts away. "No," she whispered. "I don't need him." She gritted her teeth. "I don't need anyone." She repeated it over and over, trying to convince herself. Trying to drown out the tiny, treacherous voice in her head. The one that whispered, "Then why does it hurt?" Izuku returned to camp, the smell of freshly caught fish filling the air as he adjusted his grip on the bundle in his hands. The atmosphere was off. Earlier, they had been laughing, teasing, enjoying the success of their hunt. But now, the camp felt quiet, too quiet. He looked around, noticing that both Malty and Raphtalia were in their separate tents. That wasn't like them. Malty would normally be lounging arrogantly, making some offhand comment about her future kingdom, while Raphtalia would be sitting by the fire, quietly enjoying the meal. Instead, only Raphtalia came out when he called. Something was wrong. She hesitated as she accepted her food, and Izuku finally noticed the red mark on her cheek. His eyes darkened. "Malty." He handed Raphtalia her food and sighed. "I'll take care of this." He took one of the grilled fish from the fire, skewered on a stick, and turned towards Malty's tent. Malty's tent. The moment Izuku stepped inside, a blanket flew at his face. "Go away!" Malty snapped, her voice filled with rage. Izuku caught the blanket effortlessly and tossed it aside, calmly stepping closer. She sat on her bedroll, arms crossed, eyes blazing with fury. Her body was tense, her fists clenched so tight that her nails dug into her palms. He held out the fish. She glared at it like it was poison. "Eat." His voice was firm but gentle. Malty's lips curled in disgust. "Why don't you take that to your filthy demi-human slut instead?" She hissed, venom dripping from every word. Izuku didn't flinch. He didn't move. He just kept holding the fish toward her, unwavering. That only infuriated her more. With a snarl, she slapped the food away, sending it tumbling onto the floor of the tent. "Just leave me alone," she screamed. "Get out." And then she snapped. In a blur, Malty grabbed his collar, pushing him onto his back, straddling him with a furious scowl. Her hands trembled as they curled around his neck, pressing down with all her strength. "Say something," she demanded, her voice raw, filled with confusion and anger. Izuku just stared at her. His calm, steady gaze did something to her, something she couldn't explain. Tears welled up in her eyes. She dug her nails into his skin, clawing at him, hitting him, slapping his chest, but his defense was too high. Her attacks did nothing. And yet, she still kept going. "Why? Why am I feeling this way?" she screamed. Her body shook as she clutched his tunic, her knuckles turning white. "I'm not supposed to care about you," she cried. "I'm not supposed to care about anyone." Her vision blurred as more tears spilled down her cheeks. "You were supposed to be my puppet," she choked out, her voice breaking. Her breathing was ragged, her entire body trembling. "Why do I feel like this?" she whispered. Then strong arms wrapped around her. Malty froze. Izuku pulled her close, pressing her against his chest, holding her gently. He didn't fight back. He didn't push her away. He just held her. Her entire world stopped. "You're just like me," Izuku murmured. Malty's body stiffened. "When I was little," he continued, his voice quiet and steady, "I saw a hero on a video, saving so many people, and it was after I had already been told I didn't have a quirk, that I was different." She sniffled, her breath hitching. "I needed someone there," he said. "I needed my mom to tell me it was okay, that I could still be a hero." He let out a shaky sigh. "But instead, I grew up in a world where nobody believed in me. I failed again, and again, and again." His grip around her tightened slightly. "And then, I met my personal hero," he said, his voice hollow, "and he tore down my dreams in an instant." Malty clenched her teeth, her fingers gripping his tunic tighter. She didn't know why, but she understood. She felt the same. "Nobody believed in me," Izuku continued. "Nobody thought I could be anything." His eyes softened as he looked at her. "I take it. You know what that feels like." Her breath caught in her throat. Her hands trembled. He understood. He knew what it was like to be tossed aside. To be called useless. To be nothing. She pulled back slightly, glaring at him. "Why?" she demanded. "Why tell me all this?" Izuku smiled sadly. "Because I wish," he murmured. "Back then, someone had my back." His thumb brushed against her cheek, wiping away a tear. "Someone who cared," he whispered. "Someone who encouraged me." Malty's chest tightened painfully. Her body felt weak. She tried to push him away, but her strength was gone. Her anger was gone. All that was left was the realization that she had never felt this way before. Her entire life had been about climbing, scheming, manipulating. But here he was not judging her, not calling her evil, not condemning her. He just held her. And for the first time in her life, she didn't feel alone. Tell me why, she whispered, her voice shaking. Izuku smiled at her. Because, he sighed. I've grown attached. Malty felt her heart stop. Her eyes widened, her mouth slightly parting in shock. Attached? He wasn't saying he loved her. But he cared. And that terrified her. Tears ran down her cheeks again, but she didn't know why. She hated it. She hated feeling vulnerable. She wanted to laugh, to mock him, to call him a fool. But all she could do was bury her face into his chest and cry. Izuku held her gently, his arms steady, as if afraid she would break if he squeezed too tight. Malty's breath hitched, her face turning red. She hated this. She hated feeling this vulnerable, this exposed. But she didn't hate his warmth. For the first time in her life, she wasn't faking an emotion. She wasn't acting. She lifted her head slowly, meeting his eyes. His gaze was calm, patient, full of something she couldn't place, something that made her chest tighten painfully. You should sleep now, he said softly. She hesitated, then nodded. Yes, but... Her stomach suddenly growled loudly, breaking the tension. Her face turned even redder. Izuku blinked before chuckling. She slapped his arm, flustered. Shut up. His laughter only grew. Okay, okay. He raised his hands in surrender. I'll go grab some more fish. He turned, crawling out of the tent, but just as he reached the entrance. Izuku, she whispered. He froze. Slowly, he looked back at her. Her green eyes softened as she stared at him. I don't care what people say, she murmured. You're a hero, in this world, and in your old one. His breath caught in his throat. I just wish people could see that. Izuku's heart pounded. Her words hit him deeper than he expected. He stumbled over his words, his face turning scarlet. Malty giggled, finally wiping away the last of her tears. She smirked. Look at you. The big bad shield hero is speechless. He grumbled, scratching his cheek. Just shut up. I'm getting the food. She chuckled as he quickly escaped the tent, her smirk lingering. Idiot. But her chest felt lighter. When Izuku returned, he carried a freshly grilled fish on a stick. Malty took it from him, sitting cross-legged while she ate. But then, she moved. She climbed onto his lap, settling herself comfortably against him, her hips shifting just enough to tease. Izuku tensed. Are you serious? He grumbled, trying, and failing to hide his reaction. Malty smirked, taking a slow, deliberate bite of her fish. Oh, you seem excited, she teased, grinding just a little. Izuku groaned, his hands gripping her thighs tightly. You're the worst. She chuckled. I know. But then her playfulness faded slightly. Give me your hand, she said suddenly. He blinked. Huh. Just give it to me. Izuku sighed, offering his empty hand. Malty reached out, intertwining their fingers, locking them together. I just want to do this for tonight, she murmured, her voice quieter than usual. Izuku squeezed her hand gently. They sat there, just holding hands, feeling the warmth between them. Malty sighed, leaning into his chest. But tomorrow morning, she whispered, her smirk returning, I'll fulfill my promise. Izuku grumbled. Of course you will. She laughed softly, and for once it wasn't forced. For once, she didn't feel like she was playing a role. They sat in comfortable silence, their fingers still intertwined, before finally lying down together. Chapter 5 Confession. The morning sun peeked through the tent, casting a warm glow over the camp. Izuku stretched, rubbing his tired eyes as Malty stirred beside him. She blinked a few times before smirking, lazily dragging a finger down his chest. Morning, hero. Sleep well. He exhaled, shaking his head. Not really. Someone kept moving in their sleep. She grinned, tilting her head. Oh, and here I thought you liked it when I got close. Ignoring her teasing, he rolled out of the tent, activating his bath shield with a press of his hand. A large tub of warm, clear water materialized in the middle of their camp, steam rising gently into the morning air. Malty stretched, running her hands through her messy red hair. Finally, a real bath. You really do know how to treat a princess. He smirked. You're lucky I'm not making you wash off in the river. She flicked his forehead before pulling off her cloak, stepping toward the bath with a mischievous sway in her hips. Izuku sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Just get in already. She sank into the water, letting out a satisfied hum as the warmth wrapped around her body. Perfect. Now come here, hero. He hesitated before stepping in, the heat relaxing his muscles almost instantly. As soon as he sat down, Malty wasted no time sliding onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. You know, we never finished what we started last night, she purred, trailing kisses along his neck. He stiffened, gripping the edge of the tub. Malty, we just woke up. She laughed, tilting his chin toward her. And? I say mornings should start with something sweet. Her lips brushed against his, slow and teasing. He swallowed hard, his face turning red as she pressed against him, whispering in his ear. What do you say, hero? She teased, her nails lightly grazing his shoulders. Let me make your morning a little warmer. Izuku sighed, leaning his head back. You're insufferable. She giggled, nipping at his earlobe. And yet, you keep letting me get away with it. The steam curled around them as they sat there, locked in their game of temptation and restraint. For once, Izuku didn't push her away immediately. Maybe he was getting used to this. Beginning of the lemon scene. Izuku and Malty sat in a steaming hot bathtub, the morning sun casting a warm glow over their entwined bodies. Izuku's hands roamed over Malty's curves, squeezing and kneading her soft flesh. She moaned softly, arching into his touch. Izuku, that feels so good, she purred, her voice dripping with desire. Izuku smirked, his fingers trailing down her stomach and slipping between her legs. He circled her clit slowly, teasingly, eliciting a gasp from Malty's lips. You're so wet already, he murmured, his breath hot against her ear. Malty bit her lip, grinding against his hand as other hand reached around, gripping her ass firmly. He spread her cheeks apart, his finger pressing against her tight hole. Ah, Izuku, what are you dash? Malty's eyes widened as Izuku's finger slowly pushed inside her asshole. She let out a strangled moan, her body tensing up. Izuku leaned in close, his lips brushing against her ear. Just relax, Malty, I'm gonna make you feel so good, he whispered, his finger pumping in and out of her tight hole slowly. Malty whimpered, her hands gripping the edges of the tub tightly. Izuku added another finger, stretching her even further. He curled them inside her, hitting a spot that made her see stars. Fuck, Izuku, oh god, she cried out, her hips bucking against his hand. Izuku growled, his free hand reaching down to grab his hard cock. He stroked it slowly, his eyes locked on Malty's face as she rode his fingers. That's it, baby. Take it like a good little slut. Izuku suddenly withdrew his fingers, making Malty whimper at the loss. But before she could protest, he grabbed her hips and flipped her around roughly. Malty yelped, her hands scrambling for purchase on the slick tub. Izuku positioned himself behind her, his hard cock pressing against her asshole. Izuku, wait dash, she started to say, but her words were cut off as he slammed into her, burying himself balls deep in one brutal thrust. Malty screamed, her body convulsing around his thick length. Izuku gripped her hips tightly, his fingers digging into her flesh as he started to pound into her mercilessly. Fuck, you're so tight, he groaned, his hips snapping forward at a brutal pace. The sound of skin slapping against skin echoed through the camp, mingling with Malty's cries of pain and pleasure. Take it, you fucking slut. Malty desperately tried to muffle her screams, her hand clamping over her mouth as Izuku's brutal thrusts drove her wild with pleasure. Just as she was about to let out a particularly loud cry, Izuku noticed her attempt to silence herself. With a snarl, he grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked her head back, dunking her face into the tub. Malty struggled, bubbles escaping her nose as Izuku continued to pound into her relentlessly. The water sloshed around them, splashing onto the floor as he used her hair like a leash, fucking her underwater. Page. Page. Malty's muffled screams echoed beneath the surface, her body convulsing around Izuku's cock as he filled her with his hot seed. He held her under for a few more seconds, making sure she took every last drop, before finally pulling her head back out of the water. As Malty gasped for air, Izuku's still hard dick slapped against her cheek. Before she could react, he fisted his hand in her hair and yanked her head forward, forcing his thick shaft down her throat. Malty gagged and choked, tears streaming down her face as Izuku's hips snapped forward, fucking her mouth ruthlessly. JHGHK. Page. She sputtered, trying to pull away, but Izuku was relentless, holding her head in place as he used her throat like a fuckhole. He pulled back briefly, allowing her a split second to catch her breath before slamming his dick back in, hitting the back of her throat and making her convulse. "Take it, you fucking whore. Choke on my cock," he growled, his balls slapping against her chin with each brutal thrust. Izuku's grip on Malty's hair tightened as he thrust into her throat one last time, his dick spasming as he unloaded his hot cum directly into her pulled out, his shaft slick with saliva and pre-cum, and aimed it at her face. Malty closed her eyes and opened her mouth, letting him paint her with his seed. "Yes, Izuku. More. Please," she begged, her voice hoarse from screaming his name. Izuku smirked, wiping his dick off on her cheek before dropping to his knees in front of her. He grabbed her legs and spread them wide, exposing her dripping pussy. "You want more, you insatiable slut?" he taunted, before burying his face between her legs and devouring her cunt like a man possessed. Malty threw her head back, her hands gripping his hair as she screamed his name for the entire campsite to hear. The raccoon girl's ears perked up at the sound of Malty's screams. Her curiosity piqued. She peeked out of her tent, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of Izuku fucking Malty's face and then eating her out like a starving raccoon girl's hand slipped beneath the waistband of her shorts, her fingers finding her own wet slit as she watched the lewd display. "Fuck, that's so hot," she whispered to herself, her hips rocking against her hand. Just as she was about to bring herself to the brink, Izuku suddenly stood up and plunged his hard dick into Malty's pussy, making her scream. Even raccoon girl's eyes locked onto the sight of Izuku's thick shaft disappearing into Malty's hole, her own pussy clenching with jealousy and desire. "Shit, I need to join in." Raphtalia watched from the shadows as Izuku held Malty up, her legs hooked over his shoulders as he pounded into her mercilessly. Malty's screams echoed through the campsite, her face contorted in a mix of pleasure and pain. Izuku's hips snapped forward at a brutal pace, his balls slapping against Malty's ass with each thrust. "Fuck, I'm gonna come," he growled, his grip on Malty's legs tightening. Without warning, he pulled out and walked towards a nearby tarp, laying Malty down roughly. She gasped, her eyes fluttering open as Izuku climbed on top of her, his hard dick pressing against her entrance. "Please, Izuku, fuck me harder," she begged, wrapping her legs around his waist. Izuku smirked, before slamming into her with all his might, his pelvis crashing against hers as he bottomed out inside her. Izuku's thrusts became more frenzied, his hips moving like a jackhammer as he chased his release. Malty's screams turned to incoherent moans, her body shaking beneath. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she went limp, completely passed out from the intense pleasure. Izuku didn't even pause, continuing to pound into her unconscious form like a wild animal. He gripped her hips tightly, his fingers digging into her flesh as he felt his orgasm approaching. "Fuck, I'm coming," he roared, before burying himself deep inside her and unleashing a torrent of hot seed. He collapsed on top of her, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. After a moment, he pulled out, admiring the sight of his cum leaking out of Malty's well-fucked hole. "Sleep tight, slut." Izuku laid beside Malty's unconscious form, his strength completely drained. He watched as she curled up, her fingers absently playing with the cum leaking from her holes. Soon, she drifted off into a deep sleep, her face peaceful despite the mess between her legs. Izuku leaned back, taking a deep breath to recover. Suddenly, a massive, firm ass plopped down on his face, cutting off his air supply. He sputtered and choked, his eyes widening as he realized it was Raphtalia sitting on him. "Sorry," she exclaimed, lifting herself off his face. Izuku gasped for air, his vision spots. But before he could say anything, Raphtalia leaned down and wrapped her lips around his still hard dick, sucking him deep into her groin, his hands instinctively gripping her hips as she bobbed her head up and down. "Fuck, Raphtalia. That feels so good." Izuku's hips slammed against Raphtalia's ass, his thick shaft pounding into her hole with brutal force. He gripped her hips tightly, his fingers digging into her flesh as he drove into her relentlessly. The sound of skin slapping against skin filled the air, mingling with Raphtalia's screams of pleasure and pain. "Fuck, your ass is so tight," Izuku growled. His pace leaned over her, his chest pressing against her back as he bit and sucked on her neck, marking her as his. "You like that, don't you? You like being used like a little fuck toy?" He whispered harshly in her ear. Raphtalia could only nod, her mind consumed by the intense pleasure coursing through her body. Izuku's hand snaked around, finding her clit and rubbing it roughly. He felt her tighten around him, knowing she was close. Izuku lifted Raphtalia up, impaling her on his throbbing shaft. He sat back, allowing her to take control as she rode him reverse as bounced on his lap, the sight driving him wild with lust. He reached around, grabbing her tail and tugging on it roughly. Raphtalia let out a strangled moan, her body tensing as an intense orgasm washed over her. She collapsed back against Izuku, her hole convulsing around his dick as she came undone. "Fuck, I'm coming!" she screamed, her voice echoing through the campsite. Izuku groaned, feeling her tighten even more around him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her close as he buried his face in her neck. "That's it, milk my cock with your ass," he murmured, his hips jerking as he filled her with his hot seed. Izuku and Raphtalia lay entwined on the ground, Izuku's softening dick still buried inside her. They were both panting heavily, sweat glistening on their skin. Suddenly, Malty crawled into view, her eyes glazed over and her face covered in cum. I'm so thirsty," she mumbled, before noticing Izuku's dick still lodged in Raphtalia's hesitation. She reached out and grabbed it, slowly lifting Raphtalia off of him. Izuku groaned as his shaft popped free, but Malty was already wrapping her lips around it, sucking greedily. "Fuck, Malty, you're insatiable," he breathed, his hand coming to rest on the back of her head. Raphtalia watched with a mix of jealousy and arousal as Malty cleaned Izuku's dick, her own hole still dripping with their combined juices. Malty continued to suck Izuku's dick, her lips wrapped tightly around his shaft. She reached into her bag and pulled out a tube of bright red lipstick, applying it generously to her own lips. She then tossed the lipstick to Raphtalia, nodding at her expectantly. "Come on, Raphtalia. Let's give him a double blowjob he'll never forget," she said with a wicked grin. Raphtalia hesitated for a moment before taking the lipstick and applying it to her own lips. Together, they leaned down, their lip-stained mouths wrapping around Izuku's dick. They sucked and licked in tandem, their tongues dancing around his shaft as they stained his hips with their red lipstick. Izuku groaned loudly, his head falling back as the two girls worked him over with their skilled mouths. Malty and Raphtalia continued their assault on Izuku's dick, kissing and licking every inch of his shaft and balls. They took turns sucking on his tip, their tongues swirling around the sensitive head. Izuku's breathing grew heavier, his hips bucking as he approached his climax. "Fuck, I'm gonna come," he warned, his voice strained. The girls didn't stop, instead doubling their final groan. Izuku erupted, his hot cum shooting out and coating their tongues. They kissed the tip of his dick, swallowing his load before pulling back and licking their lips. "Not bad, Izuku," Malty said with a smirk, "but I think you'll need more training to handle the both of us." Malty and Raphtalia continued to tease Izuku's dick, kissing and sucking gently as it slowly softened. They admired their handiwork, Izuku's shaft now caked in their bright red lipstick. Look at that, Raphtalia. We've marked our territory, Malty giggled, tracing a finger along the lipstick-stained skin. He'll be walking funny for the rest of the day, thinking of us every time he sees it. Raphtalia nodded, a small smile on her face. Together, they climbed off Izuku, leaving him sprawled on the ground with a soft, lipstick-stained dick. Rest up, Izuku. You're going to need it for later, Malty said with a wink, before the two girls walked away, their hips swaying seductively. End of the lemon. The sun had fully risen by the time the trio emerged from their tent, each carrying their own lingering thoughts from the morning's activities. Izuku, red-faced and awkward, avoided eye contact with Raphtalia as he busied himself at the campfire, setting up breakfast. He cracked a few eggs into the pan, the sizzling sound filling the air as he placed strips of bacon beside them. Malty, on the other hand, was in a fantastic mood. She stretched with a satisfied smirk, brushing her fingers through her hair before sauntering over to him, draping herself lazily across his back. My hero, she purred, her voice thick with amusement. You really are insatiable, aren't you? First, you can't get enough of me, and now. She turned to look at Raphtalia, a wicked gleam in her green eyes. You're sinking your claws into any maiden that will have you. Izuku almost dropped the spatula into the fire. Malty, what the hell? Don't say it like that. Raphtalia, sitting by the side, looked utterly confused. She had been bracing herself for some sort of conflict or cold stares from Malty, maybe even a territorial argument. Instead, Malty was teasing? What was going on? Wait, what do you mean? Raphtalia finally asked, tilting her head. Malty grinned like a fox who had just trapped a rabbit. She tapped a finger against her chin, clearly delighting in the raccoon girl's innocence. Oh, nothing, just that our dear shield hero is a beast, a predator. A man who simply can't resist devouring the nearest maiden when the mood strikes him. Izuku turned bright red. Malty, I swear to God. She simply laughed, sitting down beside him and snatching a piece of cooked bacon off the plate. She bit into it slowly, moaning in satisfaction. Not bad, hero. I'd say your cooking skills are almost as good as your... She trailed off, grinning devilishly as she licked her fingers. Other skills. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, taking deep, calming breaths. This woman was going to kill him. Raphtalia, still utterly lost, furrowed her brows. I don't get it. Why are you acting like this, Malty? I thought you'd be angry with me after what happened this morning. Malty flicked her hair over her shoulder, rolling her eyes. Angry? Please. It was a one-time thing, wasn't it? You don't actually think you have a claim on him, do you? The way she said it was so casual, so dismissive, that it stung a little. Raphtalia's ears twitched, her tail curling slightly behind her. No, but I thought you'd be more. She struggled to find the words. Jealous. Malty's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, I don't get jealous, dear. I get even. She leaned in close to Izuku, whispering in his ear, her fingers lightly tracing along his arm. And I always make sure my man remembers exactly who he belongs to. Izuku coughed, nearly choking on air. Okay. Breakfast is done. Let's eat. He shoved a plate of food into Malty's hands just to get her to stop tormenting him. Malty giggled, taking her time enjoying her meal, watching him squirm with every second that passed. Raphtalia picked at her food, still contemplating the interaction. She had expected Malty to be hateful, cruel, possessive, but this was something else entirely. It was as if Malty enjoyed the game more than the prize itself. She wasn't just keeping Izuku for herself. She was toying with him, shaping him, pulling his strings like a puppet. And yet, Izuku didn't fight back. He grumbled, he groaned, he protested, but at the end of the day, he still let her do whatever she wanted. Raphtalia tightened her grip on her fork. Maybe Malty was right. Maybe she didn't have any claim on him. But that didn't mean she was going to just sit back and let Malty be the only one who had his attention. Not anymore. EXP farming. The forest air was crisp, the scent of pine and earth mingling with the distant sound of dragons snarling and claws raking against wood. Raphtalia had gone off to train with the dragons, leaving Izuku and Malti alone for the first time in a while. The silence between them was uncharacteristically heavy. Usually, Malti would be teasing, leaning against him, whispering things that would make his face turn red. But now, she simply sat beside him on a fallen log, her arms crossed, staring up at the sky through the tree canopy. Izuku exhaled slowly, staring at the flickering flames of their small campfire. He was used to her always filling the space with words, taunts, or demands. But now she was quiet. It was unsettling. Then she finally spoke. "What are we?" Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Huh?" Malti turned her green eyes toward him, sharp and searching. "You heard me, hero. What are we?" He shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. "What do you mean by that?" She scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Oh, don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what I mean." Her voice lacked the usual arrogance, the usual mocking playfulness. This wasn't a teasing remark, it was a genuine question. And for once, Izuku didn't know how to answer. They had spent weeks together, fighting, training, and surviving. They had slept together multiple times, and yet, they weren't lovers. They weren't enemies either. They were bound by convenience, by manipulation, by circumstances that forced them to rely on each other. Izuku exhaled sharply, thinking, "I don't know. I mean, what do you want us to be?" Malti stared at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. Then she laughed. It wasn't her usual haughty, arrogant laugh. It was softer, almost bitter. "What do I want?" she echoed, shaking her head. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "I want a kingdom. I want power. I want to sit on the throne and rule this pathetic, broken land. I want to destroy the church that betrayed me. I want vengeance, wealth, and status. I want everything that was stolen from me." Her fingers dug into her palms. Then her voice softened. "But then you came along." Izuku stared at her, feeling a strange weight in his chest as she spoke. "You ruin everything, you know that?" she muttered, still avoiding his gaze. "I had it all planned out. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew how to manipulate people, how to use them, how to make them dance in my hands. But you," she finally turned, looking at him. "You don't bend the way I thought you would. You're not weak, but you're not ruthless either. You should hate me. You should want me dead. But instead, you tolerate me." Her voice dropped lower, as if she wasn't sure she wanted to say the next words. "And worse than that, I don't know if I can see you as just a tool anymore." The admission hit Izuku like a punch to the gut. He swallowed hard, looking at her. "Malti!" She clicked her tongue, suddenly irritated. "Ugh, forget it. I sound like a damn fool." She tried to stand up, but he grabbed her wrist. She froze. For the first time since he had met her, Malti looked unsure. Izuku held onto her wrist, firm but not forceful. "No, I'm not gonna forget it." Her eyes flickered with something vulnerable, something real, but she quickly masked it, pulling her arm away with a scoff. "You're impossible, you know that?" Izuku smirked, tilting his head. "So I've been told." Malti huffed, standing up and brushing off her skirt. She looked down at him, crossing her arms. "Fine, let's make it simple, then. Are we allies? Are we lovers? Are we just two people using each other to survive?" Izuku thought for a long moment. Then he stood up too, standing just inches away from her. "I think we're complicated." She blinked, caught off guard. "Complicated?" He nodded. "Yeah, you're power-hungry, manipulative, and honestly, half the time I don't know if I should trust you. But," he sighed, rubbing the back of his head, "at the same time, you're the only reason I'm still alive. You've had my back when it counted. And even though you say you don't care, I think, deep down, you do." Malti's breath hitched at his words. She wanted to scoff, to roll her eyes, to push him away with a sharp retort like she always did. But the way he looked at her, serious, honest, completely unafraid of her, made it hard to ignore the tightness in her chest. She crossed her arms, averting her gaze. "You think I care?" She let out a bitter laugh. "I don't even know if I do," she sighed, rubbing her temples. "I spent my entire life being told that I would be great, that I would sit on the throne and rule this kingdom, that I was special." Her fingers curled into her sleeves. "But I wasn't." Izuku stayed silent, letting her continue. She clenched her jaw. "When I was a child, my father told me I could be anything. I believed him. I believed that as long as I tried, I could become a powerful mage, a ruler, someone the people would adore." Her voice wavered, the memory clawing at her. "But no matter how hard I trained, no matter how much I studied, I couldn't use magic properly. I could barely cast a spell without it fizzling out or exploding in my face." Her hands tightened into fists. "And you know what my father did? He didn't comfort me. He didn't encourage me. No, he threw gifts at me. Dresses, jewelry, gold. He spoiled me like a doll he was trying to fix with glue and ribbons." She let out a sharp breath, shaking with anger. "He never once told me that it was okay to fail. Never once told me that I was enough. All he did was try to patch me up with pretty things and expect me to smile." Izuku watched her, his expression unreadable. He could see it, the deep-rooted pain, the anger, the resentment. She had spent her whole life trying to fill a void that could never be filled. She scoffed, shaking her head. "And when I was finally sent away, I thought I could prove them wrong, that I could force my way to greatness." Her voice grew colder. "But no matter what I did, I was always 2 steps behind. So I stopped trying. If I couldn't win through talent, I'd win through manipulation." She turned to him, her green eyes burning. "You don't understand what it's like to have everything expected of you, to have the weight of an entire kingdom on your shoulders, and then be discarded like trash the moment you fail." Izuku inhaled sharply, his fingers tightening at his sides. "Actually, I do." Malty blinked, caught off guard by the intensity in his voice. He took a deep breath. "I wasn't born with a quirk. In my world, that makes you worthless." His hands clenched into fists. "Everyone, even my own hero, told me I'd never be anything." Her lips parted slightly. "I spent years fighting against something I couldn't change, trying to prove to people that I was more than just a quirkless loser. But no one believed in me." His jaw tightened. "Not until I ended up in this world. Not until I had no choice but to fight and survive." Malty stared at him, silent for once. The fire crackled between them, casting flickering shadows across their faces. Then she laughed. It wasn't cruel, wasn't mocking, it was almost relieved. "So that's why I like you," she murmured, tilting her head. "You're just as broken as me." Izuku looked at her, searching her face. "Maybe," he admitted, "but I don't want to stay that way." She watched him, the embers of the fire reflecting in her sharp green eyes. Slowly, she moved closer, their knees brushing. "Neither do I," she whispered. Izuku swallowed hard as she reached for his hand, her fingers tracing over his knuckles before locking their hands together. "I don't love you," she said suddenly, her voice raw. "I don't even know what love is." She exhaled slowly, her grip tightening. "But I like you. I want you." His breath caught in his throat as she leaned in, her lips a whisper away from his. "But I need you to want me too." Izuku's eyes searched hers, his heart pounding. "I do." That was all she needed to hear. She crashed her lips against his, pulling him into her. Their hands tangled in each other's hair, fingers gripping, holding on like they were afraid to let go. She straddled his lap, pressing against him, her breath warm against his lips. "You're mine," she murmured against his skin. Izuku pulled back slightly, smirking. "I think I've been yours for a while now." She smirked right back. "Damn right you have." And just like that, the complicated mess between them became something real. Something neither of them could walk away from anymore. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his messy green hair. He sat on a nearby rock, glancing at Malty, who stretched her arms, completely unbothered. His stomach twisted with unease. "This morning, we need to talk about it," he said finally. Malty arched a perfectly sculpted brow, tilting her head. "Oh? You mean the fun we had?" She smirked, stepping closer, her fingers playfully tracing over his chest. "I thought you enjoyed yourself, hero." He gently grabbed her wrist, stopping her teasing. "That's not what I mean." His expression darkened. "Raftalia is a slave, Malty. What we did, it wasn't right." Malty scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Oh, don't get all noble on me now. She wanted it just as much as we did. She begged for it, remember?" Her smirk widened as she leaned in. "And you certainly weren't complaining at the time." Izuku clenched his jaw. "That's not the point." His grip tightened slightly around her wrist. "I don't want to take advantage of her. She's in a vulnerable situation. She looks up to me, trusts me. I don't want that to turn into something twisted." Malty pulled her hand free with a smirk, trailing her fingers up his neck and stopping just below his jawline. "You're so damn cute when you try to be all righteous." She leaned in, pressing her lips lightly to his before pulling back. "But let's be honest, Izuku. She's already yours." His stomach turned at her words. She twirled a strand of her crimson hair between her fingers. "You can have your little toy. Play with her however you want. But don't forget who's really on top here." Her green eyes burned with amusement and something darker. Possessiveness. Izuku frowned. "That's not." "Oh, and don't think I won't have fun with her too," Malty continued, interrupting him. "I might just teach her a few things. Train her to take care of you properly. I can think of a lot of fun, naughty things we could do together." Izuku felt heat rise to his face, not from arousal but from frustration. "Malty, this isn't a game." She smirked, stepping back with a shrug. "Of course it is. Everything is a game, hero. You just don't know how to play it properly yet." He exhaled through his nose, forcing himself to remain calm. He wasn't going to change her mind, not easily. "We need to find Raftalia," he said firmly. "I need to talk to her. Make sure she's okay." Malty sighed dramatically. "Fine, fine. But remember." She reached out, grabbing his collar and pulling him close. Her lips brushed against his ear, her breath hot and teasing. "No matter what happens, you belong to me." She pulled away with a wicked grin, flipping her hair as she turned to leave. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling like he was stepping deeper into something he wasn't sure he could escape from. "Okay, let's go find our little raccoon girl," Izuku said with a sigh, adjusting his cloak as he and Malty walked deeper into the forest. They didn't have to search long. The sound of soft giggles echoed through the trees, drawing their attention to a small clearing. There, Raftalia was training with the 3 dragons. She was feeding them small pieces of dried meat, tossing them into the air as the creatures snapped them up mid-flight. "Good job, Thunder!" she cheered as the lightning dragon flapped its wings and caught its treat. "Your turn, Aqua." The water dragon leaped up, snatching its piece skillfully. Pyro, the fire dragon, huffed impatiently, stomping its tiny clawed feet until she tossed its meat, which it immediately gobbled up. Raftalia let out a soft laugh, her tail wagging as she praised them. Izuku watched for a moment before stepping forward. "Hey, Raftalia, can we talk?" She turned, her ears perking up at his voice. The moment her eyes met his, her cheeks darkened. "Oh, Izuku." She fumbled slightly, glancing between him and Malty. "Is something wrong?" He hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. I wanted to check on you, after this morning." Raftalia's tail stiffened, her ears twitching slightly. "Oh, that." Malty smirked, crossing her arms. "Oh, come on, raccoon girl, no need to be shy. You got a taste and now you're hooked. Huh." Raftalia's face turned scarlet, and she quickly shook her head. I didn't mean to interrupt you too. I really enjoyed it. I'm sorry if I ruined anything, but..." She swallowed hard, glancing at Izuku before mustering up the courage to continue. "Could I join again?" she asked, her big brown eyes pleading. Malty broke into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Ha! Oh, this is priceless. Hero, You absolute idiot. You're over here worrying about taking advantage of her, and she's literally begging you for more. Izuku groaned, running his hands down his face. That's not the point, Malty. Malty, still chuckling, sauntered over to Raphtalia, lifting the raccoon girl's chin with her finger. Listen, little one, we're all going to get along just fine. Raphtalia swallowed nervously but nodded. Why yeah. Good girl, Malty purred before pulling away and spinning toward Izuku. Now, enough brooding, hero. She grabbed his collar, pulling him into a deep, passionate kiss. Her lips moved against his with confidence, her tongue teasing his lower lip before she broke away, smirking. Now, let's really have some fun, shall we? Izuku let out a sigh, gently pushing Malty back as she pouted up at him with red cheeks. We can't do this right now, Malty. We need to get back to training. The waves are coming. Malty huffed dramatically, puffing out her cheeks in frustration. Ugh. You are so boring sometimes, hero. She crossed her arms, tapping her fingers against them before suddenly grinning mischievously. Come on. Just a little bit. What about a quick makeout session? She batted her eyelashes at him, leaning in, her warm breath teasing against his skin. Izuku rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress the small smirk tugging at his lips. Quick, he warned. Malty beamed, practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, looks like the great shield hero is falling for the villainous charm, she teased before biting down gently on his neck, making him grunt. Malty, he groaned, trying to sound disapproving, but she was already tilting his face and pressing her lips against his. She kissed him deeply, her tongue slipping into his mouth, teasing and exploring. Her hands roamed his body, fingers tracing along the toned muscles beneath his clothes. Izuku found himself responding instinctively, his hands gripping her waist, pulling her flush against him. He could feel her curves pressing into him, her body molding against his like she belonged there. Raphtalia stood a few feet away, watching awkwardly, her ears twitching. She shifted uncomfortably, her fingers curling against her chest as she tried not to stare at the two entangled in each other. A strange, unfamiliar feeling bubbled inside her. Something warm and a little painful. Malty, noticing the raccoon girl still standing there, broke away from the kiss, her green eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, Raphtalia, she cooed, mockingly sweet, as she trailed a finger along Izuku's jaw before looking over at the demi-human. You're still here. Raphtalia stiffened, looking away quickly. You can go and play with the dragons again, Malty said with a dismissive wave of her hand, as if she was tossing her aside like an afterthought. Hero and I have some grown-up things to discuss. Raphtalia's tail drooped slightly, and her grip tightened on the small bag of dragon treats. But instead of protesting, she simply turned on her heel, grabbing the dragon's attention. All right, let's go train some more. The small pseudo-dragons flapped their wings excitedly, following her as she stomped off into the forest, frustration evident in her tense posture. Izuku watched her go, his chest tightening slightly. He knew she was feeling left out, but before he could call out to her, Malty tugged his chin back toward her, pressing another kiss to his lips. Forget about the raccoon, she whispered against his mouth, her voice sultry and possessive. You're mine, hero. Now, where were we? Izuku sighed, but he couldn't deny the way his body reacted to her touch. Maybe just a little longer. Before the wave began. An hour before the wave began, Raphtalia returned to the camp, her arms carefully holding a wrapped gift. She had gone to retrieve Izuku's finished armor from the blacksmith earlier, and now, she wanted to present it to him before the battle began. As she approached his tent, her ears twitched at the sound of quiet murmurs, followed by a sultry giggle. Her face flushed, knowing exactly what had likely transpired inside. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and called out, Izuku! The tent flap shifted, and Izuku stepped out, shirtless, his toned chest covered in faint smudges of lipstick. Raphtalia's eyes widened, her tail bristling slightly as she realized Malty had clearly been having her fun with him again. She quickly shoved the gift into his hands. Here. Your armor is finished. The blacksmith worked hard on it, so try it on. Izuku blinked, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Oh, thanks, Raphtalia. Malty emerged from the tent behind him, adjusting her top with a smug smirk. She wrapped her arms around Izuku's waist from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. Come on, hero, put it on. And maybe later we can have some fun again, she purred. Raphtalia visibly tensed, her fingers gripping the hem of her tunic tightly. Izuku sighed, peeling himself away from Malty's embrace and unwrapping the package. Inside was a set of dark green armor, sleek and well-crafted, with an almost villainous aura to it. The intricate plating seemed both sturdy and lightweight, perfect for mobility. He quickly donned the armor, securing the straps while examining the way it fit. It was almost intimidating, the way the dark colors contrasted against his pale skin. Malty squealed happily, clapping her hands together. Oh my gods, hero, you look dangerous, like a true force of destruction. Her eyes glowed with admiration, or perhaps something more devious. Izuku smirked slightly, flexing his fingers. Not bad. Feels right. Raphtalia nodded approvingly, but there was a strange emotion in her gaze, pride, admiration, and maybe a hint of sadness. Malty grabbed Izuku's arm, pressing against him. Now, all you need is to survive this wave, and then we can celebrate properly. Izuku sighed, rolling his shoulders as he stared toward the horizon where the sky had begun to darken ominously. Let's finish this battle first, he murmured, his eyes narrowing. Then we'll talk about celebrating.